hatched your ideas from nowhere, all from another world. Your logic's impaired, your full picture is cropped. Cause we both know that one day they're just gonna try again. Without doubt, might say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. We both know that one day it's just gonna try again. Without doubt, might say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. Dear right brain, you're so far off, oh it's like you can't see ahead. These feelings you've caught don't make sense, your plan's gonna flop. You keep raising doubts without cause, all you feel is dread. My logic is fair, if it's pain, it's never gonna stop. Cause we both know that one day he's not gonna cry again. Without doubt, might say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, cause this ain't the end. The sun's gonna rise again. We both know that one day they're just gonna try again. Without doubt, it's our say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day the sun's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, 'cause this ain't the end.
I could always be the one you wanna call when it's cold outside. I will always be the one that's right here sitting by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let the end in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts was breathless, my heart restless. Every turn felt like it was wrong, but I kept going to show I was strong. Pushing to my own song, but you came, you made me see the weight I put on me.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Splat World Series Finals here on IPL. I am joined here by the lovely Fufu. Say what's up, Fufu.
What's up? Hello. Oh my god, how exciting here. And we're going to be going right... Stormy, I need you to look down beneath us and see the match layout that we have.
I do see it. I do see it. My goodness. We wasting no time, folks. We're going straight into it. We got FTWin taking on Utopia. Oh man, like this matchup here. Now, I'm not very familiar with the Japanese. To be like the Splatoon World Championships, because you know, the Splatoon World Championships, their stuff got decided by Turf War. Not this time. This is the real deal right here. All the Japan representatives.
Perfect. As I was saying, Utopia is a team that I'm not quite familiar with just yet. The keyword is yet.
Yes.
And I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here. And Stormy, I'm going to be on the edge of my seat. If I start screaming, no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I mean, I'm gonna be right there with you. I think we're both pretty known for being loud on the mic. You know, that's kind of what we do. We bring the energy. We bring a lot of loudness to the mic. That's what me and Fufu do, and that's what we're gonna be doing today. So I'm really excited. But yes, FTWin requiring no introductions. We got pretty much the best of NA for the most part. As of recent times, not really. They've been losing to other competition, which is good to see, honestly. But yeah, they're still one of the best. You got Kiyo, you got what's his name again? Bursty and Sam. One of the young guns here in the NA scene. Sam coming up and coming. So this is going to be a matchup. Now, like I said, not familiar with Utopia yet, but they're going to take a stand. And they're going to show us why they're probably the number one region when it comes to Splatoon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that makes the game a lot more exciting. Again, we all know the Japanese scene is kind of crazy. The NA scene is one thing, but the Japanese scene is another. And while we are seeing a lot of pickup from it is nice to see a lot of more pickup from the NA team as well. Like I do say, I wish Shadowlands because it's definitely bringing up more players into things and bringing in more competition. But now multiply that by 5 and there you go. There's your JP scene.
yeah, pretty much. And I mean, this is just NAJP. This is also EU. We got some nice EU teams representing in here. You know, you got teams like Frutella. You got teams like New Meta. Teams like what was the number one EU team? I forgot. But I'm gonna remember soon. I'm gonna remember soon. I feel stupid for forgetting, but I will remember soon. So like, yeah, this is it right here. This is like the best of the best in the world. Like, we all know that the Splatoon World Champion hosted by Nintendo was like the bread and butter, but to me, nah. This right here, this is it. You got this is everything you want. And for the first stage, Fufu, we will be going to Museum di Alfonsino for the very first stage. And this is all zones, right? This is all zones, right?
I'm pretty sure it's all zones, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure this is going to be all zones, considering we do not have a map, a mode. I'm pretty sure this is zones only. It was zones only in the qualifier. I'm going to keep it saying that it's museum, and I love this map as an anchor, but I know it's very much flaws here, being a very open map there in the center. If you don't really want to be in the line of sight of any Charger players, I'm not going to be short of expecting any pencils here. If I'm being honest, I think we're going to be seeing some pencils here, Stormy.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of pesos here in this. If we don't, that'd be surprising. I know most of the West fluctuates between pencil edit and maybe sometimes Charger, but like for the most part, we should be seeing about pencil edit, but mostly pencil. And with this tournament being all zones, I think it is important to note that this is the JP's bread and butter. This is what they do. They pioneer this, so it's going to be really tough for FTWin to really get really stick in them, you know, like they to be blunt, they do this. They are them when it comes to this.
There's gonna be lock-ins from both sides here, and again, this is just a high-stakes tournament as well. Both of these teams, it's pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a double elim bracket. If I'm not mistaken,
it is double elim. Yes.
So while you may have a safety net now, whoever loses here is not going to have a safety net after this. So you want to be staying here in this top bracket as long as you can. And we're seeing some. Ooh, here's our bracket for us actually.
Oh, this is a lovely bracket. Look at that. Milky Way taking our Samurai Cat. That is basically what you might call it, Jackpot +2. Moonlight taking on Dragon Rex. My Ghost on Free Flow taking on the Avengers of the JP scene. Ooh.
Ooh.
Man, oh God. Hey, look, my people, they're gonna do their best. They're gonna do their best. What I'm talking about. Frutella taking on Hornet. PXG, which is basically our top West representative, taking on Final Weapon there. And Takoyaki Parky taking on Hypernova. Let's see what Synapse and Lexi have going on right there. And Hello, of course. False Dream taking on New Meta. We saw New Meta's wacky Tetra brush comp. We'll see how that fares into like the JP comps. And of course the one we're streaming right now, FTWin and Utopia Fufu.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. If I'm not mistaken, this is pretty much every NA team against a JP team, or yeah, a JP team here. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. The West again. Everyone else.
Yeah. You know what really suck? It will really suck if all of the Western teams just go ahead and lose round one. That would be like, oh boy. Man. Dang, like I'll be looking around awkwardly talking about some that's crazy. Well, I guess that happened, you know. So I mean, if that happens, still we get to familiarize ourselves with the rest of the JP teams here. So you know, if that does happen, but I'm really interested to see how they're going to come out here.
Oh no, absolutely. And again, considering that every single one of these teams, we know on the West they had to qualify. I'm not too sure if the JP players also had to qualify as well. I'm not too familiar with that format yet. I know here on the NA they did have to qualify, so we know we're getting the best of the best, at least on the West side. I'm excited. And you know, Stormy, I'm gonna fly out of my seat in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna become a particle accelerator. I'm very much containing it.
We're gonna watch, I'm gonna watch your atoms, molecules, neutrons, and electrons break down right in front of me. That's exactly what I'm gonna be looking at. And honestly, I'm all for it. I will be doing the exact same thing because, like you said, this is a high-stake tournament. Like this isn't an ordinary tournament. This is basically Worlds, and that's why the Western scene, or especially the NA scene, we're up right now. It's 7 a.m. or in some areas, if you're PST,
it's 5
a.m. It's 5 a.m. Wait, are you PST?
Yes, it's 5 a.m. I woke up at 4:15 for this. Listen, this is a one tournament. You can actually convince me to wake up at 4:15 in the gosh dang morning. I am not okay.
Oh my God. If you ever told me that I would be up at 7 a.m. commenting a Splatoon event, I would have been like, what would I do that for? Hey, it's Splat World Series Finals. Alarm set, got up and everything, man. I was not missing this. You know I had to pull up early for this. All dappered up in my suit. I'm dripped out. What I'm talking about? I'm dripped out here on the mic, on IPL, in front of like 200 people. What's up? Hey, how y'all doing, by the way? Thank y'all for coming in this early in the morning. I know there's a lot of y'all there. You know, like, how y'all doing? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we got quite the crowd today, and honestly, I don't blame them. This is the tournament you don't want to miss. Are those colors? New colors that we just got on the board? Hold on.
Those are new colors. Ooh, they're pretty.
Yeah, very pretty.
Very pretty.
Oh, but the question is, it's often a game, so like the in-game colors just casually match this without having to change them. It'd be really funny. Please happen. It'd be so cool. Oh my God.
they indeed do match. Fufu getting word there today. Indeed do match. But to talk about Museum more as a zones map, this is like, I'll put it to you like this. It's like, it's not hard to retake here, but it's also not easy. It's very easy to get locked out on, especially with a pencil setting top mid, you know, just shooting over everything. It depends on what they run here. Mid, like, what is he? You know what? I really should have really studied the all the trailers that IPL did with Utopia, so I can really know what weapons that they play. You know, so I can remember what weapons that they place. But you know what? I'll familiarize themselves and get it all locked in once this game one starts. That much I can really say.
Absolutely. We're gonna shake off the yes. But I'm gonna shake off the anxieties and take off everything because the lock-in is gonna be crazy. Again, the great thing about not knowing some of these weapon pools is that we don't know what we're gonna get, and I think that just makes things so cool. I don't know. I like being surprised. I don't know. It's kind of fun.
I do like being surprised as well, but if I do know anything about at this thing of this level of play, every single game matters. I'm pretty sure there's going to be counter picks. Like I'm going to go ahead and assume that it'll be counter picks. Okay, yes, so it will be counter picks. So every game matters. This game 1, which is like a neutral stage that gets randomly selected, is very, very important for teams to win. You want to take the first game so that way the counter pick can be in your favor. Because lo and behold, especially on like when teams run specific weapons, because some teams have maps that play to their strengths, you do not want to be on the back foot on the other team's counter pick. You just don't. It's very hard.
Absolutely. And you're talking about counter picks, and I was thinking of the first qualifier where FTWin specifically map counter picked Moonlight, and I want to see more of that, more map specific like counter picks to screw over one specific person on the other team, because it really is hater behavior. But we're gonna be seeing how that's gonna be looking here as we enter our first match.
Yes, indeed. You know I'm all about the hidden energy, so I would like to see how they adjust in the games. We got Utopia, JP taking on FTWin, one of the best, and then we see the comps coming out here. We got the bucket dualies and the sticker stamper actually coming out on the side of Utopia. Interesting comp there. I've never seen enemies with sticker stamper. I usually see the regular stamper. And on the side of FTWin, we got that decap with that bucket and that shot. So we'll probably see a lot of ziggers going on to that top side fufu.
The weapons are not wrong, but our teams are actually going to be switched. We are going to be seeing FTWin on the blue side and already seeing a pretty crazy opening. We are seeing our bucket down on the side of FTWin already right off the bat. But yep, first map control is going to be going to Utopia right away.
Yeah, indeed. So take everything I just said, by the way, and switch it up. We're going to see the fight come out here, and Kyo gets absolutely different right there. But we see Sam there on the stamper taking a nice fight here. Going to get a little bit of space for their team, shredding that big ball. They're going to pop Booyah Bomb right now. 113 go win. Look, FT1 looking very comfortable right now. Got to take a 1 kill onto the zone. Oh, but the decals pulling a little bit of attention right there, Fufu.
No, absolutely. And they can't get too comfortable here, especially considering points are ticking down here for Utopia. This is a time where you maybe want to try getting the zone back. We are past that 50-point threshold, and FTWin is still on the back foot here. Utopia is still able to pretty much have a good chunk of control. That might change up soon here with 2 of them going down.
Yeah, but with 2 people down, they finally do wrestle back control of the zone here. It took them a little bit longer than they wanted to, but eventually it does happen. That last member getting hit by that 70 there by Sam. Going to push him out there. Now it's FTWin's turn to finally get some control and push him back and see how far they can push it. Crafton coming out here by Bursty, looking to get a little bit of chip damage there. It's angling it upwards trying to get it, but they don't get it. But instead gets caught by a splat bomb on top of the crab tank. Oh, you hate to see it.
That was nasty. That was so nasty of a kill right now. But Utopia getting those strikes to actually get that zone in their favor, which is really huge for Utopia. Not so great for FTWin because you got penalty points, especially when you're at only 58 points right now. Utopia, I feel, is sitting pretty. Both of these teams are really figuring themselves out here and playing on the safer end, I'm noticing.
We're going to see like the picks go in the favor of Utopia here, actually getting pick after pick, staggering their respawn, staggering their specials right now, and we're going to see the DK move up and actually take out a kill. 2v2 going on right now, but it's just the pencil left alive on that zone. But they're going to get jumped back in with the help of that cooler. The strike's coming out here. Ooh, rare mistake there by Kyo throwing the strike right in front, not where he wanted it. Booyah Bomb coming out, going to try to help them flip the zone, get a kill on the bucket, and they're going to be able to wrestle control here and taking down 3 members.
Yes, and with just that pen left, that might just be a pick they want. I'm pretty sure they're still over there. They're refusing to jump out. They're just sitting in the back. There we go. We are seeing them jump out from the pen on the side of Utopia as well. The tides have turned here. We are seeing FTWin finally get another lockout situation in their favor, but Kiami still getting a pick despite being on the back foot. We're playing things nice and slow right now.
And Kyo there, once he gets that kill, and he does able to get the kill with a nice finger there. Two jumping to the right side. Here comes the Zuko coming out towards that prison, but they're going to dodge it and live it. Zuko coming out right now. Booyah Bomb also at the right. Here comes the strikes, and that big boulder going to 100 into the zone. Neutralizes it. They're going to force a recap there, Fufu, and give him a 40-point penalty, but the FTWin still alive.
Yeah, Utopia just moving in like so. That was
wow.
Man. That was just a Booyah Bomb hands up all time.
Oh my
going
goodness!
In for more. Dude, these players are not playing around.
Bursty on that crab tank getting a shot of a lifetime right there. 2v2 situation right there. Oh, but we're going to see Nero take it right there. Oh, but Sam brings it right back. We're going to see control of the zone. stay neutral, in fact, but this is going to go right in the favor of Utopia there with the fight going in their favor. Minute and a half left to go in this game. FTWin to do something fast.
No, yeah, fast indeed right here. I think this is about a little less than 10 seconds to get this zone back in the favor. Seeing those strikes from Kyo, but unfortunately Kyo's also fighting for their life at the same time, able to actually get a pick on the board right now, but with only 15 ticks left on the zone, you guys gotta do something, or with 2 members of FTWin down, it's looking incredibly bleak right now, Stormy.
And there was a chance right there for them to get the zone back, but the decaf sniffed that out and was like, come here, and absolutely destroyed Kyo right there and prevented from making anything happen right there. So that will bring game 1 going in the favor of Utopia.
Oh my god, what a game 1 right here. And again, we just witnessed Utopia casually take a game off of FTWin. Our FTWin.
Like it's every other Tuesday. Like it's every Tuesday, you know. It's like, yeah, we just do this, you know. Like they made it look really pretty dominant, I will say. FTWin didn't look bad at all. Gotta add, but still, you gotta acknowledge where dominance is, and dominance is good. I think Kyo played pretty well there. Probably missed some sloshes that he usually didn't miss, or maybe like a few strikes he didn't go in here and there. But other than that, I think they played fine. Just a few hiccups here and there. Just Utopia, just a little bit fast on their uptake, and a little bit like they swarm like bees. They swarm like wasps, you know. Like that's exactly what they do.
Oh, no, absolutely. It was so interesting to watch Utopia play, because it's literally just, like, I saw less as swarming, but more as like they wait for FTWin to kind of get into them, and then they kind of move forward as a big wave. The pace, like, you'd expect it to be quicker, but it's just not. It's such an interesting game to watch because it's just a different pace than what you would expect.
It's like they're not exactly like when they are in control, they're not popping out until they have to, you know. But they paint the map so fast that they don't need to worry about the paint, like a paint on the ground. It's like they operate without it. It's very interesting. Now, this counter pick is going to matter a lot for FTWin. You don't want to go down to is it best of 5 or is it best of 5 or best of 3? It's best of 3. Okay, so yeah, this is basically match point for Utopia. They win and FTWin gets knocked down to the losers, which is for the Western scene, which is crazy to say, by the way.
No, yeah, absolutely. Wahoo World is a very interesting pick. This is another map that I think, actually, you know, who needs to talk about Wahoo World when you could just witness it firsthand?
Exactly. You don't really see this map mode often, to be honest. Like, truthfully, I don't see teams really counterpick Wahoo zones often. This is one of the first times I'm seeing it, at least. So there could be a reason for that as to why they're counterpicking here, but we'll see if it pays off for side of FTWin. No comp change coming out on either side. Both teams comfortable running what they got.
Absolutely here, and the fight for center definitely starts now here. I do like seeing Art here on the left side adding some pressure, trying to take Bursty out while they can. Utopia actually able to get that first cap of the zone, but each team is going to suffer a member out. FTWin losing their pen, which is also not a great situation you want to be in, especially on this opening run.
Yeah, indeed, but they take down 2 members there. Oh, but the decaf coming back. Man, this decaf been popping off to Art here on his decaf, putting on a canvas there and getting a 70 and 80 damage there on the pencil. They're going to keep the zone in control, but they do wrestle it back. We're going to see Sam push up on this pencil, going to get the help with their teammate, but they got to watch out for Art here. Art being a menace there. Oh! What a nice kill there by Sam.
Sam is not playing around, literally just an you're there, great. Get knocked out while you're at it. FTWin able to hold the center here in their favor, looking nice and pretty. We are seeing 3 specials online for the side of Utopia. Speaking that cooler just went out, so we're going to be seeing some waves start to happen on both teams right here. But FTWin just got to really defend that zone and not go down right now. They are able to take their decaf out, which it might just be a nice hold situation here for FTWin if they can just keep that zone in their favor.
They're going to keep the zone in their favor right now, but they are down a member. 2 members down to the left are going to fight on the side of Utopia. Oh, but they get taken down by the other members. Triple right in the favor FTWin. They're going to fight that buck on the left side. But Sam's moving up to take down that pencil right there. Mechanical demon that he is. Bursting pushing on forward right now. 37 points left on the board. They can try to knock this out if they're able to hold, but Zuka and Strikes at the ready, they're foo-foo.
Yeah, definitely got to be playing careful here if you're FTWin as the rest of the members jump in. You don't want to be going out to that Zuka, but just as I say that, FTWin loses 2 of their members. It's just Bursty here on the zone with Biscuit, and Biscuit can't hold that zone by themselves. Utopia able to cap that zone successfully, putting a 67 penalty onto them, leaving Biscuit alone on the field.
Oh, and a few jump-ins there costly for FTWin. Not what you want to see. They're going to have to rebuild the specials really fast, but we're going to see how Utopia has to hold. We see Art going up that left side there on that decaf flanking, but I'm sure FTWin is aware. Maybe they're not. They do see it, but the bubble coming up. They're going to get the kill on the Bursty. Huge kill, and we can see this flank paying dividends right now.
Oh no, what a crazy flank for that. It's gonna do Utopia absolute numbers here with 2 members of FTWin going down in a crab with no members to push up here, and Bercy's left alone on the field, going down right here. FTWin essentially has one last push to really get themselves in here, and with specials coming up on each side, oh goodness.
Yeah, indeed. That's a 70 type there by the pencil right there on the Sam. They're going to pop the Booyah Bomb soon. They need to pop out everything. Here come the strikes. Here come the strike on the zone. They're going to neutralize it for a second, but the Booyah Bomb coming out. But they're going to be able to force a cap. No, they're going to paint over it. They got to find a way back to the zone and quickly. Burst has to go in and make a move, but it's not going to be able to. And they get taken down immediately, and that's going to be the game. Utopia 2-0 over FTWin, and then we're moving on in the winner's bracket.
Utopia kind of locked in at the end. They said, great, we're going to send someone in the back, call it a day, and just sealed it into play. Like, things looked really rough for Utopia for a second. They're like, nope, we got this. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing.
made it look pretty easy, I may add. We saw FTWin had a strong hold at the beginning, but once Utopia got control, FTWin, unlike Utopia, was not able to wrest their control back, and that was it. And that's just the way Splat Zones goes sometimes, you know? That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it really is. Whoever can get that better hold, that better stitch, it really is in anyone's hands the entire game. And we saw it doesn't matter how low you get. If you don't have that count at 0, you lose. And
Pretty
you know,
much.
FTWin is definitely on a really big back foot here, and they got to enter reverse sweep. No, it's best of 3. That's it.
Yeah, it's best of 3. Yeah, it's best of 3. No, that's it. They just go ahead and lose. And if I'm picking my player of the game, I'm picking Art on that decal for Utopia. That flank on the right side, getting killed on Bursty, putting a bubble out when it was needed. It was just a really good flank that caused a lot of chaos and allowed the members of Utopia to collapse on top of FTWin and basically close the game out. And what a first set that is. And this is the basically world champs, y'all. So it's not over yet. FTWin going to lose his bracket, going to fight their way back up for a rematch.
Absolutely here. And just what a great showing from Utopia as well. Utopia came in and locked in. They were not messing around. They're like, yeah, we want to win. And then proceeded to win. I am curious to see the bracket at some point here. I really want to see where everyone else is placing as well. And asking you shall receive. I am looking here. NA lock in. West lock in.
Yeah, it is a massacre going on right now in the bracket. Invincible Fleet taking down Free Flow. Dragon Red taking down Moonlight 2-0. Samurai Cat up 1-0 on Milky Way. Milky Way looking to fight back. Hornet taking on Futella 2-0. PXG and Final Weapon are 1-1 though. That is, I think it's really funny because PXG is like our best team here, and Final Weapon is like the 15th seed of the tournament, aka basically by seeding standards, the worst JP team here on paper based off seeding, and it's 1-1 right now. It's a whole different ball game out here, Fufu. We're in a world of trouble right now. That's all I can really say.
We are very much in a world of trouble. Just looking at that bracket, I feel like a lot of our teams got kind of just like swept on, like the rug pulled under their feet, because it's just like, whoa, okay, great, okay, so this is just setting the standard of how things are going to be playing out, and they're going to be fighting each other in losers bracket most likely, at least onto this next match.
Yes,
well, not
indeed.
here, but like.
Not here, but very soon. And we're going to see the matches happen in losers. It's going to be an all Western losers if PXG also falls down there soon. Falls Dream up 1 over new meta. So we're going to see how this pans out. I'm really interested. But we're going to be keeping you guys updated on winners. That is our job here as the commentators.
Absolutely here. And of course, the action doesn't stop. Just because we're not seeing the matches and things doesn't mean that things are not happening in the back. It might be 5 a.m. here, but for these teams, yeah, the action's on. It is 5 a.m. Oh my goodness. Also, we're going to be looking at the losers bracket right now. We're going to see who dropped down here. It's pretty much, as it stands, it's pretty much all Western teams right now. We have Free Flow and Moonlight are actually going to be beefing it out here in losers bracket. That is going to be our first confirmed match in losers bracket. Vertella got knocked down, Hypernova got knocked down, and as we saw, FTWin got knocked down.
Yes, indeed. And I would like to see how these teams respond to losing though. Like, what's the plan? What's the goal? Like, how are they going to adjust and make their way back into this tournament? Because I mean, for what it's worth, even if you lost the first round, it is demoralizing. But you Got to keep your head up. You're not out the game yet. Now you got to take down your side of the nation and find a way to step into the other side of the nation, you know?
Absolutely. It's going to be a pretty uphill battle for our teams down in the losers bracket. You know, first you got to fight each other, and then you got to fight whoever gets knocked down later on. This is going to be this is going to be an entertaining mess, is what I'm seeing. And, you know, we just saw FTWin, which is essentially one of our best teams, if not the best team we have, out on the western side, just get to it.
Yeah, indeed. It's like I said, it's a whole different ball game going on right now. And with that being said, we got another update from the winner side. We have Takoyaki Party 2-0 over Hypernova, False Dream 2-0 over New Meta. So now it's really just up to PXG to see whether or not will the Western scene have anybody going into winners of round 2, or will it just be all JP from there? It's really up to them.
We're all cheering you on, PXG. Come on, you gotta get the 2. You gotta get the 2.
You gotta look. You gotta do something. You gotta do something, gang. Like we can't go out like this, bruh. We can't go out like this.
Not like this. Lock in. If we see PXG not have a 2 next to their name, we're jumping them.
We are jumping them.
We're jumping them specifically. No. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh goodness.
Oh my god. All right, Stormy, you know what we gotta do. Well,
oh man, this is y'all. This is ugly. This is ugly. When I tell y'all every Western team lost round 1, every Western team lost round 1, and the only team that took a game was PXG, our best, basically on paper, our best team, and they lost. Mind you, they lost. They still lost. This is.
Dude, what are we supposed to do with this?
I don't know, but for the JP scene, they're just playing another Area Cup. They're just playing another Area Cup. It's another Tuesday for them. They're like, all right, you know, like we got to do with the foreigners, you know, and get them out the way and whatnot. Like it's basically how they're doing it. But so with that being said, our winners round 2 is indeed set. Winners round 2 is indeed set, and we're going to see an all-Western losers going on here. So I'm curious to see how that will go and who will find a way back in the redemption here.
Absolutely, but as it stands, we do have our next set given to us right now. We have Takoyaki Party versus Final Weapon. This is going to be the biggest surprise for both of us, I think, Stormy. Obviously, our Western teams are gone. They're in the loser bracket. They got cooked. So
they got absolutely cooked. No questions asked. And Final Weapon being the team that took down PXG, you know they're strong, and so is Takoyaki Party. All these teams are strong, so I'm very curious to see how this will go. I want to see how they play, how they move around, their aura. Let's see how this works out. Fufu.
Their aura is crazy right here, but we should be able to have something that tells us what do these teams have in store here, because I'm also incredibly curious. Where are they? There they are. I'll look at that in a second. My first concern is pulling out the translator. I need to make sure my hiragana I remember, and that I can read these names. So I'm pulling out translate so I don't mispronounce anyone's names, unless there's live time translations that we could possibly get from the voices in our head. I'm gonna take a peek at Takoyaki Party. Or drop my mic. That's fine too.
I will be taking a peek right here, and we got that. Oh my goodness, there is one of the members of Rusu, 8-time Area Cup winner. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! We're getting put in a blender. It seems like we're getting put in a blender. Man, these people are indeed like that. And are doing the thing, and that much can be determined by their results. And we see Rusu here many plays like Shot and Zuka and Pocket the Pan. They play Swig and Undercover and Reflex. That's crazy.
Oh my God, those are fun picks though. You know, hey, Undercover. I've seen Undercover be kind of a menace to society, and also selfishly I kind of want to see that there's an Undercover busted out for no reason. It's zones only, so I mean, what do we have to lose?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I would like to see Undercover too. I think that'll be fun to watch, you know, just see just to see how that pans out. And as far as the other members go, they're basically pretty much all well renowned as well. Also doing basically accomplishing pretty much the same feats as the rest of their counterparts and the rest of their members.
It's just so many good results here. I'm gonna also take an extra peek at Final Weapon. I think here. Where are you? Hello.
I mean, we gotta check out the people that took down our basically number one seed and see. Number one seed. Let's see. Eighth Kings Cup Zones qualifier is Not You. West Rep for East West Japan event. Multiple Splatfest podiums. They're usually a pen man. Their backline is Not You. Is Not You, and the rest of the members are Koshi and final winner on one of the teams. So, and second at the World Championships. Oh, they were part of the team that lost the jackpot during that one time. I see. Top 10 monthly challenge, Turf War Springfest winner. That I'm talking about Tsukuyomi here. Hopefully I'm pronouncing these names right, by the way. And Azu, number one for multiple Splatfest monthly challenge winner of 4,149 XP. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Man.
This is
gotcha.
mincemeat. We're going into mincemeat.
We're going to mincemeat.
Okay, for those in chat, they gentlemen's to mincemeat.
Mincemeat is one of the most hated maps here. I'm gonna be real honest. I can't stand this map, but I know for zones it's actually pretty loved by most of everybody from what I know. But I'm also terrible at the game. You know, like I've only ever been Division 2, so I'm nowhere near this level. But I can't stand this map. I hate this map.
It's a the lockout, not great. The middle, charger feeding central. Like it's literally just drop feeding kills into your charger half the time unless they get Zukoto. You physically move them out. This is like the one map your anchor can just sit there pretty and you're like, great. Decoration piece that paints a zone.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. They're going to Wahoo. Okay.
Never mind. They're going to Wahoo. They are going to Wahoo. All right. So we'll be going back to Wahoo zones here for the first stage. And if it's anything like we saw in the last one, then we're going to see how the teams choose to operate there and how they choose to go about it. Maybe we'll see another flank again, like from Art. Like maybe it's another flank again, and see which team's going to take that flank. Maybe because like I know like. That's the thing, y'all, that zones is won off the zone. Like, you don't play zone that much when you're playing zones. You only play zone when you have to paint it. Other than that, you're pretty much off it until you have to paint it. Pretty much.
Absolutely. There's just so much space between the zone and the spawn that if you're playing zone, maybe like the anchor can stick up there. If everyone else, why are you there? Go. You're throwing. Move forward. Get out of here. Get off the zone. Shoo. This is it. It's just interesting. I don't know.
You only sit there and paint the zone when, especially going on to it, like we saw in that last match, right? When FTWin threw out their stripes in that booyah, Utopia sat there and was like, okay, we're gonna paint over this because we have the time to do it, you know? And that's usually what you want to do, but you gotta make sure you have the space, the control, and the numbers to actually be able to sit there and paint the zone. Because if you sit there and just paint the zone, period, without that numbers and whatnot, then you're just asking to just basically die and give the team a recap and another chance at it, basically.
Pretty much. And I think it's also interesting. This is our second Wahoo World game. Usually don't see it often as well. So, question mark? Something just happened.
I kind of like that tune, that scary movie tune going on right there, you know.
Oh, we love it. We love it.
You want to play the scary movie tune? We can talk about Winners Round 1. That was a scary movie tune right there. That was just essentially a doom right there, bruh. Like just man, that's still blowing me, bruh. That's still blowing me, by the way. But we will be going here, Takoyaki Party taking on Final Weapon. So we're going to see how that goes. Mind you, Final Weapon being a team that knocked out PSG. So we're going to see how things go here. We can see the cock over here, and there's the edit. Both teams rocking the edit, just like I talked about there, Fufu, at the beginning.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna be such a fun one here. Especially, it can literally paint the zone in probably one go, if I recall correctly. Like 1.5 with some extra help right here. Both of these teams absolutely rushing in. Rusu just completely burst bombing someone out here. It's just one down on each side, but we are gonna be seeing Takoyaki Party be the first one. No, there's those flanks you wanted, Stormy. There are those flanks you wanted. They're happening.
They are indeed happening. They're going to be fighting off the zone here. We see the Espa getting a nice kill. They're going to probably look for another one. Forcing the crab tank out right there. Not what you want to see. It's another kill right there. And a Buyamon coming out, going to try to throw it onto the crab tank. And he's actually going to chip him out right there. The Espla's doing an amazing job right there on the side of Final Weapon.
Absolutely, here in Takoyaki Party just going to be getting that zone here in their favor. That's 3 down on the side of Final Weapon, leaving that Edit as the only player alive here. Still, holding the ground as best as they can, even if they're fighting from an uphill side. They aren't going to let that go here, but they are going to be going down. But it doesn't stop Takoyaki Party from still having control of the map right here. And with another member of Final Weapon going down, going to be an even longer hold, I think, here, Stormy.
Yeah, indeed. We see the Edit setting up right there. We're going to see the splash push up right here instead of just crab tank aggressively. He got a nice burst one came straight to the dome. Right there. That was crispy. That was crunchy. Ooh, I love that. I actually love that. Getting absolutely shot down by Azzy there. SBF doing the heavy lifting here on the side of Final Weapon. Looking to put his Booyah Bomb soon. Going to hold it for a little bit longer. Wait for a perfect opportunity. The flank here for the brush. Had to get towards the zone, but it's not happening. It gets taken out immediately. And we're going to see basically Takoyaki Party taking game 1.
Oh yeah, this is a certified knockout here on the board. And they even lost all their members for the sillies there. Game 1, Takoyaki Party. That was nearly 100-0, I think. That was like almost effortless, I think.
That was indeed almost basically effortless for the side of Takoyaki Party. Basically showing why they are the higher place seed here on the side of JP, and why Final Weapon is the 15th seed. Doing their thing basically.
No, yeah, I mean, look at how they play. They just threw the amount of coordination that goes into these things. You're tossing people at flanks, you're special chaining, just down to everything is just so connected, if that makes sense. It's so satisfying.
It is indeed. It is very satisfying to watch how these teams play and see the difference here, to see that gap that we're at. And so game 1 won the Takoyaki Party, so we're going to see the counter pick for Final Weapon and see where they opt to go to take down. Try to find a way to back into this game, because I think it's still best of 3. Yes, it is best of 3 for winners quarters, because this matters, because winner moves on to top 4 of winner's side, which is basically top 8.
Crab-Leg Capital. I really like this one. This is a really fun pick. Again, it's another one of those open maps here. I'm pretty sure those edits might stick, or we might see some pen swaps, because pen swap is also pretty solid on this map, especially people walk right to go, great, point and click simulator. You shoot them. Awesome. Profit. Is what Crab-Leg Capital is to an anchor, at least.
Yeah, indeed. So with that being said, both these teams rocked an edit game 1. So are they going to be switching to pencil here? Like that's mostly the question. I mean, wouldn't it be surprising if they do, seeing how talented both these teams are? I'm pretty sure both the edit players can just go ahead and just get on a pencil just because, they're just able to do that. Like they play edit, they whip that out and they're like, oh, it's a crab leg. They go ahead and pull up one of these, They like, let me go ahead and pull this out real quick. Like I can rock this too.
You just had that on hand. I'm an artist and I don't even have the pencil in my vicinity. You're the true artist here, Stormy.
I cleaned my room recently and I found a pencil and I was like, I should keep it just in case I need it. So
just in case.
Just in case. Just in case.
I have this. This is all I have for you. I also have like this. I have a Pikmin.
Yeah, have a Pikmin. Lovely Pikmin. I'm telling you who's gonna need that. I'm sure you're going to need that Pikmin the West after round 1. Man, Jesus Christ. We're going to need a lot of hugs, a lot of cuddles. Man, we got emotional damage to work through over here, all right?
Emotional damage is the best way to put it. See, I called it pencils. Pencils are out on the field on both sides. Again, it is a pencil map. It literally eats anyone on grapes. Also, can I mention there's going to be an Octobrush on the side of Takoyaki Party? Yes, I am so excited to see that Octobrush.
Yeah, indeed, an Octobrush there. Inside with the Neo Splash effect, help with the strikes. And then we're going to talk about the V-Pro as well on the side of Takoyaki Party as well. Going to go with that crab tank instead of using the traditional splash or anything else. That's very interesting, and I want to see how that put. Mind you, that pro has a line marker, by the way. So I wonder if they're going to get any value from that.
Chip value. We love to see right here, but we are going to be seeing one number actually go down inside of Takoyaki Party. Kontan up top here taking picks because they feel whimsical and silly enough to do so. Final Weapon able to get that zone in their favor, opting to take this top right area. Again, I love how these teams just absolutely waste no time to get themselves into relevant positions right here. Rooster's Crab is up and ready, looking to possibly take someone down soon as these strikes from Takoyaki Party attempt to cover the zone. Not quite are able to do anything.
The Splash attempted to take a stand to that pencil, but the pencil said, what you doing? And sniped them out the air, like just absolutely destroyed them. And that's what you like to see right there. Zip coming up right here from Remelia with this brush, gonna try looking to get a kill, but gets absolutely shut down by the two members of Final Weapon. Final Weapon looking to flip this into their favor with help of that Kartik as well, looking to force a game 3. Looking to refer right now. Here goes the Booyah Bomb. Here goes the strike. They gotta pay over that like we talked about right there. They're gonna try to neutralize, not able to neutralize. They're gonna try to secure right there, gets a nice kill.
Yeah, there's a reason some of these teams are some of the best right here. This is a tight fight right here in the zone. Still being able to be held by Final Weapon. Rusa just putting in work with the splash to really get that zone in the favor. Two members of Final Weapon go down here. Takoyaki Party is ready to make their final stand, but Okura still has a mag ready, able to keep that zone painted. And Final Weapon evening out the set 1-1. Oh, wow.
And this is what I talk about. Counter picks are important. It's important to know that when you make a counter pick, you're supposed to win on it. And that's exactly what Final Weapon did here. And interesting. Oh wait, what? Okay, cool, we good. I think one thing of interesting to note, right, is that Takoyaki Party.
It's actually 2-0, as a matter of fact.
Okay. The colors were reversed. But honestly, I was like thinking, I'm like, is this right? I mean, is this right? Yeah, I was wondering. Like, I was swearing that they were different. Okay, so take everything that I said and reverse it, just like earlier, basically. And that is it. We have Takoyaki Party going 2-0 over Final Weapon, making a clean sweep there. And actually, very, very dominant. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, Takoyaki Party said, yeah, we've won Area Cup before. This is no biggie. We're going to breeze through this 2-0. We got our weapon picks. We know what we're doing. We're on our way. Wrap it up. And wrap it up they did.
They indeed did wrap it up. And it's really just alarming. Because Final Weapon beat PXG. And then they go up against their people, Takoyaki Party, and get absolutely swept. Like
warming up, sorry, they were warming up. I swear.
Oh my god. My goodness. By the way, I love this song that's playing right now. I actually do like this song.
Honestly, the soundtrack kind of goes hard, not gonna lie. We have a pretty solid soundtrack here at IPL. Dude, what are we supposed to do? This is like, we're coping, is what we're doing.
I mean, I just think this is how the round 1 was just exercise, for the JP. They woke up. Well, it's like late at night, like 8 p.m. for them. They were like, all right, let's go for a night jog, and feast on some Western players, and this is like that's exactly how that looks. That's just exactly how that looks.
We have two scenarios. So if it's 8 p.m. over there, they're either staying up pretty late, or this is like great prime time gaming time. In NA, they're either just pulled an all-nighter, or they just woke up sleep deprived. I feel like this is what we got going on here.
Yeah.
Okay, sleep deprivation is not the answer or an excuse, but it is what's happening.
It is indeed definitely what's happening. Oh my goodness. It's just like, man. But to talk.
Can we look at brackets?
Yes, I'm looking at brackets right now. Actually, I gotta put up my Sendu, so I'm looking right now. Moonlight taking down Free Flow 2-0. It says Free Flow are my ghosts. I was like passively looking at that stream. It was a very good set. It was actually Free Flow put up a really good fight, but unfortunately fell short. Frutella 2-0 over Milky Way. That is crazy actually. Frutella taking down Ice, Brand, Jared, and Q. That is actually a wild win, a very good win for Frutella. Right there, PXG 2-0 over Hypernova, to nobody's surprise right there. Hypernova had a good showing there, but unfortunately ran into PXG. Unfortunately, and just how the cookie crumbles for them. And then FTWin 2-0 over New Meta. New Meta once again having a good showing, but it's some cookie crumbles. And now we're going to have FTWin taking on Final Weapon here on the loser side, and while PXG awaits the losers of False Dream and Utopia. Right now, looking like it's going to be Utopia.
Yeah, we're gonna just sit here and hope that our Western players had a warm-up match, and now they're gonna be locked in by the time we have the rest of JP's team starting to trickle into losers bracket. So FTWin, I'm looking at you. Lock in.
Yeah, this is. We gotta see how they adjust here. Adjustment needs to be made real soon. Samurai Cat, by the way, up 1-0 over Hornet, and we got the Invincible and Dragon Rex tied at a 1-1 set. Really interested to see how that one's looking. Win right there would send them both to semis. And really, as I say it, the number 1 seed of the bracket clutches up against a 9th seed, 2-1, putting themselves in winner semis.
Oh, this is just gonna be a lot of it's also very fun to just watch these teams kind of go, and we're just kind of building up more knowledge about them as the tournament progresses. You're kind of like, you just kind of start to cheer for people. Like we see them and I'm just like, oh, I want to cheer. Oh goodness, I am very curious to see how this is all going to play out at the end. I'm more curious to see how the losers bracket is going to play out here, especially.
Yeah, indeed. I'm very interested in loser bracket. We're probably only interested in losers because all the teams we know are down there. But that's besides the point. But Samurai Cat is still up 1 over Hornet. So if they win that, they will be going up against the Invincible, basically number 1 seed of the tournament. And False Dream and Utopia tied 1-1 now, by the way. So they will be going to a very decisive game 3 right there. But to talk about what we've seen so far, Fufu, it's like. It's really hard to bear this. It's really hard to bear the skill gap. Like I'm gonna stop joking around for a second and be serious. Like it's really like how do you get this good at the game? Like what are they doing differently that we're not? Kind of thing. Like it's a genuine question.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe if I'm not mistaken, they have more tournaments as well. There are a lot more. Nintendo does give them a lot more as well compared to the NA scene. I think, personally, we need more Nintendo involvement, at least on the Western side, and also just having more, just more practice between everyone. There's a huge skill gap between top and high level that we're not seeing a lot of new players right now. And I think we are in a position where the scene really needs to start creating more top level players. Throw away everything else. Who cares if you lose? We are in a position where we just need more people at the top because we're letting our own scene die out. And I think that's what's really shooting the Western scene in the foot at the moment.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't disagree. Like, as of recently, okay, I gotta speak from a personal standpoint. The only way, teams here come up and become, top teams is if you do one or two things. One, you kiss the top player's feet and beg them to take you into scrims and whatnot. I'm gonna be honest. That's the way it goes. Or you really just gotta defy all the odds and just grind your way up. You gotta be willing to do that. Team that was it. Yeah, but even then, it's hard. Yeah,
it's a connection-based environment. It really is. That's just what it is. It's such a connection-based environment, and that's what shoots it in the foot in the first place.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, if you want to talk about a team defying all odds, a team in this bracket being free flow, they defy all odds and essentially become the Cubs of almost not there yet of being a top team by at least by the community standards arrogance. Like JJ, that man's stubborn. He's like, I'm gonna grind with these people right here and we're gonna do it. And he definitely did it. He definitely did it.
We saw the fruits of that happening, and the Frutella fruits. Whoa, the fruits of the labor. But no, yeah, I'm really curious how they're gonna progress.
Yeah, indeed. We do gotta talk about that, by the way. Man, they took down Ice Brand, Jared, and Q. That's a win right there. That's a win for Frutella. You love to see it. And with that being said, to update the bracket again, Frutella is taking on Dragon Rex. Going to be a hard matchup for them, of course. Still 1-1 is False Dream and Utopia. We should be getting an update on that shortly. Samurai Cat still 1-0 over Hornet. We should be getting an update for that one shortly as well. So we'll be letting you know what happens there in 1 minute, 2 minutes. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna be having answers to our questions incredibly soon right here. Honestly, I'm so curious on how it's gonna turn out. I think the most interesting bit is that we're seeing gameplay outside of our region, and I think that's just what's the most interesting about it in general. I'm just like, we get to just witness this.
Yeah, indeed. It's actually very exciting to see. Also, like I said, FTWin taking on Final Weapon down here in Losers. We can really tap into that live stream and see what's happening there if you do. So if you want to see what's happening there, go to Sendu and go to the bracket and see Final Weapon FTWin. Click on the live. I'm sure Kyo's streaming it. Yeah, he is. We're sure Kyo's streaming it. So yeah, that'll be it. With that being said, I think we're going to take you guys to a quick break. We're going to show you a very important ad. By the way, I really would like for you guys to listen to this ad. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Splat World Series on IPL.
Whoa, those players are really good at the game. I kind of want to get into competitive Splatoon now. Let's see. How? Why are there so many Discord servers? I need friends for this?
The Stronghold Beginners Academy is a program aimed at making the first steps into competitive Splatoon as simple as possible. We have experienced staff who provide coaching and mentoring to make the process of joining the scene stress-free. Teams are hand-created by our staff to ensure they are high quality and full of potential. Applying is quick, easy, and takes only a couple of minutes. Season 3 of the Academy is almost over, which means the applications for the next season are now officially open. If you want to play competitive Splatoon but don't quite know how to start, this is the program for you. You can find out more on splatoonstronghold.com/academy.
Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time to.
And we are back here on cast for the Splat World Series here on IPL. If you missed it, I am Fufu, joined by the one and only Stormy. Do say hi.
What's up? What's good? We are here indeed. We are here.
Indeed, indeed. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to be moving on to winners finals here. We can start away from the teams underneath. We are winner semis here. We're going to look away from the teams that we have underneath us because we are going to be having a new set of teams up here in a bit. We are waiting for a game 3 to finish. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to be moving up on the semifinals bracket here. And I just looked down and False Dream just took out Utopia, by the way.
Yes, indeed. False Dream taking 2-1 over Utopia. I'm sure that was a very thrilling set to watch. So we're going to be having Takoyaki Party taking on False Dream here on stream. I'm pretty sure, seeing that's the only. Oh, we're going on. Okay. Okay, word. With that being said, that is indeed what's happening there. But looking down at the losers bracket here, Final Weapon, who we just saw get destroyed, by the way. It's up 1-0 over FTWin right now. FTWin with their backs against the wall. Dragon Rex up 1-0 over Moonlight. That is 1-0 over Futella right now. Moonlight waiting in losers still for their opponent. Yes, Fufu?
Stormy.
Yes.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
No.
Dog, dude, we're gonna be turning into NA is kind of getting cooked. They're kind of in the trenches as it stands. Kinda, yeah. Kinda.
Look, let me tell you something, Fufu. When I commentate, I don't sugarcoat anything. We are getting absolutely thrashed out here. It is tough out here. We're getting screwed. Like, oh my god.
Dude, we're getting absolutely screwed over at the moment. Not even screwed over. It's kind of our own fault, but they're shoving us into the lockers and everything. We're getting bullied.
We are indeed getting bullied. It's really not funny, but it is funny. It is funny. It's not funny, but it is funny. Man, it's really going to take a lot here for to turn this around. Seeing as what we have left, because what we have right now for the Western Brazil right now is PXG, who is taking on Utopia, who are very strong. They took a game off False Dream, who are the 3 seed. Dragon Rex just took off Futella, so there that goes, by the way. Hornet is now taking on Moonlight here in the losers bracket, so we're going to see how that pans out. And yeah, and with that being said, to up you guys on the actual thing that matters, because winners matters a lot more. Here in winners semis, the Invincible taking on Samurai Cat taking down Hornet 2-1, and then we got Takoyaki Party and False Dream here in the top 4.
Oh my goodness. And there's our bracket recap. This is going to get interesting. It's so interesting to watch a team just slowly get smaller in numbers. Also, important information, Samurai Cat has an E-leader. I'm normal.
Really?
Yep, there's a leader on that team according to the voices upstairs. there's apparently a leader on the side of Samurai Cat, and suddenly my eyes are wider open than they possibly could have been. I don't know. They were already wide open before. I don't know how those can stretch further, but they did. I love leader. As contrary to popular belief, yeah, I'm not afraid to say it. I love that stupid weapon. But it's not fun to play against. It's fun to joust, but not so much for my teammates. But I really want to see how that fares against the pencil edit meta that we are currently sitting pretty at. I'm excited.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that's probably that's probably one of the ingredients for their success, because as strong as pencil is, we got to be honest, leader does beat pencil. Where it doesn't beat pencil is paint and the fact that it has cooler. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I feel like if leader had cooler, there could be a real argument for it. Kind of, maybe. I might be stretching it.
I don't think so. I think you might be stretching it just a bit.
I think I'm stretching it just a bit.
Let me explain. Yeah, that thing is the reason leader is leader. It's a gimmick. It's a kill based weapon. You have to play so different. We lost the art of leader when pencil got introduced, and I stand by that so hard, because the optimal way to play backlines is cooked. We no longer play for the leader anymore. It's expected to play like a pen, and that's why people can't play with leader anymore. That thing needs people to be moved to the outside, and I'm putting high expectations on Samurai Cat to really fulfill the leader prophecy and really play around it. As you know, if that leader can eat well, maybe there is hope after all, is what I'm saying, from a retired e-leader player into the pen edit player back here.
Yes, indeed. I understand what you're putting down here, Fufu. And I'm curious to see what weapons they put around that, to make the leader work, because like the leader basically has to hit every shot that it takes for it to be really good in this day and age. But more importantly, the weapons that it's paired with have to also work as well. And I'm very curious to see what weapons they decide to put around that to make it work.
Absolutely. You're pretty much, it's both playstyle and weapon choices. Like, I personally played with the blaster. That was awesome. You want anything that can force people out of poking space, like out of ledges, like out of behind cover. You want weapons that move them out of there, or players in general that play to just move people into the leader's view. Just do what you want. It benefits everyone to have a player off of the field. So that's what I'm expecting. Weapons can be just about anything. It's just a matter how you go about it, if I'm being honest.
Yes, indeed. And I have a very straight look on my face because I was watching a live stream and I just saw Final Weapon get the final win, knocking out FTWin. So Final Weapon 2-0 over FTWin right there, and that ends FTWin's run here in the Splat World Championships. Very sad.
Wow, just like that. And
just like that.
Also got knocked out as
yes,
well.
Indeed. It is Moonlight and PXG left here, folks. And I do need to add, Final Weapon got destroyed by Takoyaki Barty on stream. There's really levels to this, man. There really is just levels to this.
Oh yeah, there's whole levels, and I hope that like this tournament really changes things in the scene. Hopefully, we know how things get. And I'm hoping things change, is what I'm saying, because I would love to see more crossover events like this that really force the NA scene to get better. I would love to see that, and it would be great for both players and our casting side of things. More storylines, more everything. This is the storyline of its own, really, when you think about it.
Yes, indeed. This is basically us getting beat up on right now, and I would like to see. I would like to see us not take this lightly. I would like to see us make some adjustments, stand up tall, and figure things out. Basically, that is what I would really like to see happen here on the Western side of things. Like I know, especially on the EU side of things, they're not exactly as unified as we are here in NA, but I would like to see them also come together and figure things out as well. Like. Yeah, indeed.
Yep, and there's a confirmation. FTWin is out.
Mm-hmm.
They lost by 1 point on both match, apparently.
I was watching the stream. They got KO'd on the second game, but it was close. They were actually doing really good. They almost won, but unfortunately they fell short. To Final Weapon. Final Weapon doing a great job making it over to losers round 3, and I think losers round 3 is basically top 9 or top. Is it top 9? I think. Is it? I'm trying to remember. Top 9, top 10. Yeah, I think it's
Let's
top.
see.
Top 7?
Seven.
Okay, 7. Okay, yeah, top 7. So, an amazing job there from them. Love to see it. Oh man, with that being
Absolutely.
said, Utopia up 1-0 over PXG here as well. Not looking good there as well. And then Hornet and Moonlight are still haven't got any reported scores, but that being said, that is what's happening there. But I am excited to see the semifinal sets as well once we do get around to those, Fufu. But right now, man,
Absolutely.
cooked. We are indeed getting cooked.
We're doing getting cooked, and we had our thoughts on that, and you know what we're gonna say. We keep at it, but I'm gonna turn my head towards the first stage that we're gonna be having, Inkling Art Academy. I kind of like this map. I think it is a little bit awkward in the center, as Inkling Art Academy tends to be. Your flowchart is very linear once you actually get past the center point. You know, put someone on bats, get your people on plat, move, lock them out, have your anchor in center. Great, thumbs up. It's a very straightforward map, but as we've seen before, a lot of players do get stuck in the center because there's a piece of geometry that is just sitting there awkwardly. So
And that piece of geometry, in my opinion, is the golden nugget to that stage of winning there, because it's important. Because besides all of that left drop or the right drop, depending on which side you're on, you know, and that little ramp area to clear out where people are sharking, that top mid allows retakes to happen. If you can get control of that top mid, use the maneuver, you're a Slayer. You can get up there really fast, push people off. You basically can control all of mid or have an oversight of everything. That's why it's the golden nugget.
pretty much the golden nugget. Oh my goodness. And yeah, both of these teams coming in. Nagora on mini? Yo, wait. I was like, wait, I know this player. I've seen this player play before.
That is the Zinc mini Splatling with the Toxic Mist and Big Boy. Would love to see it, along with the Rapid Blast, the cooler Rapid Blaster as well. We see that Crab getting absolutely shredded, getting no value there, but getting pushed out there by the mini. But actually going to stay alive there is Maru, doing a lot of work there, but Sumaru ends up going down there to the Dread Ringer, by the way, that has that reside. And and the S-Bus goes down too. This Dread Ringer put in a lot of work here, but he's taken down by that bucket.
Yeah, and even after those fights here on that right side, it's not going to stop Samurai Cat from getting that zone in their favor. And the Golden Nugget is now being used right here. Samurai on that top, or attempting to get on the top, being pushed out by a Blaster here on the opposing side here. Just really want to try to get themselves in there here on the side of Samurai Cat. Or they can choose to stall this out here. Strikes are coming ready. Hopefully as a calling card to really get everyone in, as well as that Crab here. But we're just kind of struggling to really make things happen on the plat. Doesn't matter. Samurai Cat still has that zone in play, and sometimes you don't always have to push all the way in here. That zone is capped.
And sometimes you don't need to actually shoot with the Crab tank. The ball form is very nice to use, you know, you can get kills and survive and stall long enough. Look at that right there. Going to probably get that pick right there with helping the teammate taking out 2 members. They're going to probably help them retake 3 members down right now. Push an 11 member out as we speak. Oh, but a nice kill there by Sumaru. Hopefully I said your name right. I'm sorry if I did it. Going to cause a little bit of attention right there, but gets taken down by the S-Blast.
Absolutely. Here we are seeing that change of tides here from Invincible Fleet, able to get that zone in their favor now. We are seeing that bubble. I like that bubble already. I'm hoping that's going to be tossed here somewhere on the ramp or as a holding. We are seeing, it's very interesting to watch these players hold their specials for just better opportunities right here. Just the extra ounce of patience that really does a lot. It could change the tide of like an entire situation. You could go from neutral to lockout, or really, it's so nice. But it doesn't matter because Invincible Fleet is unfortunately going to go 3 members down, letting Samurai Cat really get that zone again, stopping that count at 51.
Yeah, indeed. If they want to watch a leader set up on the top mid here very soon, actually already sitting up, they're going to shoot all the way over to this side of the plat, put them on a lot of pressure right there. Samurai looking to do a lot there. Oh, that's what they call Samurai Cat, based on their leader. You love to see it right there. Going to try to hit a shot here. Going to get an angle right there, but gets taken down. Actually, is a member, but there goes the Rapid Blaster. I mean, right there, 2 members down the bottom left. They do have that reset already along with the Big Bubbler, so they can force a recap here. A lot of damage going on right there. 3 members going down, so they are going to force a recap here. Fufu.
Absolutely here. And the difference here, it looks like Invincible Fleet is going to be looking to... Yep, they're already taking the plat, which is a big difference here from what we saw from Samurai Cat. And that was mean. That was incredibly mean.
That was unnecessary. Oh my goodness.
That was dirty is what it was.
Absolutely unnecessary reach spider, and then an absolutely unnecessary direct there by Lobster on that blaster. It just absolutely destroying them right there. 45 points remaining, trying to get it down. Ooh, but Lobster goes down there right there, and then comes the strikes on the zone. Do remember going down right now. Samurai Cat doing an awesome job retaking right there, and I do gotta remind you, they're running coolerless. I think, yeah, they're running coolerless, by the way. with that crab tank bucket and that S-Black, just going straight aggro, just running in with the range of that E-leader. Holding this Brio bomb right here for a little bit more time. Going to throw it to that left side corner to stall him out. Going to have to jump down because of that toxic mids. We see the Rapid Blaster poking there. Going to jump out as well, keep him alive. And with low penalty, they can look to get a lot of points here, Fufu.
Absolutely. And the no cooler is a very important part because no cooler is essentially the foundation of playing cooler right here. And we're seeing that foundation. It's just a lot more patient.
Oh my goodness.
Is what that playstyle is. And everyone is dead on Samurai Cat. Good night. Never mind.
No, they're going to get the jumps in, but it's not going to matter. But like I said, the Golden Nugget is top mid. If you had this top mid, you can do a lot, but he lost it. He got down. He got down, and that's going to be the game, Fufu.
That's it. That's game. Okay, I genuinely thought Samurai Cat was going to lose his own. Nope, that's it. That's game. Samurai Cat, leader numero uno. Leader numero uno. I love leader gaming. And okay, I called that blaster early. This was such a good match because the fact that they're running colorless here, they understand the risks and rewards of all of this. They didn't necessarily always have to push that plat. Although like the flowchart is very, it's very standard. They were like, okay, we'll just play this by ear. We have a blaster on these ledges and 2 other weapons that are like playing to either pick up or to support. I love the way they played this out is what I'm trying to say here. And, it's very different from what we're used to seeing. And suddenly hope is restored for my leader heart.
You love to see it indeed. And to really make a note, in Samurai Cat's comp, there's really nothing that special about it. It's just a splash, it's just a bucket, and an S-Blast with a leader. But they're just so talented that they find a way to make it work. And you can't really argue with results. They are definitely taking it here in this tournament. Here in Winter Semis against the #1 seed, Invincible Super Maru, up 1-0.
And yeah, no, literally, this is seed #1. This was the prediction for the Invincible Fleet. Was the prediction for first place here. So to see Samurai Cat come in, casually take out a leader, casually take out a colorless comp, something that we're not used to seeing anymore, the lost art, and just be like, yeah, we're just gonna take a game because we can. So such a good game. My mic breaks with it. This has been a common theme, and I really want to see. Yep, this is the counter picks I was talking about, Stormy. The specific weapon counter picks that and we saw this in the FTWin versus Moonlight set in the first qualifier, and we are seeing it being utilized now. Perfect, excellent. PXG's eliminated. Good night, guys.
Yeah, PXG eliminated that's probably it for Western Scene. I mean, Moonlight's still here, but they're down 0-1, so they got a lot of work to do. Hey, our hopes rest in Moonlight. They are the last prod here in the West, and that's why Shadow has 425 people watching him play right now, because they are the last. I know, right? 425 people watching because they are the last hope. They are the last hope. My goodness. This is all we got left, and that's what they have is a viewership. But to get back here, yes, this counter pick is personal. Oh yeah, that leader, yeah. Screw this leader. We're gonna pick Urshan Underpass and make you not play that weapon. And if you do play that weapon, you're going to struggle a lot. This is a hatred counter pick, like you mentioned earlier. A hatred counter pick.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, this is definitely specifically built to screw over that leader. We were talking about it, and oh my goodness, this is gonna be very fun, ain't it? Very fun for the leader. I really am curious to see what they're going to be picking instead right here. The thing is, Urchin Underpass, even if they lose this, it's a best of 5 and it's out of the way. It's better to get Urchin Underpass this early on than on a game 5, if I'm being honest. So this is definitely a better case scenario on the side of Samurai Cat, I think.
Yeah, indeed, and that's why I said earlier in this tournament that first game win is so important, because had they went down, get their counter pick, and then win, on the game 3, they'd be forced to play this. That's why it's so important. But with that being said, they ought to bring out that 52 guy instead of the leader and replace it. And with that zap, by the way, which I have not seen a lot of, I haven't seen it zapping forever. I can remember the last time I seen it, that boy is dead. What a nice kill there. What a nice kill there. But I didn't ringer. But a jump here, actually going to get a kill. Game 2 right there. That Dread ringer. What a play that was. Able to stall it out.
Oh my god.
Able to stall it out, but it's going to get taken down. But that mini is still alive. Moving around, going to get a kill in this jump. Remember, it's down just as that left alive, Fufu, and that will be the hold here for the Invincible Fleet.
Oh, no, absolutely. Here, Invincible Fleet finding themselves in a really good position right now. Again, they are still with that 62-point lead. I love to see that right flank here from Nagora on the right. Are they? Nope, they're not committing to that. Never mind. Here, we're just going to be finding a, old style war, shield and sword style fight here in the lockout position.
It's really hard to retake here, Fufu. I don't know if you know that. That much being obvious here. 2 members going down with the help of that resider, doing a lot right there. It is just that bucket left alive. With 30 points left in the game, we really have to come back in. The bucket has to hold the strikes, and the strikes aren't even going to go on the zone. We're going to see them sit right here and try to get the strikes onto the zone here, Fufu. Going to wait for the right time, wait for the team to get a little bit far enough. Going to throw the strikes on the zone while dying, and it's going to flip. And it's going to flip because, this zone is small, got a snatch away zone, and that's just how it works. So, going to get on 55 points of penalty.
Absolutely here. And, this is Samurai Cat's opportunity to try and get themselves in. They're definitely on the back foot here. And they, especially considering that they're like, I think they're, no, never mind. I take that back. They just got to get themselves in there. They really got to get themselves in there because they're staggering like crazy at the moment. This is not a moment where you want to do so right here. The zone is threatening to be flipped here by Samurai Cat, but Invincible Fleet able to really keep it in the position for just a little bit longer. Cooler goes out for Samurai Cat, but with members down on each side, 2 members down on Samurai Cat, 3 down on Samurai Cat. Nagora. My go.
Yeah,
my go.
Nagoro on that Zuka and that Midi just absolutely shredding the competition, not allowing them to come back in whatsoever. We're going to see the Fujitsu try to run up and make a move right there, but it's not getting any luck right there. Actually getting taken down. We have to reset at the ready as well. 3 members down. It is just the zap, and it's going to be really hard for them to get back in. Oh, but they take out a member. Oh, but the zap is moving in onto the zone, still laying alive. Going to get that corner and move around with the help of that whale. The zap can clutch us up and help the green control back on the zone, but the members are still fighting. Here come the strike. Can they flip it over with the strikes once again? They're not able to flip it over this time, Fufu, and that's it.
That is game 2 in Invincible Fleet's favor. Oh my goodness. They brought them to Urchin. They said, yeah, no, we don't want a leader to deal with. See ya. And took them to the snatched waste of his own map. What a game right there. You definitely felt the difference without a leader on the field from the side of, oh my God, why am I losing it? I lost a Samurai Cat. There it is. It's kind of crazy. The worst case is they could be taking a Flounder next. They really want to win this next one to put themselves at an advantage if you're Samurai Cat, 100%.
Well, yes, indeed. Oh, I forgot. Right, it's best of 5 now. I'm sorry, I've been doing best of 3 this whole time. This is best of 5 now. So they gotta keep. They do gotta keep the pace. So this counter pick matters a lot for them. They gotta take this counter pick and win, so they can have the advantage of having their own counter pick for game 5 if we do so choose to have to go there. So this is very important. Also, with that being said, the West, we salute you, but everyone has been knocked out in losers round 2. Moonlight going down 2-0 to Hornet, and that is it for the Western scene. And we basically didn't win any sets. We won 0 sets. How sad, honestly. Like jokes aside, how sad.
There's been a fall off. There has very much been a fall off. This is a Western stream. That being said, the Western scene is not free of criticism. We gotta lock in and we gotta do something because this. How are we supposed to win another World Series if we can't even win? We can't even beat a JP team. Granted, this is some of the best, but even then, we're gonna have to be fighting best of the best. If we get another World Series, we don't want to be in a situation like this. Okay. Oh my God, Ilto Alley.
Into alley. But that's why this tournament is important. That is why this was very much needed. And if this stays consistent, now I do gotta point out it's a lot of work for the TOs, especially my girl Eli here. She's been doing a lot of work, here. So we appreciate IPL and everybody who has helped run this event. It's a lot of work. But assuming we do keep getting these, this will be a nice turnaround for the Western scene to put some pep in our step to get better and figure things out. But with that being said, Ilto Alley zones, this is a strange counter pick because is leader good here? Is leader good here?
Is it good here? Is this even a question? Absolutely here. And I love how they're playing very interestingly here. They actually brought the cooler out on the side of Samurai Cat. They opted to actually pick up the speed. The only issue I see with Samurai Cat's comp right now is possibly paint. They're going to be very kill oriented in order to keep that paint up on the board here, especially considering there's a whole mini on the side of Invincible Fleet. So you're definitely going to be fighting with paint here on the side of Samurai Cat. Nice shot! Oh my god.
What a shot. I mean, I guess I'm full asking if leader is good here. Like, don't get me wrong. I know it's good here, but I'm questioning it for a reason, because it's like, I don't know. I'm talking about on lockout. Because if Invincible Fleet gets control of the zone and basically wipes them out, what is the leader really doing? That's my whole issue here. And if they play well right here, you're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about. As 3 members go down, just the leader left alive. And Fufu, you're gonna, oh my goodness, never mind. I'll be quiet.
Yeah. So you don't necessarily want to be the last one alive, but even with these leader-centric comps, you want to also be able to function without them. To be able to have teammates that really can pick up the slack and can still function without the leader, even for a bit, with that pressure relief, is a whole nother thing right here. But Lobster's playing games over here on the side, able to take a pick. Nagota here on the left side, trying to play games with the leader, as a matter of fact, forced to take a post-counter interaction. That's, oh my goodness, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And the only weapon that can do that is that mini Splatling, by the way. Like, that is just incredible what that weapon can do right here. And this is what I'm talking about. The leader right now, fortunately, has nothing that it can really do except take shots and see if it hits something, which in this area is very hard to hit anything. Lobster doing a lot of work right there. Getting another helping their team, getting a lot of assists. Probably going to try to get another one. Ooh, but Ezra able to pick up the flag. But able coming out, has to throw onto the zone right now. Had to go over there and paint it fast. But they're going to paint over it. But they're going to neutralize it there at one point. They're going to flip it right now. Fufu.
That's a mini. They're fighting against a whole mini on paint. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with that one. When I want to take it out, the Suka and a wipeout. Oh my god, that is crazy. Okay, Lobster, we are familiar with Lobster. Lobster does not miss. Nagota, that's a person I studied to play edit. There's a reason these guys are crazy, and we just saw it. See, the thing about this map being great about for a leader, it's also great for Zuka.
Yes, indeed, and man, that mini went in. They went in. Yep. Like, I like watching mini gameplay. Mini gameplay is so fun to watch, especially when you're good at it. Makes me wish I could play mini like that. Man, that is like incredible to watch. And that was my whole. But see, that's what I'm talking about. Like on lockout, I don't know what the leader can really do there. Assuming if they had control of the whole game, that's different. See, the leader's good, but when it's in a situation like this, it's very difficult. And with that being said, Samurai Cat had... My bad, go ahead. My bad, Fufu.
We're good. No, yeah, you're talking about what do you do on the retake. Remember the paint problem that I was talking about with Samurai Cat, where they had to be very kill-oriented?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of safe options to get themselves in there. S-Blast at your feet. There's a mini that paints your ground. No matter what you paint, you're cooked. It's really... Samurai Cat just didn't have the option to get locked out, and it wasn't an ideal situation to really just be there in the first place. Very unfortunate, and they're gonna be put on the back foot because even if they win this one, that counter pick will be specifically against them.
Yes, indeed. And so we're gonna see, like you said, I was gonna talk about it. They have lost their advantage. Now they have to counter pick again and win, which is also hard to do, by the way. You gotta win and then go on to a counter pick that is not gonna be in their favor. Flounder. It's gonna be very difficult for them. But I would like to see if they can pull it off. But they're the number one seed for a reason, and they're showing why they're the number one seed, being two very dominant wins, I will say, coming out of Invincible Fleet Maru after losing game 1.
Absolutely. Here again, the Invincible Fleet, this is why they are predicting number 1. The adaptation was very great to see. Also, yeah, just I love watching these two teams beef. Frankly,
I do like watching them beef. It's like these guys are very, very strong. So these are very strong. Young, oh god, like we need to study. We need to study. These games are these games are exciting to watch. And so Samurai Cat's counter pick is in, and they're going to Mako Mart. Interesting. With a leader?
Yep. This yes. That thing works. I love having the insider knowledge on leader because I used to play so much of that weapon. I had both of those things 5-starred for a reason. Yeah, no, this thing, leader is great. I personally prefer the ZF or camo just because you get a retake special with those, but you can shoot ungodly amounts of length. If you can set yourself even on the left stack, it's pretty nasty. It's just nasty. Also, you have that top left area that you can just completely clear your stack with.
True. Now, all right,
Like,
Fufu.
it's great.
Fufu. Listen to me. Listen to me good, Fufu.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm here.
I admire your work. You had very good commentator. By the way, I'm excited that I'm on a mic with you. I think I put that
Likewise.
out there. All right. But
All right, hit me.
hit me. I'm starting to question your leader knowledge.
Okay, listen. Those are its strong points. Those are its strong points. I did not mention the weak points. You gotta pull back. You pull back. Hold on. It can clear. Okay. Do you know that top left area? Do you know the area I'm talking about? That far left area. Yeah, that thing is a busted charger position in general. I play more ZF and Camo on this map than I do leader, but leader can reach ungodly areas still on this map. I stand by what I said.
Right,
because I've experienced what I've said.
Right, and we're playing that into a Dread Ringer and a S Blast, by the way.
Oh my!
Now, the in a mini, which is now a Nautilus, by the way. That's the point system Nautilus. Interesting, by the way. So, okay, how about this? If Samurai Cat wins this game, I don't know, but I'll just be quiet for the rest of this. I'll be quiet for the rest of the set. How about that? How about that?
Nah, bro, I'm not placing no bets. I placed no bets here because we saw Invincible play. This is our first seed, dog. I'm not placing. Okay, never mind. I guess Samurai Kai just got that. All right, whatever.
Wow, immediately, a wipeout here for the side of Samurai Cat, doing an amazing job right there, showing their dominance. The front line's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. We see that Crescent coming out there, shooting that left side, getting a lot of chip damage. Going to try to get that kill, but a split roll is going to save the member of the Invincible Fleet. As 3 members go, oh my, so fast. 3 members just go down, just disappear, and zone being flipped right back into their control.
Absolutely. Here we are seeing that just incredible retake there from Invincible Fleet, where again these players are menaces to society, and we've been seeing it, and you can just see the confidence steadily glowing on the members of Invincible Fleet, and that's what I love to see as they continue to just run circles around the members of Samurai Cat. This is why I didn't place bets, because I know how cracked the players of Invincible Fleet are. Just because leader is great doesn't mean it is safe from these types of players. This is why I don't make bets on stream.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to see Loftus jump out once again, just abusing the jump out button. It's kind of what you have to do here at this level, at this top level of play. But we see a leader take out the Nautilus right there. 2 members going down with the Crescent out. They can try to fit the zone right here. Oh, but they got to be careful of that reset. Oh, but a nice pick by the leader, showing off his value right there. As Zap goes down once again, Visible Fleet has to back up now. And that Booyah Bomb on top of the jump does not get the kill, actually. Woo! Now he died, but the bucket, but the Nautilus getting chipped out right now as we speak. 3 members down, just an S-Bot left alive in the back on the flank. Booyah Bomb coming out. Fufu.
It's Lobster. Lobster, we know what Lobster's here to do. Lobster's here to cause absolute problems. Yep, Lobster was sitting in the back, causing problems, and that is a player that you do not want to let go into your backlines right here. But with 1 down on Samurai Cat and 2 down on Invincible Fleet, this is looking like a manpower situation here in the favor of Samurai Cat here. Get that crowd out. Get as much space as you can right here, your Samurai Cat. You want your leader to get set up right now. That is what you want at the moment. Do not let them get pushed away.
Oh, the crowd! Oh my goodness! What a shot there by Samurai! What a shot there by Samurai! We saw that crowd tank put down insane damage there on the members of Invincible Fleet, and another shot! And another shot! But oh my God, I see it! Unfortunately, I see it, and I'm kind of mad that I'm seeing it. And the Rizzo coming out, the Rizzo does nothing with the tri-strike. Amazing tri-strike right there. Oh, but here comes the flank right there. Oh, but they're all over this flank, and it's looking for Maru to go. But what movement right there? And we're talking about 1 point and flip the zone. Wow!
Whoa. Dog, that's crazy. That's crazy work right here. Invincible Fleet just really holding that by a hair. They do not want to let that lead go right here. And we only had 3 minutes down on the match, by the way. We have 2 whole minutes left on this game still, and it's the action hasn't stopped. This is a non-packed action. We are seeing Somato just trying to get that crab here, trying to force some space, strikes him out. We are seeing just about every special known to man coming out on the zone right here as it's things are happening. People are dying. Stormy, they're dying.
They are indeed dying, and I mean, they're the number 1 seed for a reason, right? Maru movement on that splash is second to none. Just absolutely crisp, no time wasted at all. But Lobster getting a nice director onto the bucket, a huge pick. Lobster being careful there. Look at that split roll right there. Going to actually try to outplay their opponent. Ooh, but gets outplayed instead by that S-Blast. But attention drawn right there. Nagaro here on it. No, looking to try to get that pick, getting a lot of damage. A lot of damage with helping that bucket able to finish it. Reset it at the ready as well. Maru taking a fight right here with that. Remember, he's super weak. And the strikes coming out onto the zone and perfectly face strikes to help them flip and keep them alive in this game.
Absolutely here, but it doesn't stop Samurai Cat from still being on the back foot here. They are still very much being locked out of position right now. And just because those 30 penalty points, we have maybe like 15 seconds left before those penalty points are out of the way here for the side of Invincible Fleet. And you know, Samurai Cat, you gotta do something. You gotta start getting picks. You gotta start doing stuff and getting a huge pick indeed right now because they're able to take out Naigota on that Nautilus. That is what you want. Get him out of there. You do not want a Nautilus on the field.
Yeah, indeed, and I think the big thing there was the E-Leader as well. Oh goodness gracious alive! Just absolute destruction. I was going to say, one of the big things for that retake there was the E-Leader's wave breaker, you know, making them do a little bit of exercise, play a little bit of jump rope right there, you know, get up early in the morning jog there, 1, 2, 3, 4, jump over the wave breakers, you know, they have to get back into the zone, but actually not able to do much there. Here come the strikes once again. Are they going to paint over it this time? No, they won't get a nice pick as well, but they got to push up fast here. They got to clear these members here for them to have a chance with the zone. Knowledge goes down. That's what they need right there, but they got to keep going forward, but they're not able to move them at all. Is that getting the cooler out with Taylor to go in this game?
Right here, yep, and you know, we just saw 2 of Invincible Fleet's members essentially have to go back to spawn right here. Samurai Cat able to have this zone in their favor. It's a little too orange for my liking here, but if they're able to keep this held, you know, get your leader set up, ignore that Booyah Bomb. Who needs a Booyah Bomb anyway? The Booyah Bomb from nowhere. What?
The Booyah Bomb goes to the second push off the members, actually getting up, but 2 members go down, 3 members go down, and here's the restart at the end of the game. And that is it. That Booyah Bomb was actually the push off the other members, knowing that it doesn't need to go onto the zone because we got a restarter, we got a G special, and that is it. Samurai Cat putting up a nice fight, but Invincible Fleet will be taking this 3-1.
Oh my goodness, what a game, what a game. Again, this is why they are seeded 1 and why they have predictions. They adapted like crazy and said, oh great, we just like nuke the leader and kind of, you know, break them. Awesome. If they can't get set up, neither can their team. And so they just completely took advantage. Dude, Lobster and we're bullying people. Lobster especially. Lobster was on a bully streak. I'm so serious.
Yeah, just those picks from Lobster, just those random picks where you at least expect them. He just always pulls them out the bag just randomly. And after losing game 1, Invincible Fleet Maru just takes 3 games in a row and knocks Samurai Cat down to losers bracket. Gotta give him a chance for a rematch, and they will be moving on to our winners finals.
That's so crazy. Just what a game. Just what a crazy show of adaptation here. And it was pretty close. Let's be honest. This was a close set.
It was.
Despite what the numbers say, it was a close set. And Samurai Cat, my goats. They did great. Also, I hope they go through losers finals, and I hope to see them later again, honestly, because my inspiration is off the roof. Also, you saw what I was seeing, right, Stormy? I wasn't wrong.
All right.
I wasn't wrong. Yeah.
I'll give it up. I'll give it up. I'll give it up. Okay, you do know your stuff. You know your stuff. I'll give it up. That being said, Invincible Fleet in that winners finals, and we got a very, very close set going on right now on the other side. Takoyaki Party, False Drink tied 2-2 going into that game 5. And on the side of losers, we got Dragon Rex up 1-0 over Hornet, and Utopia up 1-0 over Final Weapon. Winner will face Samurai Cat. And with that being said, we're going to take you guys over to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Splat World Series on IPL.
Was it all in vain? My world revolved around you, now it's trapped inside the pain. Maybe I should stay in the dark after you had it to a place you far away. All those crazy thoughts are going through my mind. A part of me I can't escape. Our love was so sublime. It doesn't make no sense. Say I'm good-hearted, but I'm just getting started. Got my eyes on the target. No, no. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty. They say I'm dangerous, 'cause I broke all their cages. No, I won't sit and take it. No, no. They left me for dead, I guess I'll never learn. Every time I break, there's just more pain to burn. They'll never, never, never learn. Till the battle's won, till kingdom come. I'll never run. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Splat World Series Finals. Before we get into it, say hi, Fufu, by the way, before you say that.
Hello.
Before we get into that, do important announcement here, important ad here. After later on today, we will be having Karma's tournament, which is a donation tournament for sickle cell disease. Earlier this year, Earlier this year, we unfortunately lost one of our great community members, Karma, to sickle cell disease, and I would just like to give 30 seconds moment of silence here in front of like a big crowd here to respect Karma. So please give me a moment of silence. Thank you for that lovely moment of silence. We all greatly appreciate it. Sickle cell is no joke, people. It has taken lives of many, and it's one of the most hardest things to treat currently up there. It has taken one of my friends from school, actually, when I was in school. It's very serious. So that's why it would mean a lot for those to go play in that charity tournament later today, as well as donate to the cause in the sickle cell organization. It would mean a lot. And thank you to all the people that are running the event. Hollow, Mello, and Ezio. Very good people, very good TOs as well. Just doing their thing for this cause.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, the Bull Cup's also in that tournament list as well. So again, if you can, go play. It's for a good cause. Donate where you can. This is a big event. We have eyes, so put your eyes over there as well.
Indeed. Also forgot to mention Bull Kelp as well, also one of the organizers for that event. So thank you all for that moment of silence. Thank you all for your respect, and thank you all for listening. It will be really nice for y'all to go donate and also play in that tournament happening later today. Did anybody have the time for that, by the way? The time for the tournament, so I can 11 a.m. Pacific. So 11 a.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. 2 p.m. EST, I think that is 2 p.m. EST. Happening 2 p.m. EST. So basically, if you play in this tournament, especially the Western teams, you please go over there and show some love. You know, that would be great. Don't even have to play. You can just donate $1. Anything helps. Anything helps. But that being
I do
said,
want to mention.
Oh, go ahead.
Like for those donating 10 or more, it's also you also enter into an art raffle as an extra incentive. Do donate
yes.
if you can.
Yes, 10 or more, you get free art. You don't get free art. You get an art raffle, and winner gets free art there. And I mean, the art is gas. Personally, I'll do it. The art is definitely gas.
First to third, by the way, not just first to third.
First to third, yes, we'll get art.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That is indeed awesome.
Yes. So go play, fellas. Go support. That being said, I don't think we have our next match. Yeah, do we?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
we indeed have our match. This will be winners finals happening right now. The best two teams right now in winners as of right now. We have Invincible Maru taking on Takoyaki Party. And we've seen both these teams on stream earlier. Both teams super strong, super dominant. Takoyaki Party coming out of a thriller Game 5, taking over False Dream, and by at least, I know seeds don't matter, but by seed-wise, an upset, if you will, the 7th seed beating a 3 seed, making it all the way here to winners finals. Now having the tall task of taking on basically the best of the best around the Invincible Maru.
Oh, this is gonna be good. And we've seen both of these teams. Again, we've seen both of them. We saw the last set with the Invincible Fleet. That was already crazy. Takoyaki Party wasn't playing around. And you know, both of the teams are roaring, ready to go. They've played through a bracket. They got steam in the chamber. There's coal in the fire. They're ready to go, is what I'm trying to say. It's gonna be great.
Indeed they are, and this is going to also be a best of 5. Like I said, that first match is very important. Winning on the counter picks, having counter picks in your favor also matters. Last time we saw Invincible Maru go down 1-0 to Samurai Cat, but they were able to bring it back 3 games in a row. and just absolutely destroy them there. But the games were close indeed. So we're going to see if Samurai Cat will come back. With that being said, we'll be starting on Hagglefish Zones, which is basically the final destination of Splatoon maps.
Yeah, this is like the OG. This is the zone starting map of all time. Also, very much a hallway. And painting the zone for 30-second simulator. We've seen it. We've played it. We all know and love it. Maybe hate it actually.
Who knows? I don't. It's a neutral spot in my heart, and I'm sure that most people won't mind playing it. Like, this is one of the maps. If you don't know how to play this map, then you might want to quit the game. I'm just saying, like, you should know how to play this map. It's like, it's very simple. It's very straightforward, and it's been a staple since launch. Basically, it's been a staple since launch. That being said, I'm interested to see how both these teams are going to fess up. Would Invincible and Maru pull out that Dread Ringer with the reslider? Because I think has done a lot of work. We've seen Lost do a lot of work. We've seen Maru on that splash do a ton of work. Hence why the team is named after them. So like, we won't see.
Yeah, we're gonna see for sure. And again, we did see Takoyaki Party. Who did they take that? We saw a pretty like dominant set earlier in the cast. I'm trying to find the exact set that we were seeing right there. It was Final Weapon.
Party. Yeah, exactly. Takoyaki Party. 2-0 Hypernova at the beginning. Then 2-0 Final Weapon, very dominantly, I may add, like pretty concerning dominantly. And then took a 3-2 Thriller over False Dream. So they've definitely made the run here. They definitely have made the run here. Had pretty 2 easy sets for their first 2 sets, but then taking on a Thriller for the semifinals, were able to pull it through and make it way here. They're guaranteed top 3 in this tournament, which is already good in itself.
Absolutely. So all this tells me is that this is going to be a really good set, is what I'm hearing. Because again, both teams great, talented. We have our seed 1 already. This is just the air. You want to win this. You want the advantage here on the grands, because if you don't have to go through a bracket reset, that would be awesome. You don't want to be fighting an uphill battle here.
Yes, indeed. You don't want to be finding up in battle here. And to go over the rest of the bracket before we go into winners finals and see what's going on here. Final Weapon 2-1 over Utopia, making their way to losers round 4. Hornet 2-1 over Dragon Rex. They're on the loser side, making their way into losing round 4 as well. So we got Hornet and False Dream on the top side, and Samurai Cat and Final Weapon on the bottom side. So interesting to see how those play out here. But as far as winners, this is it right here. Winners will have a spot secured in that grand finals. Everyone will have to win 1 set. Loser will have to go down to losers finals and try to win there, to go for a rematch and force a bracket reset to win the whole event. So this is big stakes right here.
Oh, big stakes indeed right here. You want any advantage you can get, especially in an event as big as this. So we are actually seeing that Nautilus and Rapid come back out from Invincible Fleet. And again, a pretty standard comp here from Takoyaki Party, bringing that edit back out to the field. I love Ed on this map, by the way. Edit is phenomenal. I love this map. It's very silly.
Yeah, indeed. I think one of the big main picks right there will be that decap that gets absolutely shredded, as I try to call out how massive it will be. But a decap will be a massive pick there with a big bubbler and the big damage in these hallways and just forcing space here. But we're going to see Invincible and Maru basically taking it down one by one. The decap gets singled out right there, and it's just the edit left alive. And we're going to see Invincible Fleet push up really aggressively.
Absolutely. You're already seeing Lobster on the shenanigans. Taking big
what? What is that? What's going on?
Bullying is what happened there. I don't, that is just a Lobster way. A Lobster kind of says, yeah, you die, and nuke someone.
Okay, but I've never seen an S-Blast do that. Like, to just fire that fast. Like using the ramp to just keep going up and down real fast, using that long range fire. I've never seen anybody do that. Like, that is just crazy. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And with tempo that's so important in the game, is remember going down left and right. Then look at that's going to be it. The Invincible Fleet looking poised to take game 1. The shot left alive. Has a lot of trying to pick the zone, and it's not going to be enough. Just a landslide victory for the Invincible Fleet. Looking pretty invincible right now.
Looking pretty invincible indeed. That was some nasty plays. We saw it from Lobster specifically. Just that was the most hater behavior I've ever seen it. That is personal. Yeah. You gotta go. That was genuinely personal. That was crazy.
That was like to the other S-Blast for them to do that, like why? Like, what was the point? Like, just straight bullying. That's what that was. And truthfully, the entire way they played that game was bullying. Like, the entire team, everywhere that Takoyaki Party wanted to go, they were there. And they didn't want it to do. They countered it. They mirrored it and just did it better.
Also, that flank was nasty right there. I think that's what truly sealed the game. We saw, I don't know who flanked in that area right there, but that like took, I think, one or two people out, and that was just it for Takoyaki Party. It was just one and done. You know, this is a very rehearsed map. Again, we've been seeing it since the very beginning of the game. It's no wonder that it went by so quickly.
Yeah, indeed. And they look very comfortable. So this counter pick for Takoyaki Party needs to be a good one, because if anything keeps going like that first game, that is not what you want to see. Not what you want to happen here, especially in winners finals, in the essentially secure top 3. Like, that's not how you want to go out. You don't want to go down like that. So Takoyaki Party's counter pick here will be decided, and it's going to be deciding a lot. But the question is, Fufu, is how do you slow down a team like the Invincible Fleet Maru? I mean, we saw we saw Samurai Cat do it earlier with that E-leader. And yeah, I was thinking about a whole nother team. But yeah, we saw Samurai Cat do it earlier with that E-leader. We saw them slow them down, but how do you slow them down?
An option is a screen. I think it's down to specials here and down to how you are able to stall. It's hard to stall a team that's running on so much momentum. Screen is an option. I think screen is always going to be a good option. Crabs there for an option. Just anything that has uptime and stays on the field is really good way to just slow really anyone down, and it not necessarily throw off the game, but you know, you got to move with that. And we're back in the building with Inkling Art Academy.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this is the one map that Invincible Fleet Maru actually lost on to Samurai Cat earlier, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they did lose there. So this is actually might be a really good counter pick. Maybe Invincible Maru isn't so comfortable here. Maybe their weapons just aren't suited for it. Also, we do gotta mention they are running double cooler, by the way, with the rapid and the zap. So they're just going. It's interesting because I ain't gonna lie, I've seen us try to do it, and a double cooler, it works sometimes here, but for the most part, I haven't seen it used like this that effectively, where they just, I think it just comes to a point where your mechanical skill is just up there, that's that much up there, that you can just get away with doing that, you know? It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, some weapons are just that good that their main weapons alone, like there's a team I'm thinking of, Tico got kicked out, who literally just doesn't use specials at that point. They say, we have great main weapons, we go. And I feel like it's that mentality with a double cooler here, except just much faster. It's, yeah, we have mechanical skill, we have 2 pushing specials, and we have 2 coolers. Try to stop us, I dare you. And I think very much it's going to be a special usage there, and just to really try to stall people out usage there from Takoyaki Party.
Yeah, indeed. So we're going to see how this counter pick pays off for Takoyaki Party here. Going to go into ink block zones. We're going to see if any comp switches happen here. No comp switches happening on the side of Invincible Maru. So you're going to keep that zap, going to keep that rabbit, keep it a double cooler with that germ ringer, but the splash on all this. And on the side of Takoyaki Party, putting out a splash this time instead of a shot. So going with the crab tank here, which makes a lot of sense with that S and that decaf. Looking to put bubble on that zone and force space. We're going to see control going to Takoyaki Party immediately. Fufu.
Oh no, absolutely. Oh my god, Toto, my god, dude, you can't just start off that way. You can, and just did, as a matter of fact, right here. Invincible Fleet forced on the back foot right here. Really forced on the back foot right here. Takoyaki Party is getting just going with it. They knew what they had to do, and they said, great, we lost badly the first time, but it's not going to happen again, and they're going to be making waves here on this first push. Oh,
yeah, indeed. We're going to see 2 suction bomb positioned perfectly right there to take out that jump in. But that crabs coming out, oh, but the splash down, everybody to take it out right there. What a nice job there by the Invincible Maru, and the girl on that knowledge is going to have to recap the zone. And it looked very strong at the beginning, but then it gets taken out. It's going to take out 2 members. Lobster doing a lot of work there, but it's going to trade it with the knowledge. Toto doing a nice job on that decal, able to limit the damage there.
Absolutely, here. It's gonna be a fight right here. Invincible Fleet was able to get that zone, as you said, and it's just a matter of we gotta hold it. Takoyaki Party is going to be coming in real quick, real fast, just trying to make waves where they can, and making waves they do indeed. 2 down, and getting the zone once more here. Takoyaki Party just trying to keep that. I'm okay, Stormy. I'm okay, I promise.
Indeed, I believe you're okay. I'm gonna tell you who's not okay. It is going to be Invincible Fleet right now in the face of that crab tank getting taken down one by one, and that wreck right there by Conton right there, able to pick him out right there. low point penalty here right there, so they can probably get some points on the board. They're careful, going to opt to jump up there, not going to put near the ledge with a rapid blast or into the decals, which makes a lot of sense right here.
And we are seeing that Reef Slider here up and ready for, careful. Got on the has that Reef Slider ready, gonna look to try and paint the opposite side here. Able to cap that zone successfully with the help of the Reef Slider, but not without going too down here on the side of Invincible Fleet. Oh, you're playing Fall-Off game. We're playing technically playing Fall-Off game right here, but the Dread is still gonna come out of that alive. Nope, never mind, not alive. That's gonna be a wipeout for the side of Takoyaki Party. These teams are not only moving fast, they're utilizing every single resources in their arsenal, and I love that. I need to mention that because I freaking love that.
Yeah, indeed. Using that bubble, using the suction pump, using everything on a force minute to jump up right there. Toto getting caught out right there. It's going to die, but I probably had that cooler. It's going to come back pretty fast here. Actually, die with no cooler. Hold this Booyah Bomb right here. Not panicking just yet. Going to throw it down right in front to stall a little bit of time. 1v1 here with Lobster, who's going to come out on top. It's going to be Kanton this time. A huge pick right there. Going to turn a force minute on the left side. But Arisa coming out and a splash down. There's nowhere for Toto to run. There's a force going to go down there, and a zone flips right in the favor of the Invincible Fleet.
Yeah, what a very risk spot to be in if you are Takoyaki Party right here, especially considering that you were that close to a knockout. 50 points is pretty dang close, definitely less than that 10-second mark, but Invincible Fleet is opting to actually stick in mid here, play their ledges, play any, just any place that they can die is kind of just not an option at the moment. Rusu with the crab, able to get a really solid pick right here. This is going to be they got to move their team, and moving they are.
Moving they are, the decal with the bubble on the right side is going to do a lot of damage and help them pay a little bit. See what you're going right now. Toto going to move in. Maybe a little bit overzealous there. Gets punished by the Nautilus. Just what Nautilus is there for. With a lot of penny points ticking down right now. Really close to that lead. Nautilus goes down. They're going to funnel into the zone. But chip damage. Massive here by this decal. Moving forward. Reslider also at the red is going to get a lot of 70 chip damage there. But the team is going to try to take them out. 2 members down. It is just the edit left alive. And it's not going to be able to do anything. And it's just coming in as a wipeout. And the Invincible Fleet going to take game 2.
Game 2 indeed. And there is the game. There's the whistle. There's the pointing. I love that. I'm sorry. I had to point that out. But oh my goodness. Yeah, Invincible Fleet said, yeah, 15 points. Yeah, great, cool. We're going to take it anyways. They did not care. They said, we're going to play. Even when they only had 2 members up, they stalled and held so well. They play, the way they play their cards is just everything. They're like, okay, we shouldn't overstep here. We're not dying here, so they don't die there. And it's so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, indeed. And it really let Takoyaki Party had like the resource they needed to win the game. But the re-slider and double splash and the splashdown coming out on top of Toto on that decap. It's felt like overkill. Now they say, get some exercise, man. You gotta run. You gotta run. But there was nowhere to run at all. That splashdown coming down with that 70 damage of that re-slider just did overkill right there. Helped them force the recap. And a lot of good picks right there, especially from that Dread Ringer. That pick was huge because the Nautilus went down, so he was sloshing underneath the ledge and got that pick. Like, it was seamless. Like, boom, 45. I forget how much damage it actually is. I think it's 45, right? On the sauce for the Dread Ringer.
I don't remember.
I forget, but 40? It's 40, okay. 50-40, right.
40.
Like 50-40, like, boom, 50-40, and then it hit the last one. It was seamless. Like, it was like, it was incredible to watch. I was like, he's gonna get that pick, and indeed got that pick, and that was like turning times right there and basically closed it out for them. Takoyaki Party down 2-0 against Invincible Fleet and Maru, which is understandable. They gotta make another counter pick. It's gonna be a very hard uphill battle for them.
Absolutely. I think they still have it in them, if I'm being honest. It's just a matter of keeping your mental steady. I think the biggest thing is really just their retake. If they can just take a breath on that final retake, because I think they had 2 failed retakes on that where someone overstepped, or just we had people go down when they shouldn't have, and it definitely cost them the game. And we're going to be going into Umami Ruins, which is it's another tough retake map. You don't want to catch yourself forced to retake here, because they can go all the way up to your spawn, and to have an S-Blast all the way up there, no thank you, we're good. It's even if they get up there in the first place, we are seeing a little bit of holdback on really going too far into people's bases.
Yeah, indeed. And S-Blast it's just that weapon, man. It's just that weapon that it's really annoying to do. You get what do you mean you get the combination of a Luna Blaster and a Ranged Blaster in the same weapon? Like, it's absolutely a hindrance to deal with, especially here in the Umami Ruins. Like you said, like just a lot of places that the S-Blast can poke, can reach, and if you want to fight in mid, it can with that big wide Luna Blaster radius it has. It just can.
I think the biggest thing with this map is just making sure that your team can can get on top of that center. It's just you want that center part. If you can essentially cap that area, it should be easy to really take control of just the entirety of mid. I think that's what these teams are going to be wanting to be aiming for. Again, I feel like the speed we're going to be moving on in this match to Mommy, it's going to be fast. So prepare your eyes.
Yeah, indeed. Especially, like, I think both teams are going to be pulling out an edit here. Well, not both teams, because we've seen Maru pull out Zap and Rapid Blast. It might keep that. But edit here is actually very strong, so Takoyaki Party will probably look to keep that edit around here. Maybe time to go for the pencil, I don't know, but I would keep the edit if it would be. That's just me talking, though. But I'm sure when one team gets a control, I expect them to be pushing deep into their spawn, not wasting no time, especially if they still have that decaf up with that big bubbler.
No, absolutely here. And, you know, I super agree with that edit take. The game is running so fast at the moment that I don't think Pin would have time to catch up. And it's not... And also, with the Rapid on the field, it's going to be pretty rough as a literal direct counter. So, yeah, pretty standard comp there from the side of Takoyaki Party. And Invincible Fleet hasn't changed a thing from last match. They're going to keep running it down with the double cooler. And it's just a matter of Takoyaki's approach and see how they can really deal with this right now.
Yeah, indeed. Rusu opting to stick with that splash. The decaf going down already. Toto, not what you want to see there. So control going in favor of the Invincible Flicker and Maru already off the bat. Going to get it captured in the zone right here. You can see the Jerry popping that restart. Going to probably get a kill right there. And he able to get the kill. But Toto getting a nice flick right there while moving forward. Getting a nice eddy as well. Getting a chip by the teammate with that burst bomb. Able to get a nice kill as well. But the Crashing coming up. Going to have to stall a little bit longer. It's a bloodbath going on in mid. But we're going to see control probably going in favor of making the Invincible Fleet after a nice kill. But they do force the cap on the zone. And that big bugger is going to have to keep the pace.
Yeah, pace is definitely fast here. Just Takoyaki Party is able to keep control of the zone at the moment, keeping Invincible Fleet as big. Gotta know over here. Just you taking me. This Dread is like not to be messed with. I'm so serious.
The Dread is not to be messed with, and the splash is also not to be messed with. We're going to put on both sides of the zones there with that splash down, able to take out members right there. Going to take about push the Lazimir and Takoyaki Party out. So we're going to see Invincible Fleet push up here for the aggro. Here comes the cooler out. We're going to see them try to make a play right here. Oh, but a nice play there by the S-Blast. Kanton doing a lot of work here. Has to be careful though because the chip damage from that suction bomb and the rest of the members. And this crowd take is getting absolutely no value here, Fufu.
Oh, and it's gonna get pretty rough here. Russo, I don't know if they realized that there was someone on the right side, not there anymore. Booyah Bomb coming out from Kontan on the side of Takoyaki Party, just trying to make some waves here. Dodo getting the memo, trying to take a hold of center, but just opting to abandon it until that bubble comes out. Bubble comes up in center to really force that space. Reef slider from the depths, I guess, and it worked.
Indeed, the reslider, every time a reslider goes out, it gets somebody. So they're able to get a pick right there, but it's not going to be enough. There is going to be a wipeout on the side of Takoyaki Party. Invincible Fleet looking to close it out here and go up here and go to grand finals. But so they're just dropping one by one, and they're picking them off one by one. Two situation going on right here. Content has to go forward and make a play. Booyah Bomb almost at the ready, but the other member goes down, has to find something to do, but it's just blocked out in mid. Going to trade the Rapid Blaster, but that's not really what you want to see. And with another wipeout, that's it. Invincible Fleet, dominant performance, dominant showing. They're the number one seed for a reason. The best of the best there is, and they're going to be going to the winner side of grand finals.
It's exactly just what an incredible show of strength from Invincible Fleet. Like, even though this was Takoyaki's counter pick, it didn't matter. They're like, great, we've played you guys for 2 games prior to this. We know your tricks. And we're going to send it forth right there. And I think at some point, they just completely overwhelmed Takoyaki Party. It was like gradual from the first match. The first match was probably the closest we had. And then from now, like Takoyaki Party had it in them, but just not enough here.
We gotta talk about the Nautilus pick. Like the Nautilus pick is like, it's actually insane. And I think one of the biggest values of having the Nautilus, besides the main weapon being absolutely busted because it's Nautilus, is the splashdown, the triple splashdown that can just hit on both sides. It just catches opponents off guard when used correctly. And with how Invincible Fleet and Maru play, or the pressure, or that chip, you're never, especially with a reslider, you're never going to be prepared for the splashdown. You're just never going to be able to like react to it.
Literally not eats off of Crossfire, and there was just so much to work on the Invincible Fleet that it's just it just works so well. It's like a seamless. it works seamlessly on the team, and I think that's amazing. Takoyaki Party did an amazing job. Just they will be unfortunately moving down to loser bracket. Doesn't mean they're done. They could still come out on grands.
Yes, indeed. With that being said, we're going to look at the bracket one more time for you people before we end our time here. We have Hornet 2-0 over False Dream going to top 4 in that loser semi set, and we have Samurai Cat and Final Weapon tied at 1-1. And you know what? I'm actually kind of rooting for Final Weapon purely because it'll make it seem slightly, and I'd be slightly less bad that both PXG and FTWin lost to them. You know, like just yeah. Fufu, I don't like leaders. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I don't care. I'm sorry.
Boo-hoo. We're not making money bets. We're not making money bets. We're not H-Town. It's not happening. Don't worry.
All right. With that being said, guys, that will end our time here in the Splat World Series Finals. I hope you guys did enjoy our commentary. Fufu, where can the lovely people find you?
You guys can find me at SplatFufu on Twitter. On Blue Sky, it's actually splatfufu.sunsetsurge.inc. I'm going to make it quick here. You guys can find me commentary, art, all of the above. It's been a pleasure being on the mic with you, Stormy. This is absolute vibes. Where can the people find you?
The people can find me on Twitter at StormySpan, where I make on here sweet. You can find me on Twitch at Stormy Senpai 2, where I barely stream. You can find my YouTube channel, which I'm trying to upload at Stormy Senpai. You can find me on Blue Sky also at just at Stormy Senpai. Thank you guys so much for vibing with us and all that stuff. We're going to turn you over to some more lovely commentators. Don't go anywhere. The final side of the Splat World Series coming up shortly.
Was it all in vain? My world revolved around you, now it's trapped inside the pain. Maybe I should stay in the dark after you had it to a place too far away. Now all those crazy thoughts are going through my mind. A part of me I can't escape. Our love was so sublime. It doesn't make no sense if you're not here again. The only one who's gonna hold me there for me to say, we'll come back to the end. run in circles, running around. Break down, chase a light. We're all in, but on the go. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running for my life. Head high, we're alone. Are we taking all in front of us? Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines and we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone. Oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. We hope you have enjoyed the show thus far. Welcome back to Area Cup. Just kidding, but if you thought this was an Area Cup, I wouldn't blame you. Welcome back to the Splat World Series, everyone. I hope you have been enjoying what the top level of this game looks like in Splat Zones, and the best is still yet to come. My name is 9holegrains, hopping on here a little early to take you into the loser semis, and I am joined by two of the finest gentlemen, finest commentators I know, who are no strangers to waking up really early in the morning to commentate with me specifically. That is Shiny Hunter Zach and Magic 8 Ball. Guys, I think this is the most syllables that has ever been arranged on a commentary desk. But Zach, we'll start with you. You told me last night you were pulling what was basically an all-nighter to study for this, man. What kind of prep were you able to pull together in the waning hours?
Yeah, still a little bit groggy, but definitely these matches have woken me up. You know, I was on Splat Chat the other day, was definitely hoping to pull for some more Western bravado today, but unfortunately it was not really meant to be. But that does not mean we've not gotten to see some great action. Hornet, for example, definitely had one of the more Western-looking compositions that we were sort of previewed by IPL, and they've made it all the way through into loser semis. And I'm stunned still that we've had some teams that were seeded lower by Area Cup make it all the way through, and I can't wait to see what teams like Samurai Cat are able to pull off in the waning moments of this one.
Well, Magic, Zach talked a little bit there, teased some of the pieces of these teams that make it so exciting, but he also talked about how in Area Cup and in top-level Japanese Splatoon, you really never know what you're going to get. And our prep session that you and I did was part analysis, part nostalgia. There's a lot of names that you and I have been going gaga over for years now.
Exactly. There's so many significant names and players and histories to everything that has been leading up to this, from the pre-COVID years and even some players that still are stuck around since then, or at least are still around and training and helping others. And then the newer years, the post-COVID years, where we've had these sorts of invitationals that have been a little bit more in the back of our minds. The SWCs of 2022 and 2023, where a lot of these names, a lot of very similar names, like Millicrape, like Maru, like Naigora, are still here, still kicking, and still want to show that they truly can be the best in the world given these formats.
Yep, given this format, given this stage, we will give the staff that pulled this together many kudos throughout this broadcast, but it would behoove us not to lead with a big thanks to everybody who pulled this together. Multiple countries, multiple oceans that we've been crossing over, and of course, multiple time zones as well. So thank you for sticking with us. But now, guys, we get to talk about these players, this wonderful losers semi set. And I want to point out the absolute murderer's row you had to go through even to get to this point. Like, Momo, who people think might be the best pencil player in the world, is out. Mauricio, who a lot of people think might be the best pure player in the world, is out. Got beat by Hornet. False Dream, who had a number of killers as well, totally gone. Final Weapon, who had a player, Tsukuyomi, who was in the World Championships, gone. Utopia, who made short work of FTWin, gone. And here we are, Hornet and Samurai Cat. Milcrape, Kurokuro, Libitent, and Kametan for Hornet. And on the other side, Samurai Cat, who has been, I think, the darling of this tournament for a lot of people. Munya, the namesake Samurai Katsu, Suemaru, and Hitakuchi Taberu. So, Zach, I know you've been following along here. You've been doing your prep here. Talk to me a little bit about Hornet specifically. Kurokuro and Milcrape, I think a lot of our viewers may be familiar with, but maybe not some of these others.
Yeah, in taking a look at sort of the roster that we have here for Hornet, Millicrape was the name that I think came up the most from other people as far as this is somebody that's really impressive to see. You know, they're a 4-time Area Cup winner, and there's something in all of these teams for everyone to be impressed by, right? Are you maybe a solo grinder? We have multiple folks in this tournament that are over 4,000 XP. I think some getting closer or even surpassing 5,000. The pencil, that's been a consistent, obviously Millicrape is going to be on that pen, but they've played several different anchor roles before. I know we've seen Heavy edit a good amount in this tournament. We've even seen several teams boast E-Leader, which is something that was thought to be a lost art, but, you know, is something that Millicrape could potentially bring out. Crow, you know, 3,500 roughly XP, also 4-time Area Cup winner. And has some Splash and some Dualies weapons under their belt. I know the West has been experimenting with the new variant of the Splat Dualies, but it's mainly been that vanilla with the crab that's come back into the resurgence of the meta and has really popped out. Raibuten, 2-time Area Cup winner, hovering around that 3,500 XP mark, I think 3,439. Also played in some other tournaments like Koshin and Blaze Gauntlet. And they have that perennial bucket. You know, we have Western idols like, you know, Kyo that play bucket that we look up to, but, you know, I think Raibuten, one of the ones to look out for. And then Kametan, also almost at 4K XP, so close, also an Area Cup winner. It is just an absolutely stacked roster that is surprisingly aggressive. I looked at, you know, some of the earlier games and saw the way that they were hovering around the zone. That doesn't mean they can't be aggressive just because they're not all bum rushing into spawn.
So Zach said something there, E-Leader, and of course my lights went off. And you think back, Magic, to tournaments that you and I have casted, have been a part of, and we go back to maybe the greatest tournament I've ever watched, which was Area Cup 77, where one player with one E-Leader, Takechi, who is not as active anymore these days, showed us what one E-Leader on their hottest day can do, which is win arguably the most stacked tournament. That was a 192-team Area Cup, and everybody's favorite players were there. Your favorite players were competing. They were all showing their stuff. Samurai Cat, they've got an E-Leader here. Again, Samurai Kasato, the player of it. We've already seen some wild shots here, but I'm so excited to see what this weapon can bring to the table. Talk to me a little bit about Samurai Cat, what that E-Leader brings to the table, and just what you've seen so far, because we've already been chatting so much.
We have, and there's been a lot of presence. I believe that this team was the one on stream that we saw against the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, where a beautiful opening shot on Eeltail Alley, a very unconventional choice if you're not playing the longest range weapon in the game, but so we have it. And already we're seeing that these players have what it takes to even punch up against the Invincible, the super team that, as far as I'm concerned, in the Invincible Fleet. They have all of that training and that, like you said, looking up to those players of the past. You can see it. You can see the phantoms of Takechi, the phantoms of Chikatan, and all of the players before them who have risen to the occasion, who have made standout plays. And I really do firmly believe that this is one of the teams that is trying to carry that torch forwards. You can see it in their play. You can see it in the ways that they're trying to do this new style and really bring forward that age where anything can happen.
Anything can happen, folks. Here we go. Loser semis, the torch being carried, as Magic has noted here. And Zach, I'm just going to pass it over immediately. There are two NZAPs on the field. What year is it?
Yeah, doing some of the prep, I saw that several teams were interested in running this sort of double cooler composition. We see one of the teams doing it here. We also see that the Snipe Rider is mirroring the E-Leader and that they're both running Respawn Punisher. There was two sort of schools of thought where one was going to be running that more traditional, build up your tactic cooler quicker, and the other is going to be trying to play a bit more aggressive and punish things here. Samurai Cat getting a bit of an opening right now. Hornet, though, taking it right back.
Yeah, we'll call round one in favor of Milk Rape there, who in the pre-show, they were talking about plays a little bit more aggressive with that pencil there, get into different positions, make the fight. Look how quickly they've already dived into the opponent's side of the field here. It's going to be quite a task simply to break their way out, Magic. This is what we love to see, and they're still fighting it out on this part.
They are still fighting, but they did the right thing by throwing that cooler in the top right area. That way it's not in a pit where they can get collapsed on trying to grab it. They grab it from up top and then drop down where they need to, and that was what allowed them to successfully get back to this zone. We can see they're already trying to fiddle their way back in. Samurai Kazuto trying to back up and reposition. You're going to be seeing this a lot from this E-Leader because even though Leader's the longest range, Millicrape has been doing so well at peeking out, but Samurai Kazuto can do it right back.
It's just one of the most satisfying sounds of the game. Almost had 3 there, but now you see why they were able to get 2. It's because everybody else on Samurai Cat was back in spawn. Now that penalty is already out of the way. You see, it's really difficult to pin down this comp that Hornet is running, Zach. You said earlier, playing very aggressive there. When you have a wiper, it can be so difficult to get them out once they get on your side.
Yeah, this is exactly sort of the ideal spot that Hornet wants to play in. They want that pencil to be able to be aggressive. They're coming back in to charge that Booyah Bomb, and they're layering it in with the Tri-Strike. It's just enough to reclaim the zone. They're not going to have that map control, so it's going to get contested quite quickly. Hornet's even going to have the cooler to counter the cooler that Samurai Cat had to use pretty early to get even up to this point. It's a pretty quick recap here for Hornet. Both teams using their specials with the exception of the Wave Breaker and still steamrolling back in the favor of Hornet.
Yeah, the staying power is so difficult. Yeah, we've seen that these teams have done a really, really nice job of at least... Yeah. Appears... Yeah,
it looks like there's at least a little bit of hope here for Samurai Katsuto, able to push forward all the way deep into the base of Hornet. And all in all, I think this is what we want to be seeing, is them using this long range to really push the boundaries of where they can play, right? Because of these peeking angles, because of these sightlines that have to be shut down, find your ways into these corners and then clear them out with the S-Blast. I think they've been doing a really good job, but this Wiper, I think, is the X factor, and they're not able to manage to come up with anything just yet. They were cooler. They have 20 ticks left. This is not an unheard of situation, but it's going to need Rubiton to come up huge here, and they do not, 9.
No, they don't. Trade not enough here. Can anybody get 2? It's just Kametan now trying to move. Another shot there. And unbelievably, despite how quickly Hornet started to jump on Samurai Cat, you see what the E-Leader composition with that NZAP is able to do, Zach. Once they are able to force people into a spawn situation, I mean, how do you outrange an E-Leader? Typically, you need a special, but if you can't find that, you're a sit and duck.
Well, that's exactly it, right? It's high risk, high reward in terms of the composition. Not only do you have to be accurate in hitting your shots, but you also, unlike many compositions where they're playing primarily mid to short range and then maybe a pencil to combine with that, when they're that far back into spawn, there are only so many avenues through which they can leave that are pretty predictable. And so if you're not able to range those players and get those picks, then you're not really going to be able to find a way back into mid without extremely overutilizing what specials you do have, which we saw in the early part. They had to use that tactical pretty early, but the picks that the E-Leader can provide, it's such a nice way without expending many resources to get an odd man advantage or to get a bit of resources back into your side of the playing field. It really helps you to be able to get right back into mid and do things like layer in the Tri-Strike and the Booyah Bomb, which we saw in one of those fights.
Layers. Magic, again, I will keep harkening back to the fact that you and I got to watch this E-Leader play in that earlier set. So did everybody. It was on stream. I don't know why I'm talking like we had an all-access backstage pass, but they took a game off Invincible Fleet Ray Maru. And for those of you bracket hawks out there who've been watching, not a lot of teams doing that today, including the winners finals that we just saw. Very, very strong, but I see now Hornet's pick. If there's ever been a flavor of the month, it has been the new map Urchin Underpass, and a very big flip of the script for backliners as far as what is typically played instead of pencil.
Now, this is exactly what the Invincible Fleet did in that first set, as they immediately went to Urchin. They said, we're putting the Lobstar right back on that S-Blast, and we're getting it right back into our comfort zone. And I really think that this is another point in time where we can draw back to the past, right? We remember the early days, you both more so than I, of Urchin Underpass, of the dominance of Inkzukas and long-range effectiveness, while at the same time having such explosive play in these close quarters team fights. This is going to bring all of that essence right back, and it's what we've been seeing in these teams play, is they're going right back to that original QRSJ playstyle in S1. That is the kind of intensity that they're bringing when they're taking these fights. Constant pressure, constant pushing, but the E-Leader not as potent here this time around because of the changes.
Yeah, sorry, a horrifying chill just crept up my spine when you said quick respawn stealth jump there. You know, I buried that one in the closet and hoped that I'd never have to bring it out. Zach, one thing that Magic said there, so big, the backliners have been a little bit odd on this map in particular. The pen players have been able to very naturally switch over, which this is a baffling statement to say, over to a different weapon, the red Dapple Dualies, to pull their way back in. We'll just kind of take a look right here. Of course, Samurai switching over to the Enzap, and yes, it is actually going to be those red Dapples come through. Zach, what do you make of this? Because there's a lot of different weapons on the screen now.
Yeah, a lot of changes here. The mini Splatling has really come into its own, and it was not the experimentation of the Rattler that we saw at the beginning of 10.0. Instead, we're going with the vanilla mini with that Burst Bomb Ultra Stamp. And on the opposite side of things for Hornet, the Zimmy, which is going to have the Toxicness from the Big Bubbler. So they're going to be locking down that space. It's not a huge zone, so they can use it on either side of the zone. They can use it right on top of the zone, although I think a lot of players not really favoring playing directly on top of it. And for those Dapples, the Squid Beacon has been a very underrated facet. There's a lot of tight nooks and crannies and corners on this map, so being able to jump in and get right back into the action is pretty valued here.
It is. Listen, not a big zone, but is a big map. So important that if the opponent gets onto your side, you find a way to move through. And hold on a minute, that is one swing, two squids down here. Kametan wants a third. Teammate says, no, that's mine instead. But Magic, this is the situation I was just setting up here. Look at where their cooler is. Look at where they're going to place those beacons up at the top with Milk Crepe. This is starting to get bad for Samurai Cat.
Oh yes, it is. The cooler means that they can respawn super quickly, and the beacons mean they can just jump right back in. This is a tried and true method, and like we said, very reminiscent of that old style where you're just going forward. You do not stop, and that's especially useful when you have something like the stamp that can allow you to just plow down anyone in your path and take them away. So Maru here is going to be able to find Ryuuten. The Booyah's coming through, and that is another clean wipe. They need to make sure that they cover as much ground as possible and suffocate them.
They actually did move up very quickly, but Kametan was able to take out the S-Blast there at the start of it. Suimaru just kind of fishing with that Ultra Stamp to try to find one. You can see how patiently they're playing right now. Where are they going to drop in? They're actually using these not on the zone, but to push themselves back in. All of these specials moving through. They found somebody there. I swear, if you like Ultra Stamp, this is the game for you, apparently. Being a highlight builder most times, it's going to at least allow them to get the zone back here. They would probably love to cleanly take this last player out there, not Munia getting a little bit of revenge, but it has been a wonderful back and forth thus far. Zach, I've been very interested to note, it doesn't seem like either of these teams, once they push in all the way, have quite gotten control of their opponent's side of the map. It always seems like there's maybe one trade that's keeping these squads in.
Well, and it feels like that's kind of a needed core competency for Samurai Cat with a composition that, as Magic said, revolves around the quick respawning and jumping right back to those beacons. You really need to make sure that those are detained as quickly as possible and don't give up any space. But they gave that space up pretty quickly. They're doing the same right now. They even had the Ultra Stamp that you mentioned, and they lost it. They did have the Tacticooler up, so they're going to have some jumps right back to the zone. Of course, they're still trying to get back into a position where they can contest before Hornet makes any meaningful impact on the zone. Kametan gonna come right back in with the Ultra Stamp. It took so many micro changes and bumps for that special to finally come into play. I'm glad that it's found its place in the meta.
Magic, this is just baffling here. Everything that you set up about it feeling like Splatoon 1, nobody's even playing any long range. I think this S-Blast's full, like, standing blast might be the longest range thing on the map right now. They're just fighting it out here. This is, to Zach's point, core competency here. This is just, can you win these fights in these awkward positions? It's been all Hornet right now with just a few ticks left on the clock. We're going to see a rush at the zone, but you called it right at the start. It's who's going to be able to fight better in those odd situations. And now we see why Hornet made this pick.
Exactly. It really will throw a team like Samurai Cat off of their game. And this is something that I think there's a lot of debate about, right? Whether or not you should be switching your weapons consistently, whether or not you shouldn't be, whether or not map dependency is something at play, right? But here I think we see why it's so effective is that when a team is so good at one thing, changing them up, forcing them to switch things around and try and filter their way through without having that consistent muscle memory is going to end up leaving them with openings. And at the highest level, that is exactly all you need, is a couple of openings for a team of this caliber to come in and clean up.
Well, let's just go ahead and build right on everything that you just said there, because it's so wonderfully put. If the opponent has the Charger in the room, take them to a map where they can't play Charger, or E-Leader specifically in this case. But here's the issue with the best of 3 when you lose game 1. You get that counter pick, but now the opponent gets to go to whatever E-Leader map they want. Zach, what a position for Samurai Cat to be in. Do you have any inkling of where this third game might go?
Well, certainly there's no Moray Towers to pick from if we're talking about the old Splatoon 1 mantra here. That is the antithesis of the quick respawn stealth jump meta, although Beacon certainly did help back in that time. You know, with the availability of the maps that we have, I think there's a lot of good options you could look at. You know, something that is kind of longer in terms of being very linear, like a Manta Maria. You could look at something that's more neutral, like a Hagglefish. And we do, in fact, see Eeltail Alley, one of those linear maps that is going to be very nice, have great sight lines straight in front of you. Not a lot of wiggle room left or right, which is perfect for basically hunting squids in a barrel if you're an E-Leader.
It's wonderful. This is, by turf area, one of the biggest maps in the game, and you would never know it actually playing it because you feel like everyone's standing in one straight line. Boy, are we lucky Stingray doesn't exist on this map. But Magic, we saw this counter pick earlier here. Beautiful opening shots from Samurai in that one. Invincible Fleet Ray Maru's pressure just too much over the course of the full game. But I made the joke earlier, I've seen Melon play E-Leader on this. I've seen double E-Leader on this map. I asked Zach somewhat in jest because I think we all kind of knew in our heart of hearts, listen, if you've got an E-Leader, you go to Eeltail and you just trust, even if everybody else plays poorly, that you have the best weapon on this map.
Exactly. And obviously it's not a foolproof method, right? They did end up going down. It's going to come down to a lot of very specific coordinated special usage, sometimes usage that they're going to have to do specifically just to get Samurai Kazuto out of position. That's really the name of the game. It's trading one resource for the other. It's just whether or not the rest of the team can capitalize on their lack of that resource in that moment to try and figure out a way to overwhelm them. Let's see what they do. Milcrape is actually sticking with the Dapple Dualies and our first Frozen Splattershot Pro coming through for this set.
Do want to note that when these two teams played earlier in this very tournament, this was the Game 3 counter pick. So we will see now if this is the change from Hornet losing that earlier set, that this is what they can do. Take a look at it here. Samurai just barely missing that shot right there, trying to take Riften for a ride, but gets Milcrape. I think 3 people were standing right next to each other. It is a wipe for Samurai Cat. They're going to get Kurokuro on the jump in. No, Kurokuro landed safely, is now fighting it out here, is actually able to trade one there as the tap shot is able to close it out, but this is getting bad in a hurry. Samurai hunting, as you noted earlier, Zach, a couple more of these shots and these points are going to start to tick away.
Look, I love the pick of the Frozen on paper, right? It's a huge zone. There's lots of obstacles here as we see the Ultra Stam get popped out, so it can do a great job of covering some of the area here. But we saw them go down as we see the missiles finally come out. We saw them go down with almost having that full missile built up. So that's one special that they were not able to implement on the zone. And as a result, Samurai Cat already passed the halfway point here as Suri Maru kind of effortlessly jumping over those road obstacles here. Samurai just picking off anyone from Hornet that gets near. It's basically a field day for a weapon like the E-Leader.
Magic, I'm blinking and missing it. Another shot goes down. What's going on?
And they're hovering around these high ground positions. They're waiting for this Ultra Stamp to come out and try and collapse on it afterwards. But it all of a sudden turned it around. Commentators able to use it to its highest effectiveness. Milcrape ends up going down. It's not a clean stay, but this Wiper is going to be the decision maker. It can take down anyone that's on the ground. It can take down the E-Leader, if thrown correctly. It's just going to be about enabling this, getting those missiles on the members, and really causing that disruption where they can't stay in those high ground areas.
It's interesting here. A lot of their weapons, I would say, maybe not ones that they're used to getting up and fighting with. I know Kurokoto can play just about any shooter under the sun here, but you don't have some of these blasters, some of these other weapons that like to go in and really punish people like the Decap. Instead, you've got the Wiper. Now, Kametan, as you can see, a great pilot of it here, has got behind them, but just the tip of the head exposed here. Samurai not going to miss that. Even is able to get away from someone who was clearly trying to fight them. All the way, though, highlight shots aside, things finally starting to move into Hornet's favor. This is a tricky zone to get out. That's 2 down already, and the E-Leader certainly jumped out. Milcrape is set up. That means beacons are going to be set up. They are sharking right now. That is the E-Leader down. Magic, this is starting to tick away.
It's starting to tick down, and their plan went perfectly. This Wiper distracted them, turned them around. They got Ryubaten into a good position where they were able to just cause the chaos. Now Munya's going to try and do it back. They've got the triple leg strike. It's not going to be enough to get them through the first second, but now, after turning the entire thing on its head and getting them into the position that they won the first fight on, they are losing it this time around because of better coordination. That is exactly what you want to see here. Maru doing everything correctly, helping the teammates out, and putting Munya into the right positions at the right time.
All in, all done there. Goodness gracious. I understand why they pushed so deep. They absolutely had to. If they had won a couple more of those fights, this game might be over. Instead, it opened the door for Samurai Cat to move in. Now they're pushing back in again with the most active Ultra Stamp player I think I've ever seen here in Kametan. Make no mistake about it, these points are going to start to tick away. And once again, Zach, we are seeing once they are able to push in initially, they have the better fighting composition. It's just, can they get in over and over? Right now, Maru taking an ill-advised fight here. This is starting to slip away.
Yeah, you talk about ill-advised fights. Now these sort of one-to-ones are coming in earnest, but I'm in awe of the awareness of both of these players. As soon as they sort of sniff the hint of danger, they're jumping out to a teammate or jumping back to spawn. For an E-Leader, of course, that's going to be much more costly because you're giving up that high ground position as Hornet is able to get rid of their entire penalty, but they have 3 down. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold on. The full wipeout as Hitokuchi hits the jumping shot, and Samurai Cat preserves their lead as a result with 2 specials to spare.
You just said, oh my god, there, and shook your head. The stage is yours, man. What'd you see?
I saw a wonderful execution of a slosher and a blaster moving in tandem, in lockstep. They were so effortlessly the fighting pair that needed to come up huge. And even though there was a Milcrape sharking there, it wasn't enough. And they're about to try and do this again. But B. Kametan has something else to say, wants to break up that duo. Samurai Kazuto is still standing. So is Munya, able to get a couple of flicks off. And that's another assist from Samurai Kazuto to get this zone to at least stay stable. Finally gets turned the other way. And that is going to be... This is going to be the final fight, I can tell.
Here we go, everybody. Keep an eye on the top of the screen. Who is still up? More members here. Can they take this zone? It's a tricky one. They do, which means we are going to overtime. Munya back behind here. Maru as well. They're going to throw bombs at the zone. They took 2 out. They found Milcrape in the fight. Surely they have enough paint to take it right now. Go over the top, fall on, and again, the counter pick comes through for Samurai Cat. Hornet made some changes both in the comp and in the gameplay, and they almost had it figured out. But oh my goodness, Samurai Cat, the darling of this tournament, continues their run through the losers bracket, beating the team that they also beat on the winners side. And folks, if you wanted to see E-Leader, what a treat today is going to be. Whew, gentlemen, I've just got a giant grin on my face. What beautiful Splatoon.
Yeah, it's just been so impressive to see. I mean, these are basically the Cinderella kids the E-Leader Mavens that have been able to make it work despite the 13th seed, and just so impressive. You know, getting that first map and having it be sort of E-Leader tailored is such a nice starting point, but there was not without its back and forths in this set. And just the trading off of the specials, and as Magic mentioned, the Slosher and the Blaster interplay there was so impressive to see. They went from kind of even in that game 3, a feeling out stage where they were very tenuous around the E-Leader. Where do we set up? Where could we go where we can get them off their guard? You know, even the Wiper that was able to finally help break through initially was not able to do it permanently. And time and time again for Samurai Cat, even after they lose their footing in an opportunity where it should take them so long to get back to mid and get Samurai Cat set up in that prime position for the E-Leader, they were able to do it much quicker than expected, and that helped them to take that game 3.
Well, I've got a lot to say about that set. I've got a lot to say about the upcoming games that we are going to see between Samurai Cat and Hornet, but there's also a couple other fine I almost said dapple gentlemen. Good God. Dapper! Dapper is the word. Dapper gentlemen.
I mean, hopefully they brush their teeth.
I mean, I hope so too, but the analyst desk, Kbot and Popgun, they've got plenty to break down here. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you. What did you see?
Well, of course, the Western hopes might have been dashed so far, but it is always a treat to watch this kind of level of Splatoon. Popgun, the thing that I am most excited to see is a team like Samurai Cat, and especially Samurai Kasato being unapologetically picking E-Leader in a meta that we have not seen this pick really thrive in. And obviously, the team is able to play around it to quite a decent effect, as we saw in the last Losers semifinals match.
Well, first off, my condolences and apologies to all of the Western teams. I appreciate you guys showing up for this event. But yeah, we're now stuck kind of looking at things we're not used to traditionally seeing. We're used to seeing nothing but pencil at this point. And I think we're done seeing pencil altogether with the teams that we have left. The good news, or I guess you should say, the difference here from other events that these teams have been playing in versus the ones they're playing in right now with our Western rule set is that they do get to make counter picks, which we've seen everybody pick Urchin against Samurai Cat, and Samurai Cat picking exclusively Eeltail, and it's all built around that E-Leader that they've been using. Now, it's not just the E-Leader kind of soloing everything, it's how the whole team works in conjunction around that E-Leader, making sure they're staying safe, making sure they're pushing up, and still staying within the ridiculous range that that leader has.
As a result, you have been mentioning this has been a pretty consistent counter pick for Samurai Cat over the course of the day. I actually want to go back to the winners semifinals set where Eeltail, of course, Samurai Cat was counterpicking, but the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru was able to be successful in beating them. So I want to take a look back at this game, Popgun, and we can see whether or how exactly that was able to be done, because obviously once the E-Leader gets set up, it's going to be very difficult to dislodge it, but already from a compositional perspective, I can kind of see a couple of tools that the Invincible Fleet Raymaru is bringing in, notably, of course, Nagora, who's been all over the board in terms of what Splatlings to play. This time, though, picking this Rattler midi where the Zuka can instantly challenge Samurai on the other side.
So the old mindset of how do you displace a really good E-Leader or Scope Charger player back when those things were actually used pretty commonly was throw something at that player and make them move. Obviously, missiles do a great job of that, but you don't just solo missile the E-Leader. You missile everybody so that the E-Leader has to run away from the rest of their teammates as well. Booyah Bomb will throw you away. Strikes will throw you away. As long as you can keep that E-Leader on their feet and make sure they don't have time to get their charge set up and splat you from halfway across the map, it's very frustrating to deal with that. And also, they're all very fast weapons. That is going to be an issue with this upcoming set. Takoyaki Party, who they're going to be going up against, we might want to allude to that. A Splatling versus an E-Leader. I mean, you're used to dealing with pencil players. I get it. This thing's got a lot more range, and you got a player who seems to be making more shots than they miss.
Certainly. To draw attention back to the game, one of the things you mentioned, outpacing, right, an E-leader here, potentially complete control of the bridge right now for Invincible Fleet Maru, and it's going to be a struggle here for Samurai Cat to break back in. They're slowly going to take a couple of picks, but even still, Lobster doesn't care. He is going to keep trying to chip away at anyone here in this game. Lobster, 9 KA, 5 deaths in this game alone. And really, it doesn't go on for very long. This ends up being the end of the game here, where Nagora is able to take out, of course, Samurai, and that's all she wrote for this one. Really, that E-leader was never given the chance to get set up, thanks to some of the fights going the way of the Invincible Fleet Maru earlier on, and then constant pressure applying, especially towards that bridge. And the second that Invincible Fleet Maru was able to take control of that, it spells game over. Now, of course, the question is, can that be repeated? Because you mention in this other composition that we're watching out of Takoyaki Party, they're going to be playing something a little bit different here, right? Especially someone like Toto, who's going to be able to set up on this Mint Decapitator, having that big bubbler at the ready, and is going to be able to buy a decent bit more space for the team.
Yeah, the bubbler is going to be able to provide some cover in key places where it's going to be difficult to find cover against the E-leader. Plus, the S-Blast that we've been seeing out of this team can provide a lot of chip damage. And again, that Booyah Bomb, I'm going to force you to move. It might not splat you, but I'm going to disrupt you at least a little bit. But again, I'm really concerned about what this heavy edit can do against an E-leader. That used to be the old, well, I'm just going to trade off of this and go to something different. And maybe they do. Maybe they have like a backup plan to deal with this team specifically. These two teams haven't played against each other yet. And this will be a best of 5 set, so they'll have plenty of time to make adjustments if needed. But just going into this one, it feels like Samurai Cat is the team that's going to be leading the dance. And it's going to be up to Takoyaki Party to figure out what they're going to do.
So I guess the question for Takoyaki Party now becomes, obviously, in a best of 5 with the counterpick format, you now get 2 chances to take what map you're actually going to end up wanting. Where do we think they're going, or where do we think that E-leader right is going to be minimized, aside from Urchin? Because they have to pick 2 maps here, not just 1.
Well, I was about to say, there's one map that it's almost at the point now where you feel like Samurai Cat's going to figure it out with Urchin, because they've come up with a bunch of different things on it. Actually, they were using the Crab Blast Charger. You see them just completely drop Charger altogether that last time. But yeah, as far as like what else can you pick, well, I don't really know. Because just because you might pick a map that doesn't traditionally work well for E-leader, you got a player that's really good at it. They've probably found ways to overcome the weaknesses of some of those other maps as well. So it might just come down to, let's not go to a long map like Mincemeat, which might be the second counter pick that we see coming out from Samurai Cat if it gets to that point. What is a map that we generally just feel comfortable on that provides us the most cover to work with the weapons we like to use to make sure our S-Blast and our Deef Cav have something to work with?
Certainly, to your point, right, I just decided to go back to look at some of the stats here. Of course, the Beep team's been helping out behind the scenes with live stat tracking. So we'll have some of that, and I think I'll be able to cite some more of that in our next segment before Grands. But Okura has also gone over to play, obviously, the Snipe Rider, in addition to the Vanilla Heavy edit, but has pulled out the Zinc Mini Splatling, and we've been seeing the Mini Splatling come up time and time again. I wonder if that'll be another selection to take a look at here for Takoyaki Party. A double bubble composition could be what shuts down this E-leader. But for now, of course, the teams are getting set in order to get into our losers final. So I'll go ahead and throw it back over to 9, Zach, and Magic. We'll have the call.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful show. A little bit, I could have listened to that for another 15 minutes, those guys breaking it down. And I want to, again, thank the staff for bringing an unprecedented level of replays during, like full-on replays during the event. In addition to the stat tracking, don't go anywhere, folks. There is plenty of fun to be had. In that respect, for all you stat nerds out there, I am one of you. However, gentlemen, I have put on a new headpiece here. I don't know if you can read it. It may even be flipped or mirrored, depending on how this is all gone. but it says Booyah. And the reason that I am saying Booyah is because we're now in best of fives, first of all, but also because we get to see Takoyaki Party. And when these teams were coming out, guys, I saw Invincible, Fleet Ray, Maru, and I said, well, yeah, there's our 1 seed. And then I saw Takoyaki Party, and I was like, oh, 2 of my favorite players, Toto and Kantan, on the same team, being supported by Rusu and Okura, who is one of the OG Splatling players here. I know that winner's final set didn't look super convincing, but you can bet that they use that as a warm-up. They have some data here, and they are ready to fight it out against Samurai Cat, who has kept their run alive. Magic, I'm gonna get nostalgic here, and of course that means I have to pass it over to you here. I recall back in the old Pixio Monster days, okay? Back when Pixio Monster was untouchable, there was this player playing the Jet Squelcher named Rusu, who just seemed to hit every shot and also seemed to never die. For Rusu to still be doing it here and to be able to feed these frontliners in the fashion and rotate around, Takoyaki Party, Double Bubble Party, whatever we're going to end up calling this, it is a party. They are so fun to watch.
And Rusu especially is one of those players that I'm sure it has a reputation of just, oh God, I can't believe we're doing this again. Why do we have to go through this? They're just so consistent, so even keel, level-headed. And I think that kind of attributes it to the rest of the team and their pacing, right? This isn't a team that is going to be hyper aggressive, constantly in your face, right? Not doing any of those fancy rotations. They just have big damage. They have players who are going to do exactly the right thing at the right time that they know that they're doing, because they've got this supporter who's making the shots, calling the shots, keeping things painted for that specific moment. I will never forget just the flashes of Toto's Stamper on that Zipcaster the first time that we got to watch it, just flying around Hammerhead Bridge. This is one of the pioneers of this weapon class, and it is showing in full force years later.
Zach, I want to build on something that Magic said there and pass it over to you to talk about it, because this idea of your backliners and supporters just not dying ever? What a novel concept, as we've seen, these swarms come out from these top-level players all the time. You say, well, Rusu's clearly contributing, but also still not dying. How does this work? And then you look at the stats later on that, again, we're going to show you later, and you're like, wow, I guess they never do die. I don't understand how it is, but you poured over the data and also poured over these matches. What is it that players like Rusu and Okada are able to do? How are they able to contribute while also not making any real mistakes for the most part?
Yeah, I think part of it comes from not necessarily needing to be flashy, although we've certainly seen a high number of flashy plays in the matches that we've gotten to spectate today. It's kind of this protect the president mentality where, yes, you can have that aggressive side of things. If you're running, say, a mint decav, you can pressure forward. You have that amazing ability to flick sort of that 90 degrees and get a flashy pick that way. But it really is about staying back and making sure that as you're taking space, you're not leaving anybody behind. And for a player like Rusu, especially, that has such a variety of weapons under their belt, they've been in these high-level situations before, I believe, an 8-time Area Cup winner, tons of other Splatoon Japanese acumen under their belt. They've got so much going for them that they're able to know exactly how to play with players like Okada, who might be either on that heavy edit or, as we've seen multiple different iterations, I believe every iteration of that mini Splatling come out. So if we see anything like that where we need an Ultra Stamp, or even where we need to be farming Trizukas as quickly as we can, that's certainly an option, but not using it to send 3 or 4 all the way forward and try and spawn camp, but just hold that space. And as we saw, even if it doesn't work every time, it's consistency that matters, not the one and done.
Magic, we're going to talk a little bit more about Takoyaki Party here specifically, because there was a moment earlier on in the earlier part, and if some of you at home were not awake for the earlier parts of this tournament, I don't blame you, especially you West Coasters out there. My condolences to you. Any viewers in Alaska that we have, I mean, it's been a real rough day for you, I'm certain, but there was a moment here where Stormy and Fufu, who did such a wonderful job on that earlier cast, but who are maybe haven't had the opportunity to cast an event like this, because there's been so precious few of them where we get the top of North America, of Europe, and Japan all together, where they watched Final Weapon on stream beat FTWin PXG. I guess they didn't see it on stream, but they saw Final Weapon beat PXG, who a lot of folks knew was going to be, I would say, the presumptive favorite as the strongest of the Western teams that had entered today. And then they watched Takoyaki Party walk over them 2-0 in what may have been a 5-minute set, and I may be estimating high here. And you and I, in our little drag zone down here in a Discord call somewhere, just had big old smiles creeping over our faces as we remember the moment in the previous Splat World Cups, and specifically that very first Splat World Cup where we saw some of these players come out here and we realized what the next level looks like and the depth of talent here. I mean, earlier you said you felt sharp, you felt good. I think you said you were in heaven here, man. So I'm gonna give the floor to you here. This is an absolute joy for you and I, and talk to people about why that is and why this brings us so much happiness here in the booth.
You showed me, we were talking a little bit last night too about just some of the past casts that we've done, and the main feeling that I remember feeling is just that excitement, that building in your chest of just, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for what just happened and what's going to happen, because I know that this is the height of the game that we love, right? And yeah, this is the height. This is how high it can get, right? That moment of realization, when that occurs, I remember it all too well myself doing a couple of those first Area Cup casts. It's just, your eyes open to just how far this game can be taken. And it really comes at the hands of these super, super talented players that have been here for years, that have been doing things for the longest time. And yeah, a lot of the Western teams don't do well. In the Splat World Cups of the past, right? There have been one Western team that has made it out of the first round of 8 teams. That was it. And that tracked for 5 of the iterations straight until that crazy one in 2023 where the Koshin was happening and nobody was there. But except for that outlier, a Western team only got 1 set, and that was it.
Well, I'll only say this number once, folks, because I do want to respect all of the hardworking North American and European players who made it this far, who've committed so much time to trying to get better. 1 game win and 24 game losses today. And that's all I'm going to say about that. The players who participated know what needs to be done. They know how hard it is to play against a scene that just breeds great players and continues to put them in positions to play against each other. There are, of course, logistical challenges to overcome it here, but make no mistake, there is a fire that has been lit. I hope that you all watching at home also have that as well. If you're playing, if you're studying, whatever it may be, your loser's final set is about to be delivered. Takoyaki Party and Samurai Cat. Zach, I'm gonna, again, continue to pick on the fun name game of different players here. We saw a little bit of Roller today. Roller, I don't know that we're going to see on Umami Ruins, although it is strong. Pochitama, though, a player that you and I got to commentate so much back in the day. A player who was playing an unconventional weapon somewhat similar to E-Leader, but taking over games. I think I've stalled long enough, folks. It's starting here, but Zach, I'm going to let you lead this one off. Here we go, folks. Losers finals. Zach, what are you seeing from these comps?
Yeah, taking a look at the compositions, we are going to see that E-Leader versus Pencil matchup. Otherwise, not a ton of surprises. Maru going to be on the tactical to make sure that they're still buffed up and ready to go. It is going to be the S-Blast 91 duel as well. And you do have that cylinder on the right-hand side leaving spawn where you can set up as an E-Leader. It does give you a great sightline on a map that otherwise does not have a ton of high ground associated with it. The rare favored 2-zone map that we have. Kontan able to lock things down. It's going to be an early takeover for Samurai Cat, but not a ton of ink exchanged between these two teams.
No, not that many at all thus far. Magic, I want to talk a little bit more here about this Hikutokuchi Taberu here. I butchered that here, but S-Blast player, I know in the earlier parts of the cast here, they were talking about this player as one of the true pioneers of the S-Blast, being as strong as it is. Thus far, I know Kontan certainly no stranger to big plays with this weapon here, but I've been so impressed with how this particular S-Blast has played. I know they went down to Toto here, but it's a weapon that when it gets going here is so difficult to stop.
An Area Cup winner in Hitokuchi Taberu, and I think we both need to be going back to Japanese 101 here. this is a player that, like you said, has been at the forefront of pioneering this weapon, has been one of the players that I've even heard when I coach my players say, oh, I found this Japanese player, they're playing S-Blast, like I'm gonna watch this and train up. Like, this is the person that they turn to, and for good reason. We see here already just the swarming of these specials, knowing exactly what angles to clear, right? Because you only have so many shots, and you need to make specific use of each. And Zach, I want you to talk a little bit more about this E-Leader versus Pencil matchup that you've been harping on. What is exactly the essence that needs to be played here for Samurai Katsuto?
Yeah, well, they're not playing dissimilar ideologies a lot of the time, right? I mentioned how the Pencil kind of has the two different paths that it can walk down. It can either take the more traditional building up that special path, or it can be more aggressive. It can play the respawn Punisher, it can walk forward, and it can hold more space that way. Now, obviously on Umami Ruins, you really want to try and be taking this top area where we see Kontan layered up right now. They're not going to stay there for long as Kontan, with the buff of the Tactical, are trying to push forward. But with the E-Leader, you want to do exactly that. Get them out of the equation, especially when they're holding on to that wave breaker. That's going to be Takoyaki Party extending their lead, and this is the situation you want to avoid. I know you have an E-Leader, but you're locked so far back that you are well within the range of definitely this Pencil and maybe some of the more aggressive players 9 on Takoyaki Party.
Well, yeah, you fight through it all, and there's a crab waiting for you here. The nice thing is they still had a special left to make that crab relatively ineffective here. Everybody knows what the strategy is when you're running a blaster and a decav. It's dive in, your support weapon then takes the stragglers out as they start to move through, and then because you're tactical out, you can jump back in. But if everyone gets taken down almost immediately, that can't really happen here. And now we've got a really interesting situation. There's a couple marked over on that side. There was a fight going down in the pit, 2 going down on both sides. Team scrambling to try to figure something out here. Hitakuchi Tabanu gets one here, gets another one, and has the support. They're going to get their jumps back in as well here. It looks like Toto does go down. I thought I'd placed that bubble in the exact right spot, but instead that means they're going to lose the cooler loop here. Rusu's crab again, hard time finding any real value. It appears that Booyah Bomb may have cleared it out. Desperately painting on top of the zone to try and move things out. They finally do fight it through. Munya back behind there fighting against the world. It's a flip again because apparently only 1 player went down. Now 3 will go down, and it's Samurai Cat once again on top. There's not a spectator camera in the world that can keep up with this action magic. And finally, Samurai Cat is going to get, I guess we'll call it stability right now, or as much stability as you can find for the time being. I'll take a breath here. This fight in the pit, so big. 2 still in the pit. No one's gonna jump away. Woo, take it, my man. I'm out of breath.
Okay, you're good, Nine. You held it down for so long, and that's exactly what the players of Takoyaki Party did as well. They had the cooler constantly. They had the members constantly fighting for each other. That is what they've been doing this entire time. Like you said, protect the president. Always make sure that Rusu stays alive and is able to use that crab to its effectiveness. I have a lot to say about crab. We'll talk about that later. But what I really want to say is that I am so convinced that Takoyaki Party is about to win this game. I don't care that they just went 3 down. They know exactly how to tear up a map. They know exactly which fights to take and how to help each other. They're about to go so far on spread on this damage and chip everyone down just like that to get this zone back with 5 ticks left before the penalty goes. They've got Toto in the front line. It goes down, but they've already got the rest of the team in position to paint. That is already exactly what they needed.
I put it in your highlight reel right there. They're 3 down, and I don't care because of the way that they move in and fight. Kontan not able to get anybody out, but it did enough damage that there's follow-up. Overtime just barely. I'm surprised that it even went there. They take control back. That's a couple down. Rusu needs to fight and wins against Maru. Now moving around here. Everybody looking this way. They certainly know where this jump is coming. Can Toto go huge? Has to. There's simply no choice. Gets warded away. Trying to move back over to the zone. 2, 1, and Samurai Cat is going to steal it away. Never mind, Magic. You can't put that one on your highlight reel. Actually, I agree with the sentiment. But in those scramble situations on Umami Ruins so often, it's just one jump going to an awkward position because of how long a fight takes. Just a little bit. I thought they had enough chip damage too, and they were so close to even preventing it from going to overtime. And yet, and I'm going to say that a lot today, and yet, so often we see when teams of this caliber play in these scramble situations at the end, they know exactly how much time they have. They know exactly what resources are there. And once the tacticoolers start flying at the end, it's so difficult to track where everyone is coming from. What trades are happening where? But here we go, folks. Your E-Leader team has taken game 1 and continue their run. We've all got smiles on our face. Magic is like, I think his eyebrows are singed. Something pushed him away. So, Zach, I'm going to go to you. I'm not sure we'll be able to hear Magic right now as far away as he is from his mic.
You know, I think as well as Takoyaki Party played in that game, the one sort of opening that I found was Toto. And Toto had multiple opportunities where the spec cam caught them using that big bubbler almost like a panic button, and it not really playing out in their favor. I know it also has the extra added benefit of basically having a beacon in the middle, but primarily it's used, especially on tight maps like this one, when you're locked into tight positions or if you want to maintain space. And usually it would either be after getting a splat, which is always nice, or if you're trying to hold down some piece of ground, but they were going down inside of that bubble or they were not able to get it online. We saw at the end during overtime when they pushed in, when they jumped back in, they were trying to get sort of that fun 90-degree flick, that splat. They were not able to find it. They were back very far into enemy ink, desperately trying to paint the zone or find some target to lock onto, and it was just not there. So that might be one area that they could gravitate towards as they're looking to make the counter pick, which has come in, and it is going to be Urchin Underpass, that perennial new yet old map that we return back to.
Yeah, I want to note that the eye roll that Magic and I gave there was not to anything you were saying, Zach, with a very adroit analysis. It was entirely because we knew this pick was happening. Listen, Splat Bets likes to go out and give people opportunities to make a little money here and there or steal a little money. Even we wouldn't have put this up there because the odds simply would have been too high and there would have been no money to be made. But Magic, I'm going to say a stat that is in no way a real stat, but it feels like a real stat, so I'm going to call it a real stat. I've seen Toto get more quads on this map than games he has won. And I've pretty much only seen him win games. Now, if that spun an odd yarn for you there, now you know the inner machinations of my mind. But, hey, again, we know you're going here against the E-Leader. We know that you have the decab in the room. Go fight, and prove the opponent can keep up.
Exactly. I'm still floored at the end of that game. That was just so intense, right? And I think that's kind of what Takoyaki Party was trying to do, right? Is they wanted to keep fighting. And I think Rusu took it just a little bit too far. When everyone was trying to grab Cooler, just went to that right side of the zone and ended up in a stuck position. That's why everyone had to jump down. I think because they were all Cooler, it could have been different had Rusu not decided to full commit there. But it's just so tough to call in the moment.
So many changes here. Taking a look now, it appears both minis coming out. Man, any of you who've been playing mini Splatling for the duration of Splatoon 3, your patience has been rewarded. I've seen more mini of all the varieties in the last month than I feel like I've seen in the entire years that the rest of this game has been out. Okuda getting the crazy fall-off shots there to close one out. Mini's going to be fighting it out in the middle. And for the time being, no, he can. How did you get there? Whoa, what's going on? Okay, Takoyaki Party does take a couple out. Toto's the only one alive. All is right in the world as it goes through. But now this is where this double AoE can really start to get nasty. Kontan freeing himself to make a couple of shots there. Nice showing. Okuda up there has moved up, now pushing people all the way back. Toto is in, doing what he does. This could get ugly in a hurry as a couple go down. Zach, this is what we wanted to see from Takoyaki Party on this map.
Yeah, fitting that the only respite that they're able to find is at the top of a vending machine. There's really no room to rest anywhere else on the map as Takoyaki Party steamrolling right now past the halfway mark. And really similar compositions. This appears to be kind of the thesis for this map as we see multiple jump-ins from Takoyaki Party, the two Splatlings on either, the one on either side, as well as the Bubble v Bubble. The Booyah Bomb going to be going out. Kontan going to fall. Maru looking for one, but Rusu's going to smartly jump out there as they lose two. And that's going to be Samurai Cat going to come back. Oh no, just able to jump back in, but it's going to be to their demise as they fall. Those beacons not helping them in that engagement, and that's kind of what you have to do, Magic, is lock down where this Dapple Dualies is going to place that beacon down and make them swim the long swim back from their spawn.
Exactly. This spawn area is really just super far away, and you drop into this choke point on this mound at all these different entry points, right? And there's so many ways to go about it, but it means that you're going to find a lot of isolated fights like Rusu's finding with Maru right now. Toto tries to come up and help, but is not going to be able to do too much. They still have consistent ground on Takoyaki Party, and Kontan just wants to go all the way forward. I don't think that's going to lead to the right spot at the right time this time. The specials are coming in, and although you can have some fancy fun jumps, Rusu, I think that they're trying to use this Dapple in a way that is going to ultimately get them a bit too discombobulated.
We're discombobulated here. It seems like every time one player goes down, we look, somebody was jumping to them and now is engaged in another fight. So they're now fighting it out, but gets taken out before the bubble comes through. Munia went 16-8 in that last game, by the way, as a slosher. That is not easy to do, and you're seeing the types of shots now as actually able to pincer and isolate Rusu out, who is probably going to jump out and indeed already did. But now this is where these fights are starting to get a little scrambled. I was about to say all four are up for both sides, and we haven't seen that. And sure enough, you get about half a second of that before everybody starts fighting it out here. But Zach, you again see the concept here. You feel like the consistency of your comp in these fights is what's going to give you the overall aggregate victory. Although with Maru playing like this on the mini, maybe that's a little bit too far.
Well, and the consistency of knowing you kind of have to fly by the seat of your pants. You cannot stay in one place for too long. It's kind of that metered aggression. It's not the full-on get into their spawn, but it is locking down this area, and there is a lot to lock down that is not considered the spawn area, and that's mainly where the fights are taking place, although some are getting behind onto the zone. In fact, Samurai Cat jumping on top of the zone, but Takoyaki Party holding it down decently well. Konton has done enough to build up another Booyah Bomb here as Samurai Cat goes 3 down. They'll retain their lead with about a minute and a half left to go. Maru, one of the last remaining stragglers, and they have forced Samurai Cat to come all the way back here. They're trying to see if they can split. Maru going all the way around to the left side near that alleyway. And Magic, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Takoyaki Party. They're going to put up a good fight. Is it enough to make it through this penalty?
I definitely think it will be. They're so far back still on the side of Samurai Cat. The members of Takoyaki Party have been putting so much pressure on these choke points that it's at least going to go through to get a few more scores here, and Ogura is going to just try and do their best to keep that zone painted for as long as possible. What they want is to make sure that they are set up for this comeback to push them out one final time, and Toto's going to do exactly what he needs to keep them distracted for the rest of the teammates to come back in, or just clean them out entirely by himself. This is the power of the Stamper. This is the power of a bubble. You can just do whatever you need to in that moment by yourself, Nine.
Toto. The Twitter is still Botoruski, but that weapon has been shelved for a while, and you can see why. That weapon single-handedly holding down that entire side, giving the rest of the team enough time to at least get back to their own side. Now, for all of that said, Samurai Cat did win mid, and boy, have they tried to push forward here. They need to take out Toto, who dove in single-handedly and took one out. Keep an eye on the top of the screen, folks. Konton is there. Are they going to be able to get enough pain on the zone? There's almost enough. They actually tie it right there. Can they contest here? They're going to lose the lead, and Samurai Cat has done it again.
An unbelievable showing. I can't believe we've had 2 in a row go to overtime like this for Samurai Cat. This is unbelievable, Nine.
I'm just going to keep yelling if you pass it to me again. I really thought that when Toto got that win, that they had just enough of the players jumping back in, that it was going to create just half a second's gap. But when all you need is literally one take in order to keep the game alive, or just outright win the game in this case, you're fine with it only being a half second's reprieve. You see Munia throwing that there to, again, create the space that we talked about. It meant that they couldn't all get encroached upon. Let's take a look right there. Toto went into 2 players. You see that Konton was the follow-up and actually did take somebody out, but it was not enough. And Rusu, even as good as he is at turfing, listen, there's only so much that one Dapple can do in the center there. And guys, Samurai Cat figured out they figured out Urchin Underpass. This was the one game you could pencil as a loss for them, and they've done it. They figured it out. Magic, I can't talk anymore. Take it.
I think that it's just so counter to what is normally expected on these maps, right? Like there is a directed flow of the game, right? It's in everybody's heads. That expectation of, okay, there's going to be at this position, then they're going to use specials, then they're going to get up to this position unless a pick happens, right? Like there's a way that this is supposed to go, and it just never has been coming out like this. And I don't know if it's just because it's such a new map and players haven't figured it out, or if it's because it has to be such a distinct swap in the ways that they have to approach these corners, right? Like you said, it's a lot of area to cover in order to lock down that mound area, right? That hill. And because of that, there are these pockets of CQC fights that you can take where you're pretty confident that nobody else is going to be able to reach you to assist, to throw out an extra blaster shot, and these AoE comps that have been seeing all of this presence suddenly lose their luster. And it creates this situation where you need to keep fighting in order to even maintain just a little bit of those entryways, passageways to get through, or you need to try and flank all the way around, but they're going to be watching that consistently, right? That's why they have these Dapple players that are sharking around underneath, like we saw with Milkrape and Eeltail. This is the way that all of a sudden the game is shifting towards, where it is more dive, where it is a lot more, I'm going to put the pedal to the metal. And I think that because of that, there's a little bit of a glitch that happens where there's not that consistent flow of specials, where there's not that consistent, I'm going to be able to break in here at this last minute, because it's not what we expect.
It's a great point, and I guess if you feel like, again, it's a map where you can create that flow of specials and the flow of the chip and the aggression and whatnot, if it didn't work there, I guess you go to another nice wide map where you can create some of those situations where you say, hey, our win con is Toto gets bubble up on your plat. And so, Zach, we go to where so many deciding games have been played over the course of the last, God, it's been 8 years since Splatoon 2. I'm not comfortable saying that out loud, and yet it has. Pump back pump track.
Yeah, rare these days not to see this one played with Rainmaker, because in the West, that's about all it gets used for. But to your point, not dissimilar from Urchin Underpass. I mean, to Magic's point of sort of the close quarters combat, I think the mini Splatling, any variant you run, is kind of the perfect weapon for that, because you have the great paint output, to the point that the Rattler was called basically a Trizuka farmer. Of course, we saw the other two variants, the Zimmy and the Vanilla, so you're building up that the Big Bubbler as well as the Ultra Stamp very consistently, because you don't know where the enemy team is going to try their next attack, or where they're going to be setting up, or where they're going to be jumping to. So the Ultra Stamp, you're able to throw that anywhere you want. You're able to sort of swim through and keep those splats going. Otherwise, with the Big Bubbler, you can lock down those areas very well. And so on a map like Humpback Pump Track, you are likely going to have to watch out potentially for the E-Leader to come back, because it has that lip, very famous sniper perch on this map, where you have great sight lines. So we'll see if it returns. We are going to see, of course, Rusu coming back on the pencil. And on the opposite side of things, it is no E-Leader. It is actually the Z and F flat charger Magic. What do you make of this one?
Okay, well, I had something else to say, but I'm going to stick with this. This is specifically to counter Toto. It has to be, right? This is specifically because it is so easy to get so much presence with these triple ink strikes, right? You can just do so much work, and you have so much more uptime that you're able to pick these around these ledges, around these corners that people love to peek out and throw bombs and try and dash with their fancy Splatana stamper. But if you just have all of this constant uptime, you're going to be able to put out so much more pressure than a pencil ever could. And I think that is the reason that they're doing this, is because there's just so much important area that you could just remove by using this triple ink strikes. You can't get anywhere near the zone. You have to go into these low grounds.
Yeah, and Magic, again, you can put that one on. You say it's to counter Toto, and immediately afterwards, the shot gets hit on Toto from that ZNF / Charger. But hey, sometimes, we can build this up to be as complicated as you want, but 2 triple ink strikes on this zone, we've all thrown Booyah Bombs here. We know what it's like, but on the other side of the game, this is what can get opened at times. If you give up this side of the map, it's so difficult to keep pace. Great work there by Rusu. I'm sorry, this is a flank. This is a charger battle right here on the side. Rusu is flanking with the charger as absolute carnage is going on in the middle of the map here. Bunya trying to get through before the jaws close, but Okada will move through there. At a certain point, you just have to make a business decision. Nice job. But it's again an ideological difference, Zach, when you bring that into the fight here. Say, we have enough coverage to work the zone and close it out, even if it does mean we're giving up some of the other strength our comp once had.
Well, even more so than on a map like Museum de Alfonsino, which we saw near the beginning of this tournament, it is playing Ring Around the Rosie on the outside of this zone. You don't want to be hanging out here as much as you can avoid to. We see Hitokuchi just hanging right back on it. They're able to get one, looking for the second, but it looks like they were already cleaned up, using the parade of ink from the Booyah Bomb to kind of hide themselves as well and regenerate. But Samurai Cat doing exactly what they need to do, and now they're waiting for the drop downs. It is so difficult, even though there's a lot of sort of lateral real estate to get around. You have to pick a point at which to drop down, and Samurai Cat is not really giving them any magic.
No, Samurai Cat is not. This is a map that they chose to go 3 displacement specials, not lethal, 3 displacement, right? There's no Zuka, there's no stamp, there's no anything else that can really assist in blowing up the competition. They just want to make sure that people are not comfortable. They want to make sure that they are moving in a way that they can pick them off, that they can use the sight lines, and they can prevent something like this, where they are in a position to make sure that they have nowhere safe to stand. And this is why the Booyah can come back down and throw it out everywhere. Finally, we reset to a more neutral position where there's not everyone trying to flank on everything. This is exactly why, and I don't know if it's going to be enough to just have, depending on your main weapon, in order to get these picks.
I would agree. I mean, Samurai did hit the shot right there, which means they're going to take the zone back quickly, and they do. But can you prevent that exact situation from happening over and over and over? Okura dives in, gets a weird scramble situation, which is eventually going to allow Toto to go on that right side. As long as you can rinse and repeat that, you're going to have something that you can get relatively easily that the opponent can't really fight their way back from. The way that you do get past that, though, as Magic has noted, you use some of these displacement specials, but Rusu getting the better there. Very tip of that range. Rusu, the master of all weapons. They lose the lead out of all of that there, which again tells you the razor's edge that this game has been dangling on over and over. And with just 1 minute left in the game, Zach, it's Samurai Cat who has zone, who has lead, and could be on tournament point.
Well, Toto's going to be seeing on the zone. We'll get the pick on Amunia. What will fall as a result? Okura trying to lock it down as the jump-ins will come through. Flanking around to this left-hand side that they've really favored this entire time. They do have the Ultra Stamp online, but they won't get to use it. Kontan also going down, and Samurai Cat only having to trade out the Slosher in the process. You see Samurai in exactly the right spot. Okura will come back. They'll have the Ultra Stamp at the ready, and now it's going to be thrown out. Will not find anyone. Will split the difference, in fact, between Samurai and Suemaru. Toto will finally get the avenging point there, but 9, this one back and forth. 25 seconds left to go. Will they be able to get through their penalty or not?
Here we go. Munia got that shot and almost got the crazy 180 onto Kontan there. Not doing it means that Takoyaki Party will have the zone and the lead, and Kontan finally hits the shot of shots to do. Even gets another shot. That spawn armor broken. That's right. Jump back in. Charge that Booyah Bomb. Sit on it. Throw it like it's 2017. Here we go. Will it be enough? No! You see the cap at the very, very end after the game was over. But make no mistake about it, that is a very, very blue map. Even if they had got the zone right there and kept the game alive, they were on the back foot in a bad position. Magic, you called that game beautifully from the start. It's displacement specials. It's so that you always have something on the zone. But will the main weapons be enough to keep pace with this incredibly aggressive and strong Takoyaki Party? I think that one was answered pretty clearly there in the closing moments.
Every single time that you build a composition, there's going to be pros and cons. There's going to be effectiveness that you have and weaknesses that you have, right? And it's about balancing those and trying to find a way to make sure that you can execute where those weaknesses come up, right? I think that what they were trying to do is use that charger as that leverage point, as that balance point, where they have all these displacement. We're going to depend on Samurai Kasuto to make sure to keep the enemy down. But with such a wide map, like we talked about, this is why you take a charger here, because it's just not as easy to keep everyone in line. You don't have the amount of pressure that you need to keep forcing them down and keep capitalizing when you get these displacements. Yes, there's a lot of good that can come from this S-Blast, but it is not enough itself.
Well, especially when your opponent also has one of the best S-Blast players doing it. And, you know, to their credit, it almost worked, right? I mean, at the very end there, it got nasty, but that's what happens when it's a desperate situation at the end of the game. I want to give a shout out here to a player in that last game who just kind of put up baffling numbers. And I know your pencil players shouldn't be the one where we're like, oh, big numbers, la. But Rusu 18-2 there. But I want to point out, we saw Rusu going on a flank. We saw Rusu fighting it out with the ZNF Charger here. This was not a sit back on Inkblot Art Academy, toss down cooler, and let your team do the work right there. Make no mistake about it, a very active pencil player is a world of difference. Momo, Warubo, Milkrape that we got to see earlier doing that as well. You have to be active when you are playing that type of weapon and find ways to contribute. Rusu, one of the most versatile players in the world. And guys, surprise, surprise, it's no surprise. It's Eeltail. Here we go. Zach, you know, we love to try to find nuggets of wisdom in every pick and every little thing here, but once again, I think everyone knew this was coming.
Yeah, I think we're right back at the same point that we were last time we saw this, where it's going to be how well, to borrow a word from Magic, can you displace the E-leader here. That last game, I was also looking at Munya on the Slosher. You know, that is, for Humpback Pump Track, a pretty solid map with lots of low walls where you can really make use of the Slosher's kit, that main weapon that can throw that ink high and have a great impact there. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to maintain any sort of semblance on that high ground, or if they're going to play low and see if they can maybe displace the E-leader from that point. It's going to be difficult to even get into a position where you can bump them off, so they'll maybe need to rely on some flanking, on some of those folks getting behind them, swimming under, or creating a diversion there. But this is just such a massive zone that maybe if you're on that pencil, you do need to take a step back and really play to make sure that you can get it painted. I know the flanking and the aggression can be fun, but at some point it's all about the fundamentals. The law of large numbers says we're not going to see just these crazy overtime pushes game after game, but as a caster, I'm really enjoying it.
Well, you know, the law of large numbers has not watched enough Area Cups, clearly, because we have seen so many tournaments go exactly like that. Here we go, folks. Magic, I know you and I were paying very close attention to our wonderful analyst desk. They broke down what... Toto's already dead. They broke down exactly what needs to be done to beat Samurai Cat. Okay, Kantan's dead too. On this map, apparently they have not found that answers. That's 3 of them already down here. So whatever answers can be found, they got to be found in a hurry, because this is starting to get ugly.
Well, listen, they need to just obviously watch the Popcast more often. I think that that is the lesson we can take away here. I firmly believe that this is Takoyaki Party's set to win here. This is exactly where they prove that they are the experienced team. They have been on this stage before in the highest of international play, that they can and will and do excel in these from behind situations, and Toto will not shy away. They will not change their playstyle. They are going to continually put on pressure, and if you are relentless and if you have so much gusto and confidence in your essence, then you will be able to start finding these plays, finding these wins, and start locking them out the team that counterpicked you.
Yeah, I would agree entirely. Zach, this was the situation that you kind of alluded to, that you have to make work on Eeltail here. Eventually, there's only so many spots that you can come back out of. They're going to use specials to try to force a couple players away. They took down the front members without losing anybody out, so that's what has to happen. But as you noted, this is a tricky zone to take. It's not enough simply to get to it. You've got to paint it, and with 2-1, they're going to lose the lead.
I more so want to hire Magic as a motivational speaker. That got me hyped, to be honest. I was like, all right, I'm raring to go, but Okader's also raring to go. They're able to get the pick on top of the zone. They're going to wait for the jump in with this Ultra Stamp, but they're going to miss it. They're going to mistime it, and that's going to create a pincer attack for Samurai Cat, who's able to then build up that Tri-Strike and get 2 down. It's almost down to single digits here for Takoyaki Party. Can they lock it down? Hitokuchi going past the zone to make sure the pressure is still on. Finally, at 6, they are stopped, but what a costly mistake. That's going to create an opening here despite that for Samurai Cat, and they're basically going to have to hold on for dear life as they press forward with this one, Magic.
And I sincerely think that this is almost not a composition failure, but like you said, this map, this zone is so large, this map is so large that you have to have enough paint in the back to make sure that everything can get covered, that you're clearing everything that you need to, and making sure that these players can get forward. Luckily, the members of Samurai Cat have been pushing ahead so that the backliners can paint, so that the NZAP can get to the spots where it needs to make sure the paint is down. But when that painter goes down, this is when there's an opening, and here comes Kantan's Booyah, but Toto goes down! Hizukuchi is able to find everything and everyone and sniff them out. That is going to be a Samurai Cat win, and going back to the bracket that they so deserved on this Cinderella run.
Round of applause. You took Takoyaki's party's best shot on your counter pick, and you held through, and there's so many tiny moments that I'd love to break down there. I'm gonna have to save a couple of them for the analyst desk that we'll have coming up here, but actually this is the perfect replay for it. Look at the rotation here between Munya and Hitokuchi Taberu there. Look, just stalling out when the slashes are coming up, not going all the way in. Having one slash there, one blast there, and then you rotate around. Yes, they lost their painter, but they knew that as soon as everybody swam in, they had both of their slayers still up and active, and it's only fitting that Hitokuchi gets the highlight shot at the end there. Samurai of Samurai Cat there with that E leader, standing there, toss the E leader over your shoulder and like, yeah, it's just another day for me at Eeltail Alley. But Samurai Cat, who I have to give credit to our wonderful Area Cup representative Roy, on the show last night said, watch this team. Munya is a godlike slosher that people don't know about. Hitokuchi Taberu is one of the pioneers of this S-Blast. And if it was anybody except for Area Cup, I would be like, yeah, sure, there's hidden bosses out there. But so many times we see it, there's an entire new team of players that you all at home had better start following and finding ways to enjoy, because my oh my, they are going to go up against what might be one of the strongest teams ever assembled in the Invincible Fleet Flame Maru. We have plenty of things to talk about with that team. We're going to take a breath here, though, because we have the analyst desk. They have plenty to break down. So if we are ready, we're going to pass it over to them.
Well, Nine, thanks so much. You are absolutely correct that there is plenty to break down as we get into this here. Of course, once again, I'm Kbot, joined by Popgun, and actually what I'm going to do, Popgun, is I think we should just dive in. We know the two teams that are going to be playing in our grand finals. It's going to be Samurai Cat versus the Invincible Fleet Maru. The Avengers, nearly, is what this feels like, is what Samurai Cat has to go up against. But they did already play them in their winner's semifinal set, and I want to almost instantly dive into both Game 1 and Game 4, showing what Samurai Cat can potentially do in order to pull off the win, but obviously why the games have been so close up to this point. Popgun is muted in Discord.
I was muted in Discord, but no longer. Hello. It's good to be here. First off, shout out to the Area Cup staff who seeded this tournament for the Japanese team. So don't come at me wondering why Samurai Cat is the 13th seed in grand finals here. But they have been one of the more competitive teams against the team that has the word Invincible in their name. They actually win Game 1 here, Art Academy, and then the Invincible team went on to win 6 straight and is now in the grand finals because of that. But still, you look at some of the comps that they've been going up against, a completely different thing that Invincible threw at them here. I thought that was Pro Char for a moment on the Dread Ringer, but still able to get the win on top of this. But it's going to be the counter picks that are come down to it. That was a good thing for what we saw at the last set. The Samurai Cat just won, but you might be seeing the Art Academy show up here at some point because they know this at least worked out better for them than Eeltail did, as we saw earlier the last time we were on the analyst desk.
Yeah, of course, in this case, it gives your E-Leader plenty of room to work, right? And you see how Hikochuchi is able to move forward, apply even more pressure towards the Plat side, and Lobster can't have the same amount of range here. But the interesting thing, of course, I think, was this was one of the more primary times that we got to watch the Invincible Fleet pull out this iteration of a composition where Lobster is playing this Winter Winter Rapid Pro, rather. I was about to say Mini Splat League for some reason because we've been seeing a lot of that today as well. But I think this iteration of the composition that also enables Nagora to not be beholden to playing the heavy edit Splatling gives Nagora suddenly a lot more room to work and can be very successful here for the Invincible fleet. But of course, we'll see how the re-engagement comes in, led by the strikes for Munya, who, by the way, Nine called out Munya earlier as kind of being the slosher player nobody knows, has been very consistent in terms of paint so far, averaging 16K or 1600 paint per 5 minutes in the winner's this match, the winner's semifinals match versus the Invincible fleet, almost playing bucket as if it's more of the support Popgun here than anything else.
Well, it might be a slosher player we're not very familiar with, but as everyone who's going to be playing against this team and has seen, we're all becoming more familiar, especially the entire Western scene as a whole, more familiar with all of these players, as just the skill level that they're playing at has just been absolutely insane up to this point. And yeah, you look at just how this game is kind of playing out here. Even though Samurai Cat does win this one, it obviously wasn't easy. There's been some great lockouts created, especially right here. Maybe Reslider being used a bit early, but it still led to several splats along the way. It's more impressive that Samurai Cat's able to find ways to get back into this one and hold on to it. They actually get the KO at the end of this, which is something that we saw again at the end of the last set, them being very scrappy. They had to come from behind in 2 of their first couple of wins, something they're likely to do right here, but a great way to break out of the lockout there and move into the final set of this game.
Yeah, and now, of course, once again, strikes pave the way for the team to go forward, and then they're able to take back control of the zone. Now you've got your E-leader set up here on the high ground, and it's virtually untouchable. Of course, Maru can make an attempt on this crab right now to point towards the leader, but as it continues to get pressure, Samurai Castado able to just back on away, not being too afraid of things here at all. Of course, will eventually get collapsed on, but even still, the trade out happens. And so, despite Invincible Fleet kind of being able to take this, it's still neutral, jumping back in. Now the wipeout comes through, the cooler has been drained, and maintaining control here.
Isn't it just hilarious how the teams recognize, oh, this is the pivotal moment, so we don't need to just jump out of our spawn. We need to jump to the player that's alive. Literally, all 8 players jump to the opposite side of the map that they're supposed to because they realized this was the do-or-die moment. Samurai Cat jumping on top of it, not letting the game be extended farther than what it needs to be, ended it right there because they were just very aggressive, matching the aggression that was being shown to them by the Invincible team.
Well, we'll be right back to take a look at the 4th game in this one that went very close and down to the wire, of course, as you see the preview here. But first, we've got a quick video to play for you. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Taken by the words that you say, the voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Let me show you all the way. Let me show you all the way. Show you all the ways, yeah. Let me show you all the ways.
Popgun, of course, it takes a team to put on an event like the Splat World Series, and there it is. You got to see just all of the people that ended up working on this event. Popgun, obviously, I think there's something to say for just how much effort it takes for a team to put this event on.
I think Ellie is the lobster of our team, and I am the samurai of the team. Somebody who gets a lot of praise, but it's really the people around me that are making everything kind of happen. But I'll get one snipe in, and it looks kind of flashy, and it goes, ooh. So, but yeah, shout out to our huge team up to this point. We're not done yet, though, Kbot. One more set, potentially two.
Not at all, and just like it takes a team to put on this event, it's going to take a full team effort to end up winning, and that's one of the things where the adaptation out of what the Invincible fleet Maru is able to do when they look towards the back half of this series. It's Nagora pulling out the Nautilus for extended range, extended splatting pressure, and is able to pair up really well. Often will actually favor the other variant having the splashdown, but obviously with the rain here, probably just trying to be a nuisance for a player like Samurai on the E-Leader. If you throw down that Ink Storm, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to put up with it.
The low-ink teams in chat are looking at the comps right now and see, they do it. We should be allowed to use that too. They're the best in the world right now. It's interesting because this is Samurai Cat's counter pick. They actually picked this one. We haven't really seen them be in too many scenarios where they can go off of something other than Eel Tail. But in a best of 5 here, they opted to go to Mako Mark. I feel like they picked this one exclusively to help elevate their blaster and their slosher. The problem is Invincible has a good kind of option to go with this. They can bust out the Nautilus. Reslider works out as an automatic stall for the zone that they can use here, and it resulted in the end of the game going to them.
Yeah, try elevating your own blaster player, but by the way, there's Lobster on the other team, right? So it's that double-edged sword of sorts that a kind of counter pick tends to offer, but also there's plenty of ways that Samurai can continue staying back. You see actually the E-Leader not being hesitant to make sure that this is cleared out and is relatively safe, staying behind this line. Now, of course, they start to move in as they take down the two that were back behind them here, and this is the kind of pressure that this E-Leader is going to have. Taking down someone on the opposite stack is the most critical part here, and even though Lobster may be lurking, this will be a threat of sorts with a 3-down situation in front of them. This is going to keep the push kind of rolling here for Samurai Cat.
So the thing with Samurai Cat in that situation is they know they don't have to overextend or try too hard to get back into the zone because they know the splats are going to come to them. These players are so hungry for splats that they're going to find their ways around that flank, and they do a good job of eliminating Lobster on the blast initially. The problem is, how do you splat this player twice without it being at least a trade? And you get one player behind you, knocks out 2 players, game over essentially at that point.
So you're starting to see here continued presence, but obviously we know that the Invincible fleet does end up winning this. There's the Reef Slider coming out to try to stall zone, but it's not enough with enough specials countered here for Samurai Cat. Feels like they're going to go ahead, take the lead here, but Maru comes up with that one. Just, again, no fear in the world, so it seems. After a couple of players start going down, the consistency of being able to make that push happen, find the pick against the E-Leader, and now hopefully trying to just manage the game from here, although that's a much taller task with 2 minutes remaining.
One of the difficult things when you are the team that's coming from behind is you have to find ways to use specials not only to get control of zone, but keep enough specials left around to where you can create a lockout. Right there, they had to burn Crab and Ink Strike just to get control of zone stalled, which ultimately flipped back into the Invincible team's favor, and now they have other specials that they use, Rain and Reslider, to extend the lockout. That's why it's so hard when you're constantly losing the tug of war to get it locked down long enough to get control of the lead.
This is the matchup I want to call out. You saw Hitokachi there being able to get the best of Lobster, but these two players in the winner semifinal set both had over 40% kill participation, meaning that they were involved in 40% of their team's splats by either getting the outright splat or getting those assists. So these are two players, no matter what weapons they play, and we've seen Lobster potentially. There's Winter ideas as well, along with Maru sticking on the end zap. They're going to be involved in large ways, and I think we were talking a little bit about this as well, Popgun, but the composition that the Invincible fleet pulled out in Winners Finals with the Winter Pro and the Dreadringer here is you really only need to hit someone 3 times if those two are paired up well, and they're going to be down. There's just so much that you have to try to dodge that's getting thrown at you all at once.
Yeah, you almost have to find a way to solo target one of those things that you can eliminate, and then, okay, the chipping power, the combo power goes away. Obviously, easier said than done. The stat you mentioned, that's the first time I hear that, kill participation. That's not something that's going to be shown by the game, but obviously, when participation is high, that means your entire team is involved in getting the chip damage in and dragging players down instead of just winning those one-on-one fights. Hey, I didn't get a lot of splats, but did you see my kill participation stat? I helped a lot.
Just one of the formulas that we could run thanks to the Beep staff. Now, though, of course, you see there at the end, it's the GG Reef Slider that is able to take care of the very end of the game. We'll see what combination of weapons these teams elect to actually come out with, because there's still potential for a great deal of variability, even though, Popgun, we kind of can expect what stages we might be going to.
And Samurai Cat's going to have to win on the stages that they've been struggling with all tournament long. Although they did just win on Urchin, it's going to be a different animal they're going to be going up against if they get that counter picked against them. They have to win 6 games against one of the greatest 4-player combinations in all of the universe. And in order to do that, they're going to have to win on the enemy team's counter picks. That's why I'm so excited with how that last set ended for them. The way they were able to win scrappily in overtime, coming back from behind, and winning on maps they've been traditionally losing on so far in this tournament, because they're probably not going to be able to rely on Eeltail to bail them out, considering how it went last time they played against this team. The map counter picks and how they deal with the picks that are being made against them are going to be huge for Samurai if they want to find a way to pull off a major upset in this tournament.
It's the team pulling out the unconventional E-leader that has made its way to grand finals, and their opponent, the team that's been waiting as though they're the final boss, with players of an incredible caliber up to this point. Folks, grand finals of the Splat World Series is up next for the right to call yourself the best on the globe.
The Splat World Series.
Splat World Series.
The Splat World Series.
Splat World Series.
Splat World Series. The Splat World Series.
World Series.
Splat World Series.
EXG Milky
Members
Way.
of Hypernova can stall this.
FTWin clearly
Are
had
you able to get the cap? Seal the
Wonderful
seal the
performance
set.
from Frutella there.
And new meta will be the final qualifier.
This is the Splat World Series.
This is the Splat World Series Grand Finals! To everyone who has stuck with us throughout this entire tournament, the best is yet to come here. Joining me on the mic, Shiny Hunter Zach and Magic 8-Ball, I am 9-Hole Grains in the best position that you can be as a caster, which is getting to cast the Grand Finals, where the best players in the entire world who have shown sharp play all throughout the day are throwing down for the right to take the ultimate crown and claim that they are the best in the world. On one side, the darling of the tournament, Samurai Cat, who's bringing out E-Leader for everything, and boy oh boy are things gonna get nasty if E-Leader wins this tournament somehow. And on the other side, a team that might be underselling themselves, calling themselves the Invincible Fleet Maru. Y'all like numbers? I got a number for you right here. 4,300. That is the average X-rank power of the members of the Invincible fleet Ray Maru, and it's the namesake Ray Maru who's dragging him down with only 3,700. What a bum, that guy. Gentlemen, we have the best players in the world. 8 of them fighting it out right now. Magic, this is the time that you were made for. Waxing poetic about these players. Let's have some fun.
Now, I do already have a few poetic things to say. There have never been as many super talented players in one tournament than we are seeing right now. This is the most stacked event. This is almost 70 players that are in one bracket that have pushed their way here through every other occasion. And it leads to this finals, which is the ultimate standing of Ray Maru and Grandro and all of these players on the Invincible fleet that have been here before. Naigora and Ray Maru were here 3 years ago in the SWC finals in 2022 in the spring in that squad Resistance. And then there's this team that is so unheard of in the Western Sphere, and I think is still making a name for themselves in Japan, at least a little bit. This is Samurai Cat. They're the darling. This is their Cinderella run. It is the old school versus the new school. It is the long-standing experience versus the fire of wanting to prove yourself. This is the perfect cap to an amazing tournament.
Chills, not only from the setting in the tournament, but from your words, Magic. I will echo every single one of them. My favorite player is on this right now. From your emotion and power to Zach's cold, cool, calculated analysis. Everybody, this is grand finals right now. We've seen these two teams battle it out on this map. Zach, what are your impressions as we get started?
My impressions are that I was so impressed by what we've seen so far. I had to dress myself up even further. I had to throw on a tie in between the break here, but the weapon's exactly what you predict, although the 3 down situation in 11 seconds, not exactly what you would predict here, as Invincible Fleet, despite waiting a little bit for losers to come out, is wasting absolutely no time. Naigora back on the Nautilus yet again. The Dreadbringer has come out, Magic. It's an absolute domination from the Invincible Fleet so far.
It is, and there's no cooler on the side of Samurai Cat. This is a big deal. This is kind of what they've been trying to experiment with throughout a lot of the today, but it means that they're going to take a lot more time to get back towards this zone, and they're going to get locked out much easier. And Maru's the only one left in the zone. The explosiveness of the specials, though, on the side of Samurai Cat is going to be the offset here, right? They have so many more tools to get back in. They've got the strikes, they've got the echolocator, they've got the lethality of the E-leader, and that is what they're relying on. And 9, I think that this is going to be a moment that really dictates the rest of the match, is how many points can they get before a penalty is applied.
It's so well said, too, because if you're running Coolerless, this is the time that you have. There's that little tiny flip that the opponent has to get set up that you don't have to. If they can paint, no, they cannot paint over it. Oh, they had 2.5 of them down, and they just lost it to Reef Slider. And hey, that's why you bring it out right here. We have seen a copiously small amount, I would argue, of Reef Slider compared to what maybe I thought we would see, as how Area Cup had been trending there. It buys them just enough time and another chance, but that's Lobstar, who actually already went down on the other side. Naigora goes down. Hitokuchi hasn't moved from this spot the entire time, and now Maru on the splash goes behind. Zach, an explosive opening one way and an even bigger counterpunch.
Yeah, and to your point about the Reef Slider, it hasn't quite experienced the renaissance that the Ultra Stamp has, but that doesn't mean it's without its perks. It still explodes in a huge area, just like the indirect shot that Hitokuchi was able to hit there on Naigora, and they're still locking it down, but Grandroll is going to have that aforementioned Reef Slider to try and push forward as we see Samurai Cat get into the single digits. They do go 3 down, and it will be the E-Leader holding on to that Wave Breaker, but they're going to have to reposition here as Samurai Kasato favoring that right-hand side. We talked about how the coolest composition is really going to falter when they're not able to hold that ground, Magic. Now's the proving time. They will have a decent amount of time to do it. Can they actually make it push forward?
Oh, I thought that Ground Roll was going to save that Reef Slider for the pushing all the way into the enemy position, making sure that they completely shut them down at the gate. But no, Ground Roll ends up going down. They were coolered, and the rest of the team ended up getting a little bit dicey. It's going to come down to this, and 9. The specials are not ready on the side of Samurai Cat yet, but they are on the side of the Invincible Fleet.
And they get there before it. They took out Grundle. That means there's no Reef-Slider. Do they have enough resources to get through? One resource is Lobster running straight at you. They took 2 down. That's the end of the penalty. Can they turf over the top? They do, and Grundle comes back. It really didn't even do anything with that, but it doesn't matter. The game was almost over. Naigora melts through the crab, and with some assistance, takes it down. They found a way out of a horrible situation that most other teams just tossed the game in. They would love to close this out now. Tap shotted by Samurai is Maru, the Invincible Fleet, not doing anything against that E-leader. And here they go, another 2 down. Suimaru not very close to a crab, but I just assume that the Splash already has a crab at all times. Hitakuchi again living on this right block. Here we go. Will they get it down? No, Naigora isn't able to get them. They don't close that out. They're already almost through it again. Just a few more ticks on the clock. Will we see another flip at this stage? A crazy fight again. They're moving through there. That's 2 down. It's Tap Shot. It's Reef Slider. It's Lobstar versus the world. And even he can't do it as Samurai Cat with no cooler and an E-leader on Mako Mart. We're just making it up, Zach.
And an absolute knockdown drag out in the first game of this grand final sets. I was literally punching my fists in the air, seeing the absolute fight that Suimaru, Samurai Kasato, and the rest of Samurai Cat were putting up. Look at this non-aversion to holding down the front of this zone, waiting. Hitakuchi is on the Booyah Bomb for the exact right moment until they're filtering to the right-hand side, trying to go to this alleyway. Did not have that many specials to use. Brandrel trying to look for the exact right opportunity to use this Reef Slider, but was getting backed off and eventually taken down by the S-Blast. They put the Wave Breaker on top of the pillow to cement the victory, and it is a dream start for Samurai Cat that you could not make up. And now, Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, they've been in a similar situation in that winter semis. They did drop a game to Samurai Cat. With it being so early, Magic, do we think it's going to happen again? And what maybe will we see changes in?
I think that there's a lot of strategy that's going through the heads of Samurai Cat right now, right? You've got the first game win. So important for the rest of the set, determining how the pace is going to flip back and forth with those counter picks. You're thinking about what exactly you want to do, but they've rolled Mako Mart first, which was usually going to be their game 4, their game 5 counter pick. What are they going to do in this situation? Are we going to see something crazy like Wahoo World that FTWin picked earlier? You don't know yet, but what I do know is that we are going right back to Urchin. So many times we've seen this, and I think it's just going to become a fan favorite and a player favorite at the highest level.
We'll call it a favorite. I guess that's one way to call it here. It's such a nasty map when you really get down to it, which is what makes it such a fun counter pick too. And again, I know some people might not like seeing the same 2 or 3 maps over and over, but these are puzzles that these teams have to solve, and seeing them solve them in real time is nice. We're talking about things we know. Here's something I know, a stat from that last game. 14-0 for Samurai. For those of you wondering, how do you make a coolest comp with E-Leader work on Mako Mart? Easy. You don't die, and you hit 14 shots. Hey, those aren't assists on that E-Leader. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 of them is, but that ain't a cooler popper, okay? That's not dropping that down and letting your teammates go through. Magic, I cannot believe, and I'm sure the teams are getting close, so we'll make this brief. I can't believe for a second time I am seeing an E-Leader at this stage, maybe running it through.
There is a fundamental dichotomy with E-Leader that you have to accept when you play that weapon, and that is that you have to be able to move forward and stand aggressively and hit your shots every time, or else you are not going to get the full effect of that weapon, and Samurai has been doing perfect. But Zach, the adjustments here, so similar to what we saw last time, but is there any difference?
Yeah, we are no longer coolerless. It's actually going to be InZap versus NZap. No Dapples this time around. We are going to see this Zimmy once again, so they are going to be bringing that to the mix. But on the opposite side, it's going to be the Nautilus 79. So this zone is small enough that they're going to, as Suimaru is running through the competition, a full wipeout here. So Invincible Fleet actually having to regroup, but when it is online, the Nautilus 79-9 having a pretty nice special in that triple splashdown that would be great for a smaller one-zone map like this one.
They can even get to it right now. They're having to fight hard just to get out. Lobster actually started this whole engagement with a crazy direct, but is now having to wait further and further. Can they get it? Yes, they do, and they are able to sneak somebody up. And now it's Grando here, so they've almost traded off who's the forefront attacker here out of necessity. I can't believe they cut that off there. That wasn't even who they were going at, but that's going to be 2 down for Grando, who we really have only talked about in the context of some Reef Slider cheese, instead proving one of the better bucket players. And now Lobstar is just doing what he does, moving left and right, ducking and dodging, and making the opponent pay. Zach, you and I have watched this guy continue to run through Area Cups over and over, and he's continuing to do it here when his team needs him the most.
Yeah, and most high-level games, and Splatoon is no exception, speed is the name of the game, and the ability to fly around the map and be so annoying to play against. Munya gonna fall there as Brandrol getting ready to not only get a pick there, but still hang on to that Reef Slider. That's gonna be huge as they get a third there. Hitokuchi falling down, looking for Suemaru. They're gonna find it. They are absolutely locking down Samurai Cat and making them pay for losing game 1. They've not even expended that Reef Slider. Samurai Cat having to use the Booyah Bomb nowhere near the zone. Munya finally breaks out on the right-hand side and gets a little bit of paint onto the zone, but Magic, it is not nearly enough.
No, it is not. They've got this Dread that can put out so much paint and so much damage and so many hitboxes that they can basically hold this thing alone, but there's the team, there's the support, the splashdown going down over the Booyah and paints it through. That is the Invincible fleet. They bleed, but what matters about being invincible is coming back every time, being down but not out.
The Invincible fleet, Grando. How about that instead? How about that? Yeah, get your fist pumped there right now. This is unbelievable. Zach, I am so jealous that you were holding the baton during all of that. A Dread Ringer. First of all, being the big slayer there, then coming back here, painting over those triple ink strikes with that Reef Slider they were holding on, and then, as Magic said, an aficionado of the Dread, look at that, there's 3 players there, and it doesn't matter. Grando keeps bailing out the boat on that side, everybody gets to jump in, and then because they're all still up and Grando didn't go down haphazardly, they had enough jumps in to then paint over a special at the end. And I thought that Samurai Cat was about to tear him a new one, Magic, the way that that game started. But that's the threat here, and it's why I called out the average X-Rank power being 4,300. Every single player on the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru can take over a game when given the opportunity.
I really do wonder if there is just a fundamental issue with being this team that's trying to play around one another and not having the pillars of solo play and playmaking potential. And Zach, I want to talk to you a little bit more about why there is this such an important impact. What is happening during these firefights that you're noticing to push this in the way of the Invincible Fleet?
Yeah, it's so back and forth, right? And it is just the maintenance of that area in front of the zone because it is raised up. You have this kind of awkward zone area that's in this moat or this alley of its own. It's at the lowest point of the map. So holding in front of it is of the essence, but you also kind of have to be looking over your shoulder, looking to see if did anybody go over to the left-hand side? Is anybody trying to pick me off from the right? And the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru was doing such a fantastic job of staying together, maybe sending someone occasionally to that left-hand side to check them out. That's how they were able to detect the tri-strike, and only 1, maybe 2 of those tri-strikes were able to actually hit the zone. It only stopped progress for a nanosecond before they were able to lock it down, barely losing any space. And I made a face when I saw 9, the map that was picked. It's not one we see hardly at all in competitive Splatoon. Talk to me about Bluefin Depot.
Well, you're not going to hear a lot of good words from me. That's the first thing to note here. I think the last time that I saw this, FTWin was playing on this against Moonlight. Fufu and I were commentating, and it was basically an entire match of us trying to break down the map, but mostly just being angry at it. And listen, we've been talking about Splat 1 all day, so it's only fitting, I guess, that we go to most of the Splat 1 maps here. If you had an E-leader on this map back in the day, you just kind of won if they knew what they were doing and the opponent didn't have it. So what this tells me, Magic, is that they are saving Eel Tail potentially for a Game 5, and that is what they have earned themselves, winning that Game number 1 already. Samurai identifying where a couple players are taking out That Rattler's got nothing on the E-leader there. It looks like, again, some real chaos happening in the center of the map. Of course, we'll talk a little bit more about the features of this map, but it is all Samurai Cat thus far.
Oh my goodness, I have a lot to say here. That was the exact situation that we saw in the Eeltail game in the first set between these two teams, and that is exactly how it went as well. But remember, it was Nyagora Zuka that ended up tearing this game wide open and shredding Samurai Cat's stability. This is the most important thing, and just like on that Eeltail game, just like we talked about, it is going to be Nyagora and potentially the help from the chip from Lobstar that is going to shut down this E-leader. That is their attempt here. And Renee Maru on the crab, why not get a turn as well? That is what the essence of this map. It is like a humpback, except you have to keep spinning around. I can't believe Lobstar right now, okay?
I mean, listen, there's nothing that this guy has not been able to accomplish in his somehow brief time in Splatoon. You forget that he hasn't really been super active in the Splatoon 2 days, but this is why people think he's one of, if not the best player in the world. All the other while, though, Granto gets taken down. Munya saying, hey, talk about me too. I've been dominating in this tournament there. Someone got behind them. Is that Nyagora? Yes, was waiting patiently and sharking behind. But once that slosher went up and got the height advantage, that was it. I think Lobstar got taken down on the other side, which means this is the spot that the zone is going to sit at until Invincible takes them out. You know that E-leader looking for a target, took a shot at Nyagora there and just barely missed it. This S-Blast waiting, hoping to try to find one. Somebody drops down. Maru is going to jump down on the crab. The E-leader can take the crab out, but it's just out of reach. Instead, it's Pandemonium on the zone here. Where is everybody? They're firing everything they have from distance. Finally, one player dives through, and again, Nyagora gets one with their Zuka Zack. Unbelievable showing there again and again. When it is needed to take out that range, Nyagora is the one who gets it done.
Yeah, Nygora's marked, but it's not going to matter. They're going to force exits left, right, and center. They picked basically two of the most hype weapons going into 10.0 in that Winter and that Rattler, and they are making it a beautiful exhibition here. The Dread, which was that perennial in Game 2, still sticking around for Grand Roll, and they're going to hang on to the Reef Sliders. Grand Roll is basically a one-person wrecking crew on top of this zone. Will they need to use it, though? As the Tri-Strikes come out, they will expend it. They'll get rid of at least one, and they will hang on to the zone. As a result, now Grand Roll joining Maru, but Maru is going to fall. The Wavebreaker going to come out. They do lose two members in Nyagora, who's been flanking a little bit to some success, finally having to respect the push of Samurai Cat, but it is not enough. They will keep the zone. The paint output of this team is phenomenal, and an off-color pick over to Bluefin Depot works out for Invincible Fleet as they take the set lead back from Samurai Cat. Magic.
Feeling the feelings of Samurai Cat right now, you have to think, we lost on our main counter pick last time. Like we couldn't make it through Eeltail. That's our bread and butter. And now this one, like a desperation play that seemed like it was going to pan out, that they were doing everything correctly, and the paint wasn't there, and the members could not line up in the ways that they wanted to, even in this 2-down situation where they weren't coolered. It's not like they were coming back in time. They had all of the everything that they needed to here, but there was just so much paint from Nyagora and Grand Roll that they couldn't get through. And this is why picking the right weapons, knowing exactly what your win condition is so critical. They knew that what they were going for was to play solid, to play defensive, to play to stall, and to shut down anything that was going to come at them with their lethality from their main weapons with their specials. This is the back and forth. This is the rock, paper, scissors that we see in terms of team comps.
And it's so scary, again, when, like you said, Magic, we lost on our big counter pick in the last set, so now we go with our second strongest counter pick, and now we've lost on both. And now I'm curious if Samurai Cat's even saying, do we go back to Eeltail? But you also mentioned something else there that I want to kind of harken back to with regards to painting. If you are a backline player or any player, frankly, and you want to see what top level turfing of a zone looks like, the best level of paint that you can, watch Nyagora, okay? At the start of Splatoon 3, this guy was almost the first player to 4,000 XP, doing it with heavy vanilla heavy Splatling, and you can just watch him game after game painting circles in the sky. All the drops down on the right side of the zone from relative safety. He then also almost did it again with Zinc Mini, and this guy has been on a tear trying to get 4,000 XP with every single main weapon from the Splatling class. And yes, that includes Hydra, although that's been a difficult journey for him as of late. So when we made the point earlier about every single player on this team can dominate a game and take it over, that's what we mean. But gentlemen, everyone in the chat sees where we're headed. We're not really surprised. We toyed with the idea. This could be the end of the run for Samurai Cat. Where else would they pitch their final defense, Zach, than Eeltail Alley?
Yeah, not too much to say that hasn't already been said about this map. It is the bread and butter of this E-Leader-based team, and it is their last stand. And as they try to force this one to a game 5, I will call out too for Nigora 5 specials in 2 minutes in that game 3. Sometimes the most raw thing you can do is to play to the objective. And as you mentioned, Nine, play to the map that has been selected. And for Eeltail Alley, there is no shortage of area that you can take and contest. Sure, some of it is uninkable, but much of it, including that gigantic zone, is yours for the taking. It's going to be all about what kind of compositions with the deep, rich variety that the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru has at their disposal. What will they bring out to contest this time on a map? Because we have seen and they have shown, Magic, that they are not afraid to change things up even when they are dominating.
That's exactly what they do here. No Dread Ringer. They're going for the tri-strikes. Reef Slider can't paint this entire zone. I guess I see it. The fleet is sailing one more time to try and close this one out, and they are betting it all on Niagara's Zuka and the tri-strikes from Ground Roll, and that is going to be what they have to battle between for the members of Samurai Cat, and I think that they have found the ticket, Nine.
God, it's coolerless again. I can't believe here again. They're coolerless again. Suimaru has gone over to the vanilla splatter shot, or the order splatter shot, but you all know what I'm trying to get at here. So this is again what they have tried to come up with. Again, it's an E-Leader coolerless team. Right now, it's not going, or no, sorry, it is going in their favor here. Lobstar was just already behind, so I assume that the opponent had the zone. But it's wild again. Anything goes in Japan, clearly, as now the Cats are going to have to break out against Nigora, who has just barely moved away and firing it out on the other side. That's one already down. It is that aforementioned Suimaru. Nigora now moving up again, is moving in on Monia with Lobster in hot pursuit there. That's a couple hits down, and they're going to collect that. Zach, this is starting to get away from them in a hurry. All of the members of Invincible Fleet are in the exact spot they'd like to be.
Yeah, as we see the lead take over to Invincible Fleet, you talked about main weapon proficiency. Great shot there from Samurai. That's one of the main, again, core competencies of Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, is they're not even using their specials to get the zone. And now Samurai Cat is having to do just that. Hitokuchi able to help stay forward as they are able to get the zone, looking for Lobster, who's sharking around. And Samurai Cat will hold on to the wave breaker. They throw it out now. Hitokuchi looking to see where they can place this Booyah Bomb, just opting to yeet it as far forward as they can to the front of the zone. Invincible Fleet taking a bit of time and getting forward here, but it may pay off. Suimaru able to hold off Raymaru. And now, will they have the great shot from the Trizuka? It's going to be the Tri-Strikes coming out as well. Invincible Fleet reclaiming the zone, getting a 3 down, and Magic. It's not without trades, but these teams are finally matching each other blow for blow.
Wait, Moody just got two! Moody just got two in the high ground area! I love that the Invincible Fleet is trying to lay a trap, is trying to keep them at the high ground, and then just completely covering the low ground and setting up the traps for the Samurai Cat to fall into. Luckily, it's been sniffed out a good number of times by this Suimaru, who has switched to this Zuka splatter shot, which is what we've been seeing, which harkens back to the K-shot of old, the support Zuka spam that we saw from, I believe it was Final Weapon earlier today from Niru. This is the new development that we're seeing, is these supports that are just trying to get as many Zukas as possible, which has happened before, but we just see it in full force and full effect here. All of a sudden, there's almost no penalty for Samurai Cat, but they just have to win a couple more fights.
Munia does win one of those fights here. Where are the respawns now? Of course, you're not Clueless, so you're going to get outscaled eventually, and it looks like that will finally go in favor of Invincible Fleet. There was a brief moment there where they might have actually gotten a spawn in, but maybe it was a bad jump. Whatever it was, they couldn't really identify it in the heat of the moment. All of these incredible fights that Samurai Cat has been pulling in these 1v2s, these traps that Magic laid out, at a certain point you think that one of those is going to finally go in favor of Invincible Fleet. Maru doing what almost hits Grado, hits a couple, gets the fall off there. They actually take out another one there. I believe that was Lobstar who had jumped in. Here we go. Can they take zone? They finally do. They've got their E-leader. I think one may have gone down because of the E-leader. The Naigora goes down as well. Samurai trying to get back up in the spot that the E-leader wants as time continues to tick away. Zach, one strong hold here and they'll steal this lead.
Time or score, they can't relent here. They have to stay on or forward of the zone as Lobster is going to have to jump back to their teammates. A few points left for Samurai Cat to take the lead, and they will, as now the tri-strikes are going to come out, and here's the defense and the offense from Invincible Fleet. Maru, Naigora taking the high ground as they look to see if they can get a pick. Maru getting the one on Hitokuchi, looking to see if they can 2v1 Maru, and they will succeed getting an assist. That's 3 down. Can they find the E-leader? They get taken out as a result. They will have the respawn Punisher affecting them, but Magic, 45 seconds left to go, 10 points down for Samurai Cat.
But there's no paint on the side of the Samurai Cat. They have so much ground to cover here, and there's so many people in the base. This Wavebreaker is doing as much as it can to sniff out the members. But that's Samurai going down, the one who has been opening this game wide open with the picks, as just fell. There's only 15 ticks left. They need to find picks now. They get one. That's the tri-strike from Munya going to the zone, trying to gain over Grand Roll, but it's not enough. That is the Invincible Fleet showing that they have ascended once again. They are the captains of the high seas. They shall not let anyone control their ocean.
Oh my, listen folks, they were the #1 seed for a reason. And I just want to point out, I hearkened to this earlier in this game, all of the unbelievable 1v2 victories. I think we saw a quad from the E-leader partway through, or we certainly saw enough collateral to equal 4 players down. That was what they needed to break out. Then Suimaru wins a 1v2, then Munya wins a 1v2. Over and over again, the Samurai Cats did everything that you could ask them to, and here at the end, there's even 3 down, so clearly they won that final fight. But the Invincible Fleet, they had the game plan, they had the players, and they took the very best shot multiple times that Samurai Cat had. They won on both of Samurai Cat's counter picks. They threw literally everything and the kitchen sink, every type of comp, cooler list, every bit that you could want to see from teams at this level, not just running it back with the same comp and the same idea every single time. There were multiple games in that set. We saw 7 unique weapons be played among these 8 players. This is all you can ask for from teams at this level. And you know what the best part about this is, guys? We're gonna see this type of caliber again in the very next Area Cup too. This game is so freaking good!
It's just so exciting, and I think the results hounds out there, to the point of, will there be an E-leader renaissance in the West? They'll see it get second place and they'll think, okay, didn't win a major tournament, but the numbers that they consistently put up, I harken back to the 14-0 performance, answering the question of what do you do when you're not bringing a tacticooler to the party. It is certainly not a strategic decision that should be made by every team, but for the rare few that can pull it off, and with an anchor player, a backliner of that caliber, it is so amazing. But the Invincible Fleet stands invincible for a reason, from the dread play to the swaps to the newer weapons, the winter as well, doing such a good job alongside the Rattler. We've seen such a great variety of weapons, but it comes down to the consistency of knowing how to play in the circumstances that you're given. I am so curious to see if these maps that we've seen so much of in this tournament that do not typifally appear in Western tournaments, with Urchin being relatively new to Splatoon 3, with Eeltail Alley coming up a ton, even with the odd Bluefin Depot and the Humpback Pump Track Splat Zones being thrown into the mix. Will we see any sort of shakeup there, Magic? All I know is that this one has been a blast to commentate, and I loved seeing the fight back from Samurai Cat, even though Invincible Fleet stood strong.
I really do think that this is ushering in a new era. No matter what no matter if the old guard still maintains, they're doing new things. They're revitalizing the game. They're inspiring others. This is why they are at the top, and why they have been at the top for so long, is because they want to make sure that they are putting on a show for everyone, and that they're not just rolling over at just any other team. They want to be playing the best of the best. They want to have people who are playing at their level that they can best as well. This is the legacy of Area Cup as a whole. This is what happens every single tournament. It is that constant stride forward. And I think that we will see a little bit of a new meta shift because of this. Not super much, but I mean, most of the teams that we saw had just had such fresh ideas, had such new ways of attacking things. And I've already seen so many blue sky threads of players on the Western side who are just like, wow, this is different.
It is different, and I hope for some of our teams today, the Frutellas and the Free Flows of the world, who, maybe this is the first time they've really gotten to play and have a taste of what these top-level Japanese players are. And for Free Flow, who played in the first set of the day against the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru, the eventual champions of this, I hope that this is, the wall being broken down. Remember how long it took humanity to break the 4-minute mile, and then suddenly, once that happened one time, everybody was doing here. You see what that next level is, and you rise to it. It's so fun to see. And Magic, you talked about a new era, a new idea, different ways of attacking in this game. I'm going to harken back to one of the oldest and most beaten jokes in the entire community, which is, it's not meta until it wins an Area Cup. It's not meta until it top fours an Area Cup, and then it's meta again. And I just want this to be a reminder to everybody that with enough individual skill and enough time playing, and make no mistake about this, you must play against very high caliber players, okay? You have to experience this game at this level. But it can clearly be done with a lot of different ideas. I mean, we've said over and over the pencil is the strongest. And yes, I know Invincible Fleet won, but it wasn't like they were playing pencil either. They had different ways of getting the coolers out that they wanted to. And it was E-Leader on the other side. Yes, there's some ideas of backlines from some, but if you have enough paint and the maps go in your favor, maybe you can make that work. And to Zach's point, look at how different the game looks when you have all of the maps available to you. Now, I know this is a Splat Zone specific type of thing. I certainly wouldn't want to open every stage and mode combination in the entire game. That could get nasty in a hurry. But, I mean, think of how little we play on Eeltail, and thankfully how little we play on Bluefin. But jokes aside, we didn't see a ton of Barnacle in this tournament. I don't think I saw any Robo Ramen, two maps that we play maybe more than any here in the North American and European scene. Instead, things get changed up and we see some different ideas come out, some fresh ideas. And it is so difficult to watch Splatoon at this level and not fall in love with the game over and over and over again. And I know Chad at this point is probably tired of me waxing poetic, but this is why those of us who've been around for so long continue to come back, because we know what this looks like. And guys, I know that our analyst desk is ready. I want to point out that there is an interview going on with the winners over on the Area Cup stream. It is in Japanese, of course, so we'll try to get some of those answers over while we can. But Zach, Magic, let's close it out before we pass it over. Zach, where can the people find you? What are your closing thoughts?
I just want to start saying so thankful for the opportunity as always. I think you two were the perfect casters for this tournament, and I'm honored just to hop on the caboose of this ephemeral, ethereal, and illustrious casting train. I'm so thankful to Ellie for doing such a great job on basically the production, SpecCam, everything behind the scenes, all of the TOs, and of course the analyst desk that have done such a great job. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky at Shiny Hunter Zach. I'm not there too often, but I am around the scene. So if you see me casting a tournament, feel free to say hello. Magic, I feel like this is sort of your Valhalla almost. What do you want to say, and where can the people find you?
Nothing much to say other than, I mean, hey, Radler just won the biggest tournament of all time, and we thought that it was old news like 3 weeks ago with Super Jump, or however long ago it was. So let's all take that on for size and just say that no one knows anything and I don't know anything. And if you care enough to hear what I have to say, even though I don't know that much, my tag is on the screen. I don't think I have anything else other than thank you all for everyone for putting this on, for giving people something to be excited about, and for capping off what has been an ecstatic summer of Splatoon. Thank you, IPL. Thank you, Z. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to my wonderful casters. I am honored to be with you on the mic.
It has been a wonderful show all throughout today, and it is only fitting that we pass it back over to the analyst desk, one member of which is Kbot, the other member of which is someone who has worked very, very hard to put this tournament on. It is only fitting that that analyst desk member gets the last word today, but 9-hole grains, Shiny Hunter Zach, Magic 8 Ball from the caster's desk, we're all done. Stay fresh, everybody, and to the analysts, take it away.
Well, Popgun, after that introduction, I will just go ahead and give you the floor for your reactions in what we just watched. And he is muted again, chat, just like the real boomer that he is. That's
well, I was going to say, to be fair, I've been up pretty early this morning, but I haven't actually had to play in this tournament. I do want to give a quick shout out to all the teams that played in this one. I know there's a lot of conversation going on social media about now. It seems like the West has kind of entered this group therapy session of like, how can we respond going forward? How can we continue to improve? I think this was a very humbling day for the West. But what we got to see here on IPL is the best competitive Splatoon we have ever seen on this channel. And a lot of shout outs are in order because of that. Obviously, first off, Area Cup for partnering with us, taking that random DM that we sent them on Twitter. And it has led to this event, which has been a very eye-opening event for us at IPL. We've learned a lot of things. Shoutouts to the YouTube audience, which for the first time is absolutely dunking on the Twitch audience here, which is good to see. There's idiots in chats on all kinds of different platforms. Shoutouts to Ellie, who has been working on all of the things that you've seen on this stream today and all the stuff on YouTube. Of course, there's a whole other production team behind that as well. Z, one of the head TOs who brought this idea initially to us back in April. And then we were like, I don't know. But then once we reached out and we saw what this could become, really excited about it. Everybody else, I don't want to just sit here and talk about all the casters and everybody behind the scenes who will forget somebody. But this was just an awesome day. This was an awesome day for Splatoon. A awesome day for cats and lobsters everywhere. And let me just say this. E-Leader works for Samurai Cat. That doesn't mean it's going to work for you, okay? There's not other tournaments you get to counterpick Eel-Tail zones in, all right? Don't read too much into it.
Yeah, let's watch out for all of that, because I'm sure that's about to start, Popgun, and that's one of the reasons why I thought maybe taking a slight look at some of the games, give the viewers some of the overheads back, could be fun to look at. But the largest thing, I think, obviously, this Samurai Cat team comes in with an E-Leader composition that is coolerless, which is something that we don't often see. And in fact, they weren't even running much of before this tournament. But now, as they continue to develop, they land on this as their basic answer. And it's really on to the Invincible Fleet Ray Maru and how to respond.
That's a respawn Punisher E-Leader as well that doesn't have cooler to kind of bail them out of things. Ultimately, the set just kind of came down to a lot of the adjustments that you made. We knew Urchin was going to be counterpicked in Game 2. They didn't really have a solution to it. Bluefin is a map that is picked, and I'm glad we had those three, Magic, Zach, and 9 on for the cast. I'm not the one who can break down how E-Leader is supposed to work on how anything's supposed to work on Bluefin, but I think one of the main differences being how they were able to attack Samurai on the E-Leader. You kind of mentioned them bringing out the Rattlers so that they could fire up, I think, 10 Zukas in one game, and all of them are going at that respawn Punisher E-Leader to take them out. They did a lot better. I was kind of surprised they did pick Eeltail. I know they've been picking it all day long, but Invincible Fleet ran them out on that map the last time that we saw them on it. So I was kind of surprised to see that. They played a lot better on it. Got the lead towards the end there. Ultimately just lost it right before overtime. But still, an impressive showing from everybody. And congratulations to you and me, Kbot. We predicted the correct winners for this tournament. Don't pay attention to 2 through 4 from the pre-show yesterday, but
Yeah, us along with over half of respondents on the Google form Popgun predicted the correct winners. Certainly the Invincible Fleet Maru were favorites, and we got to see why over the course of the day. But to that end, right, I want to talk about Nigora's play especially, because while you're talking about things and how to counter the E-leader, yes, Nigora goes over to this Rattler mini Splat lane, the exact thing that has the Zuka that can instantaneously challenge the leader and force it to move is the important part. And I want to read off the averages, including all 4 games in the series. Nigora goes 9.75 KA average per game, averaging 5 per minute. In addition, goes for 11.5 specials per 5 minutes. Pumping out Azuka basically once every 30 seconds, if not faster. And then also paints for a total of 2,626 points on average every 5 minutes. The amount that Nigora understood the assignment. It was take out Samurai on this leader, force this leader to move, and that's the largest reason why this pick works. I think Sumaru also recognizes that, switches over to the vanilla shot for that Zuka option, but ultimately doesn't actually end up being enough for the way that Nigora was just so honed in the 4th and final game.
yes, the West is trying to figure out what can we do to close this enormous gap we found out about today. The answer is pretty simple. You just paint a lot and you splat a lot. And you do that, you're going to win more often than you don't. Shoutouts once again to Beep, by the way, who's been getting us these. I don't even know how they're getting us these stats so quickly, but they're able to do that, and it's been able to get us a better look into what's going on in these actual games. We mentioned game 1, the E-leader went 17-0 or something like that. The only game Samurai Cat won in that
14-0.
In crazy, it's crazy stuff. But yeah. Not much else to say on that front. Just incredible stuff. Top level Splatoon we're not used to seeing on this caliber stage.
Not at all. Maybe it makes top level look like not so top level here in the Western Sea. But of course, plenty more events to look out for as the summer continues. And I'm sure Popgun will have plenty more content coming out about the SWS in its conclusion. I'm sure people will want to tune in for it. The discussion is already happening, I'm sure, over on Blue Sky. Follow your favorite top player or content creator. They're likely talking about it right now. But I think that's basically it for us. I'll wait for 1 second before I finally sign off to close this thing out. We roll the credits one last time. But Popgun, any other final, if there's one thing that we should take away here, what should it be?
Japan's pretty good.
Enough said.
That's what I could say. My genuine hope for this event is that this is the beginning of more things to come. Not just within a partnership between IPL and Area Cup, but more so connecting our 2 regions, which are separated by time zones and latency and all kinds of other issues, language barriers. I get that. But I think what was put on display today is how much further up the mountain the West has to climb. The ceiling has been extended. It's no longer just, okay, we're winning a Sindao Q Finals, we're winning Super Jump over and over again. There's now a new goal to reach for a whole heck of a lot of players. And I think that's the biggest takeaway from this tournament. And hopefully this is the beginning. This is a changing point for the community for better.
higher mountains to climb and greener pastures ahead for Splatoon 3. Now, a competitive scene 10 years old and hopefully going on for another at least 10 years and plenty more to come. Folks, that'll do it for us here today. Thanks again to everybody for their participation. Your view also matters quite a bit. So we thank you, especially those of you in the Americas, for waking up early and taking care of everything here. Of course, a huge team, which we will roll the credits for one last time, as they deserve all of the thanks for this whole event. But that'll do it for us here. Be sure to tune in to IPL Socials for the next event that comes out from them. If not, there's probably an SOS or something that you want to watch on Wednesday or something of the sort. So that'll do it for us here today. If you're in the Americas, have a good day. If you're in Europe or Japan, likely settling into bed now, have a good night. And we will see you next time. Take care, everybody.
By the words that you say, the voice that carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Show you all the way.